Quentin sat astride a dappled gray steed called Dauntless, its white-stockinged legs moving with a steady, patient rhythm. His attire was that of a storybook monarch, knee-high boots of polished black leather, mismatched stockings beneath them, and a sweeping navy blue coat adorned with intricate patterns of silver thread and tiny, shimmering pearls. A circlet of platinum rested lightly on his brow, and at his hip hung a functional sword, its hilt catching the dull morning light, a weapon meant for use, not just for show. The air was thick and warm, the sky a blanket of soft gray clouds on this late August day. He was in every outward detail, the very image of a king of Fillory, and he was pursuing a hare that was said to be enchanted. Beside him, Queen Julia rode in thoughtful silence. Ahead, the figures of Queen Janet and King Eliot were visible through the dappled shadows, the four sovereigns of this realm moving as a quiet procession. The forest path they traveled was arched high above like a cathedral nave, carpeted with a perfect scattering of yellow leaves, each cluster looking as if it had been artfully arranged by some unseen hand. There was no sound but the soft crunch of hooves on the path and the distant call of a bird. Each rider was wrapped in their own private world, their eyes searching the deep, endless green of the woods around them. It was a scene of profound, almost melancholy peace, the kind of peace that feels heavy, like it's waiting for something to shatter it. Honestly, it was enough to make you wonder if all this royal pomp was just a fancy way of being profoundly, royally bored. The quiet between them was comfortable, almost effortless. Everything felt smooth, uncomplicated. The fantasy they had once imagined was now their tangible reality. "Hold up," Eliot called from the lead, bringing the party to a standstill. Quentin's mount, Dauntless, didn't stop with the others. She ambled a few steps off the trail before he finally convinced her to stand still. Even after 2 years as a king in Fillory, his riding skills were embarrassingly lacking. "What's wrong?" he asked. They waited in the stillness unhurried. Dauntless let out a dismissive snort, a clear expression of equine disdain for their entire endeavor. "Thought I spotted something," Eliot replied. "Honestly," Quentin said, "I'm beginning to doubt whether tracking a rabbit is even feasible." "It's a hare," Eliot corrected. "Basically the same thing. They're actually not," Quentin countered. "Hares are larger. They don't live in burrows. They make forms out in the open." "Don't you start," Julia and Janet said together, their voices overlapping. "Here's what I want to know," Quentin pressed on. "If this creature can truly see the future, wouldn't it already know we're trying to catch it?" "It can see what is to come," Julia said softly from beside him. "It cannot alter it. Did you all bicker this much back at Breakbills?" She was dressed in a solemn black riding habit with a matching hood, as if perpetually in mourning for losses Quentin couldn't name. With a casual gesture, like signaling a server, she beckoned a small songbird to her wrist. It whispered a series of chirps into her ear. She gave a slight nod, and it flew off. No one else seemed to notice. It was as if Julia operated on a completely different frequency, constantly exchanging quiet messages with the creatures of the woods. "You should have let us bring Jollibee," Janet said, covering a yawn with the back of her hand. Jollibee was the master of the hunt at Castle Whitespire. "Jollibee's excellent," Quentin agreed, "but not even he could track a hare through these woods without hounds or snow on the ground." "True," Janet conceded, "but he does have remarkably well-defined calves. I appreciate the view in those hunting tights." "I wear tights," Quentin said, feigning offense. Eliot let out a short laugh. "I suspect he's lurking nearby regardless," Eliot mused, his eyes still searching the tree line, keeping a discreet distance. "You can't keep that man away from a royal hunt." "Be mindful of what you pursue," Julia murmured, almost to herself, "lest you ultimately capture it." Janet and Eliot exchanged a glance, another cryptic pearl from Julia. But Quentin considered her words. Julia's logic often followed its own peculiar path. Quentin hadn't been born a king. None of them had. He'd grown up an ordinary, non-magical person in Brooklyn, in what he still stubbornly considered the real world. He once believed Fillory was pure fiction, a magical land confined to the pages of a children's book series. Learning magic at Breakbills and discovering Fillory was real had changed everything, though the reality was darker and far more perilous than the stories suggested. Terrible things happened here. People suffered and died. He had returned to Earth once, broken and with hair turned shock-white from grief. But they had rallied, faced their demons and their sorrows, and claimed the 4 thrones of Whitespire as kings and queens, and it was glorious. Sometimes the joy felt like a betrayal, especially when he remembered Alice, the love he had lost. How could he fully embrace this happiness when she wasn't here to share it? Yet he had to do otherwise would make her sacrifice meaningless. He lifted his bow from his shoulder, rising in the stirrups to scan the forest. His knees gave a satisfying series of pops, releasing the stiffness from the long ride. The only sound was the soft rustle of leaves drifting down through the branches. A blur of gray-brown fur shot across the trail ahead and disappeared into the thick brush with a smooth, practiced motion, one he'd spent hours perfecting. Quentin fitted an arrow to his bowstring and drew back. He could have enchanted the arrow, but that felt like cheating. He held his aim, muscles taut against the bow's resistance, then let fly. The arrow sank deep into the soft forest floor, right where the hare's feet had been moments before. "Close," Janet remarked, her tone flat. This creature was clearly toying with them. "Oh, you think this is funny?" Elliot yelled. "Yah!" He dug his heels into his black horse, which reared dramatically, pawing the air before plunging off the path and into the woods after the hare. The noise of his charge through the undergrowth faded almost instantly. The branches swayed back into place, and the forest fell silent again. Elliot was admittedly an excellent rider. Janet watched him vanish. "Away he goes," she said. "Seriously, what are we doing out here?" It was a reasonable question. Catching the hare wasn't really the goal. So what was? What were they searching for? Back at Whitespire Castle, their days were filled with every comfort. An entire staff existed solely to ensure their lives were flawless, like permanent residents at the world's most exclusive resort. For Elliot, it was paradise. It had all the luxury and ritual he'd adored at Breakbills, but without any of the effort, he thrived as a king. Quentin enjoyed it too, yet a restlessness gnawed at him. He was seeking something more, though he couldn't name it. So when word spread that the seeing hare had been spotted near Whitespire, Quentin seized the chance for a break from his life of perfect idleness. He wanted to try to capture it. The seeing hare was one of Fillory's unique beasts. There were only a dozen of these creatures. The questing beast, which had once granted Quentin 3 wishes, was among them, as was the great bird of peace, a clumsy, flightless bird that could halt a battle simply by appearing between armies. Each was one of a kind, and each possessed a special power. The unseen monitor, for example, was a large lizard that could render you invisible for a year if that suited you. Sightings were rare, and captures even rarer, so plenty of wild stories circulated about them. No one knew their origin or their purpose if they had one. They were eternal fixtures in Fillory's magical wilderness, seemingly immortal. Legend claimed the seeing hare could foretell the future of anyone who caught it, though it hadn't been caught in centuries. Not that the future felt particularly pressing at the moment. Quentin assumed his future would look much like his present, comfortable, pleasant, and predictable. Life was good. They'd picked up the hare's trail at dawn, when the morning was still fresh with dew, and had ridden out singing playful, off-key renditions of Kill the Wabbit to the tune of Ride of the Valkyries. Since then, the creature had led them on a winding, frustrating chase through miles of forest, stopping and starting hiding, and then darting across their path over and over. "I do not believe he is returning," Julia said quietly. She spoke sparingly lately, and for some reason had largely stopped using contractions. "Well, if we can't follow the hare, we can follow Elliot," Janet said. She nudged her horse off the trail and into the trees. She wore a low-cut emerald top and a pair of men's riding chaps. Her taste for subtle cross-dressing had been the talk of the court all season. Julia didn't ride a horse, but instead sat astride a massive, shaggy creature she called a civet. It resembled a common civet, long, brown, and somewhat cat-like, with a sinuous, curving spine, except it was as large as a draft horse. Quentin had a hunch it could understand speech. Its eyes held a glimmer of awareness that felt out of place, and it always seemed to listen a little too intently to their discussions. Dauntless, Quentin's horse clearly disliked following the beast, which gave off a pungent, musky scent, nothing like a proper steed, but she obeyed with a resentful, stiff-legged gait. I haven't spotted a single dryad, Janet remarked. I was sure we'd see some, neither have I, Quentin admitted. You hardly ever find them in the Queenswood these days. It was a genuine disappointment. He had always been fond of the dryads, those elusive nymphs who guarded the ancient oaks. Nothing said you were truly in a magical realm like a beautiful woman in a dress of leaves leaping from a tree. I thought maybe they could help us track it down. Can't you call one, Julia, or summon it somehow? You can call until you're hoarse they will not answer. I hear enough of their complaints about territory disputes back at court, Janet said. So where are they all hiding, if not here? Is there some more enchanted, trendier forest they've all flocked to? They are not ghosts, Julia stated flatly. They are nature spirits, the horses carefully navigated over a ridge that was too perfectly straight to be natural. An old earthwork from some forgotten ancient time. Maybe we could make them stay, Janet suggested. Pass some laws with incentives, or just hold them at the border. It's ridiculous that the Queenswood is so short on dryads. Good luck with that, Julia said. Dryads know how to fight. Their skin is like bark. And they carry staves. I've never seen a dryad fight, Quentin said. That's because no one is foolish enough to pick a fight with one. Seizing the moment for a dramatic exit, the civet suddenly darted ahead. Two sturdy oaks actually leaned aside to let Julia pass between them, then swung back together, forcing Janet and Quentin to take the longer path around. Listen to her, Janet muttered. She's gone completely native. I'm so over her holier-than-thou Fillorian act. Did you catch her chatting with that ridiculous bird earlier? Oh, give her a break, Quentin said. She's fine. But if he was honest with himself, Quentin was fairly certain Queen Julia was not fine at all. Julia hadn't learned magic the safe, structured way they had through the formal system at Breakbills. They'd attended high school together, but she hadn't been accepted to the academy, so she'd become a hedge witch instead, piecing her knowledge together alone on the outside. It wasn't official institutional magic. She had gaping holes in standard magical lore, and her technique was so wild and improvisational that Quentin sometimes marveled it worked at all. Yet she also knew things he and the others didn't. She hadn't spent 4 years with Breakbills faculty looking over her shoulder, insisting she color inside the lines. She'd spoken to beings Quentin would never approach and handled artifacts his professors would have locked away. Her magic had sharp, jagged edges that had never been smoothed down. It was a different kind of education, and it made her different. She spoke about magic without the arch irony Breakbills had drilled into them. Julia treated it with a solemn, almost reverent seriousness. She embraced a fully Gothic aesthetic, favoring a black wedding dress and dark eyeliner. While Janet and Elliot found it amusing, Quentin was drawn to it. He felt a pull toward her. Weird, and she was weird and dark, and Fillory had made the rest of them, Quentin included, so unbearably bright and polished. He liked that she wasn't quite all right and didn't care who knew it. The Fillorians liked it too. Julia had a special connection with them, particularly with the more exotic beings, the spirits, elementals, jinn, and even stranger entities that existed in the hazy borderlands between the biological and the purely magical. She reigned as their enchantress queen, and they worshipped her. Yet Julia's training had extracted a price, something elusive yet undeniable, a change that lingered in her demeanor. She no longer appeared to crave or require the company of others. During formal state dinners, lavish royal balls, or even a simple conversation, her attention would drift and she would simply walk away. This occurred with increasing frequency. Quentin occasionally pondered the true cost of her education and the currency with which it was purchased, but his inquiries were always deftly sidestepped. At times he questioned whether he was tumbling into love with her all over again. A far-off bugle call pierced the air, 3 clear, silvered notes softened by the dense quiet of the woods. Elliot was sounding the recheat, the hunter's signal. He was no master huntsman, but his call was perfectly respectable. While drafting laws wasn't his forte, Elliot was fastidious about royal decorum, which included executing every nuance of Fillorian hunting tradition flawlessly. The actual act of killing, however, he found rather unpleasant and typically managed to evade. His bugling was more than adequate for Dauntless. She quivered, charged with anticipation, awaiting the signal to run. Quentin flashed a grin at Janet, and she returned it with equal fervor. Let out a wild whoop, gave a kick, and they were flying. It was recklessly dangerous, akin to a high-speed chase across rough terrain, with hidden ditches yawning open and low branches lunging from the shadows to swipe at their heads. But what the hell? That's precisely why healing magic existed. Dauntless was purebred, and after a morning of tedious starts and stops, she was desperate to unleash her speed. How often did he, as king, get to truly endanger his royal person? When was the last time he'd even woven a spell? His life was hardly brimming with hazard. They lounged on cushions by day and feasted and drank to excess by night. Lately, a troubling negotiation had begun between his midsection and his belt buckle. He'd likely packed on 15 pounds since his coronation. No wonder monarchs in portraits looked so portly. One moment, you're the dashing hero. The next, you're a historical figure known for his girth. Janet took the lead, following the muted bugle notes. The horse's hooves drummed a satisfying rhythm on the firm forest floor. For a glorious moment, the stifling aspects of court life, the relentless safety, the oppressive comfort vanished. Tree trunks, thickets, ditches, and crumbling stone walls became a streaking blur. They raced through alternating patches of warm sunlight and cool shadow, their speed suspending cascades of golden leaves in mid-air. Quentin chose his moment, and as they burst into an open meadow, he swung wide to the right. For a long, breathless minute, they raced side by side in wild, parallel exhilaration. Then, abruptly, Janet reined in. Quentin slowed Dauntless as quickly as he could, bringing her round in a circle, both of them breathing heavily. He hoped her horse hadn't gone lame. It took him another minute to navigate back to her. She sat rigid and upright in her saddle, peering intently into the forest's midday shadows. The bugle calls had ceased. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Thought I saw something," Janet replied. Quentin narrowed his eyes. There were indeed shapes moving. "Is that Elliot? What in the world are they doing?" Janet muttered. Quentin dismounted, unslung his bow again, and fitted an arrow to the string. Janet took the horse's reins as he moved cautiously ahead. He could sense her summoning a minor defensive charm, a simple ward and shield, its familiar static buzz humming in the air. "Damn it," he whispered. He let the bow fall and sprinted toward them. Julia was kneeling on the ground, one hand pressed to her chest, either struggling for breath or weeping. He couldn't tell which. Elliot was crouched beside her, speaking in low, urgent tones. His fine jacket was torn and hanging off one shoulder. "It's all right," Eli said, seeing the alarm on Quentin's face. "That damned civet threw her and ran off. I tried to keep my grip, but it was no use. She'll be fine, just had the air knocked out of her." "You're all right, that same old line." Quentin was rubbing Julia's back as she took ragged, gasping breaths. "You're okay. I always told you to get a normal horse. I never trusted that creature." "Never cared much for you either," she wheezed out. "Look." Elliot gestured toward the fading light. "That's what spooked it. The hare went straight in there. A short distance away, a perfectly round meadow opened up, a hidden pool of grass nestled deep in the woods. The trees grew right up to its border and then just stopped, as if someone had trimmed the edge with deliberate care. It looked like it had been drawn with a compass." Quentin moved cautiously toward it. Thick, vivid green grass covered uneven, dark earth. At the very center stood one colossal oak with a huge round clock embedded in its trunk. These clock trees were remnants of the Watcherwoman, Fillory's famous and very real, time-traveling witch. They were a kind of magical whimsy, harmless as far as anyone knew, and oddly picturesque. Nobody saw a reason to remove them, even if you could. At the very least, they kept perfect time. But Quentin had never encountered one like this. He had to tilt his head back to see the top. It must have risen 100 feet, and its girth was staggering, 15 yards around at the base, easy. The clock was immense, its face taller than Quentin himself. The trunk erupted from the emerald grass and exploded into a tangle of twisting branches like a wooden kraken frozen in motion, and it was moving, its nearly bare black limbs thrashed and writhed against the gray sky. The tree looked caught in a violent storm, yet Quentin couldn't feel or hear any wind. The day, as far as his senses told him, was perfectly still. This was an invisible, silent tempest. a storm only the tree could feel. In its anguish, the clock tree had crushed its own clock. The wood had clenched so tightly that the metal frame bent and the glass face shattered brass gears spilled out through the broken clock and tumbled down into the grass. "My God," Quentin breathed, "what a beast. It's the Big Ben of clock trees," Janet remarked from behind him. "I've never seen anything like it," Elliot said. "You think it was the first one she ever made? Whatever it was a genuine Fillorian marvel, wild, magnificent, and utterly strange. It had been too long since he'd witnessed something like this, or maybe too long since he'd paid attention. He felt a sharp pang of something he hadn't experienced since Ember's tomb. Fear, yes, but something more, awe. They were staring mystery right in the face. This was the raw material, the source, the ancient primal magic. They stood in a loose line along the meadow's edge. The clock's minute hand jutted from the trunk like a broken finger. A few feet from the base, a small sapling had sprouted where the gears had fallen, as if planted by an acorn swaying gently in the soundless gale. A silver pocket watch ticked inside a knot in its slender trunk. A typically charming Fillorian detail. This was going to be worth it. I'll go first. Quentin stepped forward, but Elliot placed a hand on his arm. "I wouldn't." "Well, I would." "Why not?" "Because clock trees don't just thrash around like that, and I've never seen a broken one. I didn't think they could break. This place isn't natural. That hair led us here on purpose. Exactly. It's textbook." Julia shook her head. She still looked pale. A dead leaf caught in her hair, but she was standing again. "Look how regular the clearing is," she said. "It's a perfect circle, or possibly an ellipse. There's a powerful area effect spell radiating from the center. Or from the foci," she added softly. "If it's an ellipse?" "You go in there and there's no telling where you'll end up," Elliot warned. "Of course there isn't. That's the whole point. That's why I'm going." This finally was what he needed. This was the moment he'd been waiting for it without even realizing. Good Lord, it had been so long. This was an adventure. He could scarcely comprehend their reluctance. In the quiet, Dauntless snorted softly behind him. This wasn't about bravery. It was as if they'd lost all memory of their own identities, their purpose, and the very ground they stood on. Quentin picked up his bow and selected a fresh arrow. As a test, he planted his feet, drew the string, and let it fly toward the tree. The shaft didn't zip. It drifted as if pushing through thick syrup. They watched it hang in the air, lazily somersaulting backward until, with a final sigh of effort, it halted completely, suspended 5 feet up. Then it dissolved into a silent shower of white sparks. "Incredible," Quentin chuckled, the sound bursting out of him. "This place is absolutely crawling with magic." He faced the others. "Well, this has adventure written all over it. Remember those from the stories we used to love?" "Oh, I remember them," Janet snapped, genuine irritation flashing in her eyes. "Remember, Penny? Notice how he's not here anymore? I have no interest in spending my reign as queen pre-chewing your meals for you." She might as well have said, "Remember Alice." He did remember Alice. She was gone, and they had survived. Wasn't this reckless, vibrant living the whole point of that survival? He shifted his weight, his toes buzzing with nervous energy inside his boots, mere inches from the shimmering border of the meadow. He knew they had a point. The air here practically hummed with dangerous, unknown enchantment. It was a trap, a sprung jaw waiting to snap shut, and a part of him desperately wanted to step right into it, to poke the beast and see what roared back. Some new tale began here, and he ached to follow its thread. It felt sharp and bracing and perilous, nothing like the stifling, gilded routine of the castle. The safety packaging had been torn away. "So you're really staying put?" he asked. Julia only stared. Elliot gave a slow shake of his head. "I'm opting for caution, but I'll try to cover you from here." Elliot began diligently weaving a minor revelation spell, sparks of magic fizzing at his fingertips as he worked to uncover any obvious threats. Quentin unsheathed his sword. The others teased him for lugging it around, but he loved its solid weight in his grip. It made him feel like a protagonist from a legend, or at the very least, it helped him look the part. Julia didn't find it amusing, though she rarely found anything funny these days. He could always drop it if spell casting became necessary. "What's your brilliant plan?" Janet demanded, hands planted on her hips. "Honestly, what? Scale the thing." "I'll know what to do when the moment comes," he said, rolling the tension from his shoulders. "I have a very bad feeling about this, Quentin," Julia said, her voice low. "This meadow, that tree, if we pursue this, it will irrevocably alter the course of our lives. Maybe a little alteration is exactly what we need." "You can keep your alterations," Janet retorted. Elliot finished his casting and formed a square with his fingers, peering through it as he scanned the clearing. "I'm not detecting anything immediate." A deep, sorrowful gonging echoed from the high branches. Near the top, the tree had grown two massive, swinging bronze bells. Why not? It chimed 11 times. The broken mechanism still kept a kind of time. As the last note faded, silence flooded back in. Everyone's eyes were on him. The clock tree's limbs groaned in a wind only it could feel. He didn't move. Julia's warning echoed. Some great change of our fortunes. His fortunes were pretty spectacular at the moment, he had to concede. He lived in a damned castle, full of serene gardens and sun-drenched towers bathed in Fillory's golden, honey-thick light. What was he actually risking all that for? He could die in there. Alice had died, and he was a king now. Did he even have the right to chase after every magical whim that fluttered by? That wasn't his responsibility anymore. A wave of selfishness washed over him. The clock tree loomed before him, pulsating with raw power and the seductive whisper of quests. But his initial thrill was seeping away, thoroughly poisoned by doubt. Perhaps they were right after all. This was where he truly belonged. The impulse to venture into the meadow was fading fast, a sudden and sobering clarity washing over him. What was he even thinking? Becoming king wasn't the start of some grand tale. It was the final chapter. He didn't require a mystical creature to foretell his destiny. He already knew it, because it was unfolding right here. This was the promised happy ending. Time to shut the book, set it aside, and move on. With a practiced motion, Quentin took a step back and slid his sword into its scabbard. He remembered his fencing instructor drilling that very move for 2 solid weeks before ever letting him swing at the air. Now, he was grateful for the tedious practice. Nothing made a person look more foolish than fumbling around, trying to guide a blade into its sheath. A gentle touch on his shoulder made him turn. It was Julia. "It's all right, Quentin," she said softly. "This quest isn't yours. Let it go." He had the fleeting, absurd urge to nuzzle her hand like an affectionate house cat. "I know," he replied. He wasn't going. "I understand. You're seriously not going?" Janet's tone held a hint of genuine disappointment. She'd probably been hoping to witness a spectacular, glittery explosion. Seriously not. They were correct. Let another soul play the hero. He'd already gotten his happy ending. In that moment, he couldn't even articulate what he'd hoped to find out there. Certainly nothing worth dying for. "Come on, it's nearly lunch," Elliot declared. "Let's locate a less dramatic patch of grass for our picnic." "Sounds perfect," Quentin agreed. "I'll drink to that." One of the wicker hampers held something like champagne, kept perpetually cool by magic. They were still perfecting a true Fillorian vintage. The hampers themselves, with their custom leather loops for bottles and glasses, were exactly the sort of luxurious, frivolous items he used to see in catalogs back in the other world, forever out of his reach. And now he had more hampers than he could ever need. It wasn't genuine champagne, but it was fizzy, and it did the job. Quentin fully intended to get thoroughly, pleasantly drunk over lunch. Elliot mounted his horse and pulled Julia up behind him. It seemed the civet had made a permanent escape. A noticeable patch of dark, damp soil still marked the back of Julia's riding clothes from her earlier tumble. Quentin had one foot in Dauntless's stirrup when a cheerful shout rang out. "Hi!" They all turned. "Hi!" was the standard Fillorian greeting. The man calling out was robust and energetic, likely in his early 30s, striding directly across the circular clearing toward them with undeniable enthusiasm. He broke into a jog as he neared, utterly ignoring the wildly waving branches of the shattered clock tree above him. Just another ordinary day in an enchanted wood. He sported a great blond mane and a broad chest, with a full beard that artfully concealed his somewhat soft, round chin. Jollibee, the master of the hunt, resplendent in purple and yellow striped tights. His legs were remarkably muscular, a fact made more impressive by the total absence of any gym equipment in his world. Elliot had been right. He must have been tracking them the whole time. "Hi," Janet called back with delight. "Now the party can start," she murmured to the others. In one massive, leather-gloved hand, Jollibee triumphantly held up a large, frantically kicking hare by its ears. "Well, I'll be damned," Dauntless, the talking horse, remarked. She didn't speak often. He actually caught it. "He sure did," Quentin said. "Lucky break," Jollibee announced as he drew near. "Found him perched on a rock bold as brass not 100 yards off. He was so busy watching you all. I spooked him the wrong way. Snatched him with my bare hands. Can you believe it?" Quentin could believe it, though the logic still escaped him. How does one ambush an animal that knows the future? Perhaps it could only see the futures of others, not its own. The hare's eyes darted desperately in its head. Poor creature. Elliot sighed, a note of unexpected pity in his voice. It was a rare moment of softness from him, a crack in his usual composed facade that made Quentin look twice. "Look at how angry it is," Janet remarked, crossing her arms in playful indignation. "Jollibee, you really should have let us capture it now. It's only going to tell your fortune." She didn't sound the least bit upset, but Jollibee, an excellent hunter though no scholar, seemed genuinely troubled, his bushy eyebrows knitting together. "Maybe we could share it," Quentin suggested. "It could give each of us a turn. It's not some party trick, Quentin," Janet shot back. Julia added firmly, "Don't even ask it." Yet Jollibee was basking in the royal spotlight. "Is that true, you worthless creature?" he demanded, flipping the seeing hare around so they were eye to eye. The creature went limp, dangling with terrified, vacant eyes. This was no ordinary rabbit. It was a formidable wild animal, nearly 3 feet long, with a coarse, winter-gray coat. There was nothing cute or tame about it. Well, what do you see? Jollibee shook it roughly, as though the hare itself were to blame. "Tell me." The hare's gaze sharpened, locking directly onto Quentin, baring its large orange teeth. It croaked. "Death." For a moment everyone froze. The word felt less frightening and more like a crude joke at a solemn gathering. Then Jollibee frowned, his tongue darting out to lick his lips, and Quentin spotted blood on his teeth. He coughed once, almost curiously, before his head slumped forward. The hare tumbled from his lifeless grip and bolted across the grass like a shot. As Jollibee's body crumpled onto the ground, the hare's voice carried back, "Death and ruin, disappointment and despair." Chapter 2 in Castle Whitespire. There was a unique chamber reserved for the rulers' meetings. One of the many perks of royalty was that everything was crafted exclusively for you. This room was truly extraordinary, a square space atop a rotating tower, with 4 windows facing the cardinal directions. The tower turned slowly, completing a full circle each day, driven by the intricate brass clockwork foundations designed by dwarven geniuses. At the center stood a square table, inlaid with a lacquered map of Fillory, surrounded by 4 throne-like chairs that managed to be both regal and surprisingly comfortable. Each seat bore the insignia of its ruler. Quentin's featured the white stag, the defeated Martin Chatwin, and a deck of cards, while Elliot's, as High King, was the most ornate. Though square, the table left no doubt about which side held authority. Today, however, the chairs offered little comfort. Quentin couldn't shake the vivid memory of Jollibee's end. It replayed in his mind relentlessly. Every half-minute or so he recalled lunging forward to catch Jollibee as he fell, lowering him gently to the earth. His hands had frantically searched the man's broad chest, as if life itself were tucked away in some hidden pocket waiting to be restored. Janet's scream had pierced the air, a raw horror film shriek that lasted until Elliot gripped her shoulders and forced her to turn away from the grim scene. The clearing was suddenly bathed in an eerie, sickly green glow, a strange and unsettling spell from Julia that Quentin still didn't fully understand, meant to expose any hidden threats. It turned her eyes completely black like polished obsidian. She was the only one who had thought to take an offensive stance, but there was no enemy to confront. "All right then," Elliot said, breaking the tense silence. "Let's discuss this. What does everyone think actually happened today?" They exchanged uneasy glances, nerves frayed and raw. Quentin felt a restless urge to act, to contribute something meaningful, But the words wouldn't come. The truth was, he hadn't been particularly close to Jollibee. He was so proud, Quentin finally managed. He really believed he'd saved the day. It had to be that rabbit, Janet said, her eyes red and puffy. She took a shaky breath. Right? Or hair, whatever it was. That's what killed him. What else could it be? We shouldn't jump to conclusions, Quentin replied. The hair predicted his death, but that doesn't mean it caused it. That's a logical fallacy, post hoc ergo propter hoc. He immediately regretted the Latin. Janet was in no mood for a logic lesson. Sorry, he muttered. My brain just goes there sometimes. So it's just a giant coincidence, she snapped, her voice sharp with grief. He dies right after it whispers about death. Maybe we've got it backwards. Maybe the hair doesn't predict the future. Maybe it controls it. Perhaps it simply did not appreciate being captured, Julia suggested, her voice calm amidst the rising tension. Elliot sighed, running a hand through his hair. I have a hard time buying that the fate of the universe is being directed by a talking rabbit, he said, a hint of weary sarcasm creeping into his tone. Though honestly, that would explain a lot of the nonsense we've seen lately. It was 5 p.m, their usual meeting time for the first few months after arriving at Castle Whitespire. Elliot had let them all follow their own paths, assuming they'd naturally find their roles as rulers. That experiment had resulted in glorious chaos, duplicated efforts, and very little actually accomplished. Hence, the daily council meeting was born, a chance for the 4 of them to tackle the kingdom's most pressing issues together. The 5 o'clock meeting was traditionally accompanied by what might have been the most impressive whiskey service in any conceivable world. I told his family we'd handle the funeral arrangements, Quentin said. It's just his parents. He was an only child. I should say a few words, Eliot said, quietly. He's the one who taught me how to play the bugle. Did you know he was a Whirlian? Janet offered a sad, fleeting smile. It's true he transformed on a solar calendar only at the equinoxes and solstices, he said. It helped him understand animals better. He was incredibly hairy. Please, Eliot groaned, I would pay good money to unknow how you came by that particular detail. It came in handy for a lot of things, she said with a shrug. I have a theory, Quentin interjected quickly. Maybe the Fenwicks are behind this. They've been holding a grudge against us since we arrived. The Fenwicks were the most prominent of the old families running Fillory when the Breakbills group returned. Being ousted from Castle Whitespire had left them bitterly resentful, though they lacked the power for an open challenge. Instead, they specialized in petty court intrigues and minor sabotage. Assassination would be a major escalation for the Fenwicks, Elliot countered. They're usually more about gossip and stolen silverware. And why target Jollibee, Janet asked. Everybody loved him. Maybe they were aiming for one of us, and he got in the way, Quentin pressed. Maybe one of us was supposed to catch the hare. You know, they're already spreading rumors that we killed him. But how would they even do it? Elliot asked, skepticism plain. Are you suggesting they hired a rabbit assassin? They could not command the seeing hare, Julia stated flatly. Unique beasts do not involve themselves in human politics. Maybe it wasn't the real seeing hare at all? Quentin persisted, a new thought striking him. Maybe it was a person using a transformation spell, a whir-hare, or a magician in disguise. I have no idea, Quentin pressed his fingers against his temples. He wished they had just gone after that ridiculous lizard instead. Frustrated with himself for forgetting what Fillory truly was, he'd allowed himself to think everything was fixed after Alice defeated Martin Chatwin. No more death, despair, disillusionment, or whatever else that Hare had rambled about. But there was always more. It never matched the books. There was always something else, etc., an Arcadia ego. And though he knew it was irrational, in a strangely childish way, he couldn't shake a hazy sense that Jollibee's death was on him, that it wouldn't have occurred if he hadn't been lured by that quest. Or perhaps he wasn't tempted enough. What were the rules? Maybe he should have entered the clearing after all. Maybe Jollibee's death was meant for him. He was supposed to walk into that meadow and perish there, but he didn't, so Jollibee had to take his place. Maybe there isn't an explanation, he said aloud. Maybe it's just a mystery, just another bizarre stop on Fillory's magical mystery tour. No reason behind it, it simply occurred. You can't explain it. This didn't sit well with Eliot. He was still the same languid, wine-loving Eliot from Breakbills, but becoming High King had revealed an annoyingly thorough side of him. "We can't have unexplained deaths in the kingdom," he stated. "It's unacceptable." He cleared his throat. "Here's the plan. I'll put the fear of Ember into the Fenwicks, just in case. It won't take much. They're a bunch of pretentious dandies, and I say that as a pretentious dandy myself. And if that doesn't work," Janet asked, "then, Janet, you'll go lean on the Lorians." That was Fillory's northern neighbor. Janet handled foreign relations. Quentin privately called her Fillory's Secretary of State. "They're behind every bad thing in the stories. Maybe they were trying to decapitate the leadership. Stupid, pseudo-Viking jerks. Now, for heaven's sake, let's talk about something else for a while." But they had nothing else to discuss, so they fell quiet. No one was particularly pleased with Eliot's plan, least of all Eliot himself, but they didn't have a better one, or even a worse alternative. 6 hours later, Julia's eyes were still flooded with black from the spell she'd cast in the forest. The effect was unsettling. She had no visible pupils. Quentin wondered what she could see that they couldn't. Eliot shuffled through his notes, searching for another item of business, but business was scarce these days. "It is time," Julia said. "We must go to the window." Every day after the afternoon meeting, they went out on the balcony to wave to the people. "Damn it," Eliot said. "All right, maybe we shouldn't today," Janet suggested. "It feels inappropriate." Quentin understood what she meant. The thought of standing late. castle courtyard far below, at the bottom of a dizzying drop. A few hundred Fillorians had gathered. From this height they looked unreal, like toys. Quentin waved. "I wish we could do something more for them," he said. "What do you want to do?" Eliot replied. "We're the kings and queens of a magical utopia." Cheers floated up from far below, faintly. The sound was thin and distant. It had the audio quality of a cheap greeting card. "Some progressive reforms?" "I want to actually help somebody. If I were a Fillorian, I'd overthrow me as a useless aristocratic parasite." When Quentin and the others took the thrones, they hadn't known exactly what to expect. The details were vague. There would be some ceremonial duties, Quentin assumed, and probably a leading role in policy-making, some responsibility for the welfare of the nation they ruled. The reality was there simply wasn't much real work to be done. Oddly enough, Quentin found himself missing it. He'd assumed Fillory would operate like a version of medieval England, given its outward appearance, and planned to use his patchy memory of European history as a rough guide. His ambition was modest: implement a basic program of enlightened reforms, stick to the greatest hits, and be remembered as a decent ruler. But Fillory wasn't England. For starters, the population was minuscule, maybe 10,000 humans in the entire realm, with an equal number of talking animals, dwarves, spirits, and giants. That made him and his fellow rulers, tetrarchs, or whatever the title was, feel more like small-town administrators than monarchs. More importantly, while magic was real on Earth, Fillory was magic. There was a crucial distinction. Magic here was woven into the very ecosystem part of the weather, the seas, and the unbelievably fertile soil. You'd have to put in serious effort to make crops fail. Fillory was a place of hyper-abundance. Anything you needed could eventually be obtained from the dwarves, who weren't some oppressed industrial class, but actually enjoyed crafting things. Unless you were a truly despicable tyrant, like Martin Chatwin had been, there were too many resources and too few people for any real societal conflict to take root. The Fillorian economy's only chronic issue was a lack of actual shortages. Consequently, whenever any of the Breakbills graduates a label Julia was quick to point out didn't apply to her, tried to tackle something seriously, they found there was nothing substantial to tackle. It was all ceremony, pomp, and empty ritual. Even the currency was essentially for show, like toy money from a board game. The others had largely given up on trying to be useful, but Quentin couldn't quite release that drive. Perhaps that was the restless feeling gnawing at him as he stood at the meadow's edge. There had to be something authentic out there, but it always seemed just beyond his grasp. "All right," he said, "what's next?" "Well," Eliot replied as they moved back inside, "there is this matter concerning the outer island." "The what?" "The outer island." He lifted some official-looking documents. "That's what it says here. I'm its king, and I don't even know where it is." Janet let out a derisive snort. "It's off the East Coast, way off, like a couple of days' sail. Honestly, it's a wonder they let you be king. It's the easternmost speck in the Fillorian Empire, I think." Eliot squinted at the map painted on the table. "I don't see it." Quentin studied the map as well. He'd once sailed far into the Western Sea, but his knowledge of the eastern reaches was hazy. "It's not big enough to be on this table," Janet said, gesturing toward Julia's lap. "It would be out there if we had a bigger surface." Quentin pictured it, a slender curve of white tropical sand, adorned with a single decorative palm adrift in an expanse of calm blue-green ocean. "Has anyone ever been there?" Eliot asked. "Nobody goes there. It's just a dot. Some fishing colony was supposedly started there ages ago after a ship accidentally found it. Why are we even discussing the outer island?" Eliot returned to his papers. "It appears they haven't paid their taxes in a couple of years, so," Janet said, "probably because they don't have any money to pay with." "Send them a telegram," Quentin suggested, a wave of sarcastic frustration coloring his tone. "Dear Outer Islanders, stop. Please remit funds. Stop if funds are unavailable. Please disregard this message. Stop." The meeting lost momentum as Eliot and Janet competed to draft the most utterly pointless telegram to the islanders. "All right," Eliot finally said. The rotating tower had turned to frame the blazing Fillorian sunset behind him with ladders of pink cloud stacked above his shoulders. "I'll talk to the Fenwicks regarding Jollibee. Janet can handle the Lorians," he gestured absently. And someone needs to deal with the outer island. Anyone need a drink? I'll get it, Quentin offered. It's right over there. No, I meant who's going to the outer island? I'll go. I'll sort out the taxes. What? Elliot sounded irritated. Why bother? It's the middle of nowhere. That's a treasury issue. Send an emissary. That's their job. Send me. Quentin couldn't pinpoint the exact impulse, only that he needed to act. The image of the circular meadow and the shattered clock tree returned, along with the memory of Jollibee's sudden end. What was the purpose of any of it if you could just die like that? What was the damn point? Just so we're clear, Janet said. We're not mounting an invasion. We don't need a king for this. They owe, what, 8 fish in taxes? They're not exactly bankrolling the kingdom. I'll be back before you miss me. He felt it immediately, the rightness of it. A tension inside him released as soon as he spoke, replaced by a wave of relief he couldn't explain. Maybe I'll pick up something useful out there. So this would be his grand quest, tax collection from some remote villagers he'd passed on the adventure of the broken tree, and that was fine. This would do. Might seem like you're running from the Jollibee situation, Elliot mused, stroking his chin, taking off when things get tense. I'm a king. It's not like they're going to vote me out. Hold on, Janet cut in. You didn't have anything to do with Jollibee, did you? Is that why you're leaving? Janet? Elliot exclaimed. No, seriously, think about it. I didn't kill Jollibee, Quentin stated flatly. All right, fine, wonderful, Elliot marked the item off his list. Outer Island settled? That's that. Well, I hope you're not going alone, Janet said. Who knows what it's like out there? Could be a whole colonial mess waiting to happen. I'll be fine, Quentin said. Julia's coming with me, right, Julia? Elliot and Janet both fixed him with stares. When was the last time he'd managed to surprise either of them or anyone? He must be on to something. He smiled at Julia, and she met his gaze, her dark pupils giving nothing away. Obviously, was all she said that night. Elliot visited Quentin in his bedroom. When Quentin first claimed the room, it had been crammed with hideous, pseudo-medieval clutter. It had been centuries since all 4 thrones of Whitespire were occupied, and in the interim the spare royal suites had been overrun by creeping hordes of unnecessary candelabras, defunct chandeliers sagging like beached jellyfish, unplayable instruments, undiplomatic gifts, chairs and tables, so ornamentally fragile they'd splinter if you breathed on them, taxidermied animals frozen in perpetual pleading, and an assortment of urns and vessels whose purpose, drinking or otherwise, was utterly ambiguous. Quentin had ordered everything cleared out, down to the bare walls. He kept the bed, 1 table, 2 chairs, a few decent rugs, and some tapestries that were either pleasing to the eye or politically prudent. One tapestry in particular held his attention. It showed a magnificently rendered griffin scattering a company of foot soldiers, meant to symbolize the victory of some forgotten people over another equally forgotten and disliked group. But the griffin had its head tilted mid-rampage, looking directly out from the woven scene as if to say, "Sure, I'm excellent at this, but honestly, is this the most meaningful way to spend my afternoon?" The chamber, once cleared, seemed to have tripled in size, becoming a space where one could finally breathe and think. Vast, roughly the dimensions of a basketball court, with a smooth stone floor and a timbered ceiling so high that light faded into its upper beams, casting intricate shadows, soaring Gothic windows, a few small panels of which actually opened, lined the walls. The room was profoundly still and empty. A single scuff of a shoe on the stone echoed in the hushed quiet. The kind of deep silence you might find on the other side of a velvet rope in a closed museum or within a cathedral at night. Some of the senior staff murmured that such a stark room was hardly fitting for a king of Fillory, but Quentin had concluded that a perk of kingship was defining what was suitable for those craving high royal style. High King Elliot was their man. Elliot possessed an endless appetite for opulence. His own bedroom was a gilded, jewel-encrusted rococo den fit for a deity. It was, without question, entirely suitable. You know, in the Fillory books, people could actually step into the tapestries, Elliot remarked late one night, standing eye-level with a woven griffin and sipping amber liquid from a glass. "I know," Quentin replied, from where he lay on the bed in silk pajamas. "Believe me, I've tried. If they ever managed it, I have no idea how they look like ordinary tapestries to me. They don't even move like the ones in Harry Potter. Eli had brought a glass for Quentin, too. Quentin hadn't taken a drink yet, but he hadn't dismissed the idea either. He certainly wasn't going to let Elliot claim it, which he inevitably would once he finished his own. Quentin nestled the tumbler safely in the blankets beside him. "I'm not sure I'd want to get into this particular one," Elliot mused, studying the griffin. "I know, sometimes I wonder if he's trying to get out," Quentin said. "Now this fellow," Elliot continued, moving to a full-length portrait of an armored knight, "I wouldn't mind getting into his tapestry if you catch my meaning." "I catch your meaning. Imagine pulling that sword from its scabbard." "I get it." Elliot was clearly working his way toward something, but he couldn't be rushed. If he took much longer, Quentin was likely to doze off. "Do you think if I did step in, you'd see a tiny tapestry version of me running around in there?" "I'm not sure how I'd feel about that," Elliot pondered. Quentin waited, feeling a calm he hadn't known in ages since deciding to journey to the outer island. The windows were cracked open, allowing a flow of warm night air that carried the scent of late summer grass and the not-so-distant sea. "So, about this trip of yours," Elliot began at last. "About it. I don't understand why you're doing this. Do you have to? It's all quests and adventures sailing beyond the sunset. It doesn't matter. We don't need you here for the Jollibee affair. Honestly, one of us should go out there anyway. They probably don't even know they have kings and queens again. Just be sure to report back any, shall we say, interesting details as a matter of state security will do. But I want to talk to you about Julia. Oh." It was whiskey time, attempting to drink while lying down. Quentin took too large a swallow, igniting a fiery trail down his throat. He stifled a cough. "Look," he managed, his voice strained. "You're only the High King. You're not my father. I'll figure it out. Don't get defensive. I just want to be sure you know what you're doing. And what if I don't?" "Did I ever tell you," Elliot said, settling into one of the two chairs, "how Julia and I first met?" "Well, sure," Quentin said, though the exact details were hazy, not in minute detail, I suppose. The truth was they rarely spoke of that period. They talked around it. There were no fond memories for anyone, especially not after the catastrophe at Ember's tomb. Quentin had been left in a state of near death, entrusted to the care of some profoundly annoying yet astonishingly skilled centaurs, while Elliot and Janet and the others made their way back to the real world. He spent a full year recuperating in Fillory before returning to Earth and turning his back on magic entirely. Another 6 months passed with him pushing papers in a Manhattan office, a routine that only ended when Janet, Elliot, and Julia finally showed up to retrieve him. Without their intervention, he suspected he'd still be there. He was, and always would be, deeply thankful for that. Elliot gazed out the window into the pitch-black, moonless night, looking every bit like some exotic ruler in his ornate dressing gown, which appeared so heavily embroidered it couldn't possibly be comfortable. You realize Janet and I were in a pretty sorry state when we left Fillory, don't you? I do, though. At least Martin Chatwin didn't nearly bite you in two. Let's not compare tragedies, but yes, point taken. We were rattled, though. We cared for Alice, too, in our own ways. Even Janet did. And we thought we'd lost you along with her. We were thoroughly finished with Fillory and all its baggage, I assure you. Josh retreated to his parents in New Hampshire, and Richard and Aeneas vanished to resume whatever obscure pursuits they'd been engaged in before Fillory. Not exactly the morning type, those two. I couldn't bear the thought of New York again, and the prospect of my dreadful so-called family in Oregon was even worse, so I went home with Janet to Los Angeles. That, as it happened, was a brilliant move. You know, her parents are entertainment lawyers, fantastically wealthy, with a monstrous house in Brentwood, always working, with about as much visible emotional depth as a marble countertop. We moped around Brentwood for a week or two until Janet's parents grew tired of our post-traumatic faces slinking off to bed just as they were rising for some ungodly early squash game. They shipped us off to an exclusive spa in Wyoming for a couple of weeks. You wouldn't know the place. It was that kind of establishment, impossibly exclusive and absurdly pricey, but money is just a concept to those people, and I wasn't in a position to complain. Janet had practically been raised there. The staff all remembered her as a child. Can you picture it? Our Janet, a little girl. We had our own private bungalow, and what felt like an entire army of attendants at our beck and call. I think Janet had a dedicated manicurist for each individual fingernail. They performed this treatment with mud and heated stones. I swear there was magic in it. Nothing feels that transcendent without a little enchantment. Of course, the awful secret of such places is that they are mind-numbingly dull. You have no idea the depths of desperation we reached. I played tennis me. They became terribly fussy about drinking on the court. I'll have you know, I informed them it was simply part of my technique. You can't overhaul your form at my age. Well, by the third day, Janet and I were seriously contemplating sleeping with each other just to break the monotony. And then, like some shadowy angel of mercy swooping in to preserve my virtue, Julia showed up. It was like a scene from one of those Poirot mysteries set at a lavish estate. There was some commotion down by the pool. I never got the full story, but an enormous fuss was made. I suppose that's part of what you pay for, top-tier fuss-making. Anyway, the first time I saw our Julia, she was being carried through the lobby strapped to a backboard, dripping wet, swearing ferociously, and insisting she was perfectly fine. "Get your hands off me, you damned dirty apes," she snarled. The next afternoon I wandered down to the bar around 3 or 4, and there she was again, drinking alone, dressed entirely in black. Vodka gimlets, I believe. The mysterious woman in mourning. It was painfully clear she didn't belong at the spa. Her hair was an absolute bird's nest you literally cannot imagine, worse than it is now even. Her cuticles were bitten raw, shoulders permanently hunched, a nervous stutter. And she had no grasp of the social codes. She tried to tip the staff. She pronounced the names of French wines with an authentic French accent. Naturally, I was drawn to her immediately. I assumed she must be Russian. She was the daughter of a jailed oligarch, that kind of person. Only a Russian could afford a place like that and still have such terrible hair. Janet was convinced she'd just gotten out of rehab, and judging by appearances, was on her way straight back in. Regardless, we descended on her like we were starving. Our approach was delicate. The real challenge was avoiding her hair-trigger alarms. In the end, it was Janet, that queen of persuasion, who broke through. She stationed herself in a public lounge and loudly lamented a complicated computer problem. You could see our Julia wrestling with herself, but the outcome was inevitable. After that, well, you know how it goes on those getaways. Once you learn someone's name, they're everywhere. We kept bumping into each other. You wouldn't think a spot like that was her scene, would you? Yet there she was, buried in mud with cucumber slices over her eyes. She was always diving into baths and treatments. Once Janet tried joining her in a steam room, but Julia had cranked the heat so high everyone else had to bolt. She probably had them beat her with birch branches. It was as if she was trying to scrub away some persistent stain. It turned out she had a soft spot for cards, so we spent hours just drinking and playing three-handed bridge, not talking. We didn't know she was a magician, of course. How could we? But you could tell she was carrying some awful secret. And she had those qualities one appreciates in magicians. She was annoyingly clever, rather melancholy, and a little off-kilter. Honestly, I think part of why we liked her was that she reminded us of you. You know how in those Poirot stories he always escapes on vacation to avoid the mysteries, only to have a murder happen on the very island he fled to for peace and quiet and decent food. It was just like that, except we were running from magic. One night, She marked every log before adding it, scraping away some bark with a small silver knife. And then as I watched, I don't know how to make you understand, she knelt before the fire and started putting things into it. Some were clearly valuable, a rare seashell, an old book, a sprinkle of gold dust. Others must have just been precious to her, a piece of costume jewelry, an old photograph. Each time she tossed something in, she'd pause and wait, but nothing happened except the item burning or melting, giving off a foul odor. I don't know what she was hoping for, but it never came. Meanwhile, she grew more and more distressed. I felt completely cheap spying on her, but I couldn't turn away. Finally, she ran out of treasures, and then she started crying, and then she put herself into the fire. She crawled over the hearth and collapsed, half in and half out of the flames, sobbing uncontrollably. Her legs stuck out. It was horrible to watch. Her clothes caught fire immediately, of course, and her face was black with soot, but the flames never touched her skin. She was weeping bitterly. Her shoulders just shook and shook. Elliot stood and walked to the window. He fumbled with one of the small panes for a moment. Then must have found a latch Quentin had never noticed because he pulled the whole window open. Quentin couldn't see how he managed it. Elliot set his glass on the sill. He wasn't sure if what he felt was genuine love or just a convincing imitation of it. "I can't say I'm surprised," the man remarked. "You've always had a talent for choosing the most difficult path. Just hear me out." That moment was the first real confirmation she was one of us. The enchantment she wove was potent. I could sense its resonant frequency even above the crackle of the flames, and the light in the chamber took on a strange, otherworldly hue, yet so much of her craft was utterly indecipherable. It was clear she'd never had formal training. The incantation sounded like pure nonsense to my ears. I couldn't begin to grasp its mechanics or her intent, and she never offered an explanation, nor did I press for one. If forced to speculate, I'd say she was trying to call something back, something lost or stolen, a thing of immense personal value. And if I had to venture a second guess, I'd have to admit it wasn't going well at all. Chapter 3. The following day, Quentin traveled to the waterfront in a royal carriage, its interior lined with dark velvet and plush cushions. It felt secure and oddly familiar, like a rolling parlor. Beside him, Queen Julia swayed gently with the vehicle's motion. Facing them, knees nearly brushing, sat the admiral of Fillory's fleet. Quentin had resolved that if he was embarking on a journey to a remote island at the edge of the known world, he would do it right. There were protocols. For instance, a proper voyage required a worthy ship. While all vessels were technically at the Crown's disposal, most on standby were warships, which proved to be distressingly austere inside, rows of hammocks, hard bunks, not a decent cabin in sight. Entirely unsuitable for the official voyage of King Quentin, as Elliot insisted on spelling it in documents, so they were heading to the docks to find something appropriate. Quentin felt a surge of vitality and resolve he hadn't experienced in ages. This was the purpose he'd been lacking. The admiral, a man named Lacker, was surprisingly short, with a gaunt grayish face that looked as if it had been weathered from stone by decades of sea wind and salt spray. Quentin could have described what he wanted, but he chose not to. Putting his childish fantasy into words would have been mortifying. In truth, he was looking for a ship straight out of the Fillory books, specifically the Swift from the Secret Sea. In the story, pursued by the Watcherwoman, Jane and Rupert had hidden aboard the Swift, a ship crewed by pirates who were actually noblemen in disguise, seeking redemption. The narrative didn't provide precise nautical details, but it left a vivid impression, a brave, cozy little craft, elegant yet tough, with sleek lines and warm, glowing portholes that hinted at snug, orderly cabins below. Of course, in a novel, the perfect ship would simply be waiting at the dock, ready for his command. But this wasn't a storybook. This was Fillory itself. The responsibility was his. "I need something mid-sized," he stated, "comfortable, fast, and sturdy." "I understand. Will you be requiring cannon?" "No cannon. Well, perhaps a few, just a few. A few cannon. Admiral, please, don't be difficult. I'll know the right ship when I see it. If I somehow miss it, you point it out. Understood. Admiral Lacker gave a nearly invisible nod of agreement. Strive to be as undifficult as possible. White Spire rose from the edge of a sweeping crescent bay, its waters a peculiar pale shade of green. The harbor looked almost unnaturally ideal, as if some kindly deity had sculpted the coastline specifically to give mortals a convenient place to park their boats. For all Quentin knew, that was exactly what had happened. He had the carriage driver leave them at one tip of the waterfront. The three of them emerged, squinting in the bright morning light after the jostling gloom of the cab. The air was thick with the scents of salt, old timber, and tar, a heady, almost dizzying mix. Right then? Quentin announced, clapping his hands once. Let's get to it. They made their way slowly from one end of the docks to the other, navigating a chaotic landscape. They stepped over taut mooring lines, avoided flattened and desiccated fish remains, and wound between massive wooden posts, creaking winches, and intricate mazes of piled cargo crates. The harbor hosted a staggering array of ships from every corner of the Fillorian Empire and lands beyond. There was a monstrous black dreadnought with 9 masts and a leaping panther carved on its prow, and a blunt-nosed junk with a brick-red sail stiffened by horizontal slats. The collection included sloops, cutters, grand galleons, sleek schooners, menacing corvettes, and nimble little caravels. It was like a tub overflowing with ridiculously elaborate toys. The walk to the opposite end took a full hour. Quentin turned to Admiral Lacker. Well, what's your take? I believe the Hatchet, the Mayfly, or the Morgan Downs would be adequate for our purposes. Sure, I'm certain you're correct, Julia? Julia had been nearly silent the whole time, moving with a detached, somnambulant quality. Quentin recalled what Elliot had mentioned the previous evening. He wondered if Julia had discovered whatever she was searching for, or if she was still hoping to find it out on the outer island. It is irrelevant, she stated flatly. They are all acceptable, Quentin. The choice is meaningless. They were both correct, naturally. Plenty of the vessels looked perfectly seaworthy, even handsome. But none of them was the Swift. Quentin crossed his arms, narrowing his eyes against the late morning glare as he scanned the long line of docks. His gaze shifted to the ships anchored further out in the bay. What about those ones? The ones out there, Lacker pressed his lips together thoughtfully. Julia looked as well. Her eyes were still the unsettling black from the previous day, and she didn't bother shielding them from the sun, staring directly into its light. They are also at your disposal, Your Highness, Lacker confirmed. Naturally. Without a word, Julia walked with a straight back and steady gait along the nearest pier to where a simple-weathered fishing smack was tied. She leaped the gap onto its deck with ease and began loosening the lines. Come on, she called back. Lacker motioned for Quentin to go first. Sometimes action is required, Quentin, Julia said, as he climbed aboard after her. You waste too much time in hesitation. It felt good to be out on the open water, though the breeze was faint. As the day warmed, the smack began to emit a distinct fishy odor. Surprisingly, its owner emerged from below decks, where he must have been sleeping. He was a man weathered by sun and wind, with a gray beard, wearing a pair of overalls with questionable contents beneath. Lacker spoke to him in a tongue Quentin didn't understand. The fisherman didn't appear the least bit inconvenienced or even shocked to find his boat had been appropriated by 2 rulers and an admiral. Lacker, for his part, looked annoyingly at ease in the growing heat, despite his formal uniform as they inspected an even wider assortment of unsuitable ships. Most were anchored offshore because their deep hulls couldn't venture closer, a hulking warship, some noble's overindulgent pleasure yacht, a tubby, butter-yellow merchant vessel. What about that one? Quentin said, pointing. I must ask for your patience. Your Highness, my eyes are not what they once were, thanks to my service to our great nation. You cannot mean I do enough with the theatricality. That one right there, a low sandbar extended from one of the arms enclosing White Spire's great bay. In the shallow water beside it, a ship lay resting. The receding tide had left the vessel resting on its side in the shallow sand, its hull exposed like some great sea creature stranded ashore. That ship, Your Highness, hasn't sailed from this bay in many years, the Admiral observed, even so. Quentin's insistence was partly thoroughness, and partly a stubborn impulse to push back against the Admiral's thinly veiled condescension. The owner of the fishing smack shared a long, knowing glance with Admiral Lacker, a look that plainly said, "This man is in love with solid ground." "We should return to the Morgan Downs," Lacker suggested. "We will," Julia replied, "but King Quentin wishes to inspect that ship first." It took a good 10 minutes of tacking against the wind to reach it, the sails snapping as the fisherman worked his way closer. Quentin made a mental note to compensate the man generously later. They drifted in a slow circle around the wreck in the calm, shallow water. Its hull might have once been white, but now the paint was worn and scoured away to the bare, gray timber beneath. There was an unusual elegance to its lines, a kind of graceful sweep that felt both purposeful and beautiful. It ended in a long, slender bowsprit that had been broken cleanly in half. Quentin felt an unexpected fondness for it. It wasn't harsh and angular like a warship, nor overly delicate like a pleasure craft. It was stately, yet clearly built for work. A shame it was only a lifeless hull now, if only he'd arrived half a century sooner. "What's your opinion?" he asked. In the quiet, the smack's keel grated loudly against the sandy bottom. Admiral Lacker studied the distant horizon. He cleared his throat. "My opinion," he said, "is that ship has seen much better days. Any idea what it was?" "A workhorse," the fisherman spoke up, his voice rough. "Deer class. Used to run the route between here and Longfall." Quentin hadn't even realized the man spoke English. "It has lovely lines," Quentin said. "Or it did." That was, Lacker stated with grave sincerity, one of the most beautifully made ships ever to sail. Quentin couldn't tell if Lacker was being earnest. Then again, the Admiral didn't seem the type for humor. "Truly?" Quentin asked. "Nothing moved like the Deer class," Lacker continued. "They were built to haul berg spar from Longfall and bring back cold spice on the return. Fast and resilient. You could sail one through a storm and back." "Interesting. Why aren't there more of them, then?" "Longfall's berg spar ran dry," the fisherman said, suddenly talkative. "So we stopped sending the cold spice. That was the end for the Deer class. Most were broken up for their clockwood and sold for scrap. The Lorians built them. Every shipwright in Fillory tried to copy the design, but there was a secret to it." "That secret's been lost. My first command," Lacker recalled, "was a very fast picket out of Hartheim. Nothing in the fleet could catch us, but I once watched a Deer-class blow right past me heading north. We had studding sails set on both sides. It made us look as if we were anchored." Quentin nodded and rose carefully in the boat. A cloud of small birds lifted from the ship's battered hull, hovered on a sudden breeze, then settled back down. The smack had rounded to the far side, revealing the deck, which was caved in at 2 spots. Across the stern, faded paint spelled the name Muntjac. This wasn't some storybook tale, but if it were, this was exactly the sort of boat he would choose. "Well, that decides it," he said. "Take us back to the Morgan Downs, please. To the Morgan Downs, Your Highness." And once we're there, Quentin added, pointing at the Muntjac, "instruct the captain of the Morgan Downs to bring his floating rat trap over here and tow this wreck into dry dock." We're claiming it. The decision felt right. Some opportunities, it seemed, were never completely lost. As it turned out, Muntjac was the name of a type of deer. Getting the ship into anything resembling seaworthy shape would take weeks, even if Quentin used his royal authority to conscript the finest shipwrights in the city, which he promptly did. But that was fine. It gave him time for further preparations. He'd been sitting on a restless energy for so long, it was a relief to finally channel it into action, and he was surprised by how much of it he had to spend. The energy he felt could have lit up a small city. The following morning, Quentin had proclamations nailed up in every town square across the land. He was hosting a tournament, to be perfectly honest. Quentin's understanding of tournaments was hazy at best. He knew they were something kings did sometime after the time of Jesus, and before Shakespeare wrote his plays, which was as specific as he could get about the whole Middle Ages era. He was aware jousting was usually involved, but that held no appeal for him. It struck him as oddly symbolic and frankly hard on the horses. Sword fighting, however, that captured his imagination. Not the strict formal dance of fencing. He wanted something rougher, more like mixed martial arts with blades. He wanted to crown the undisputed no-excuses champion swordsman of all Fillory, so he sent out the call. In 1 week, Anyone who believed they could master a blade should appear at Castle Whitespire and start swinging until only one person remained standing. The prize was a modest but exquisite castle in a remote part of Fillory, and the honor of serving as the king's personal guard on a forthcoming journey to a secret destination. Elliot found him in the grand banquet hall, which was being emptied by a line of footmen, each carrying a chair.
"Your Highness," Elliot began, "what in the world is going on?"
"It's the only space large enough for the matches," Quentin replied, not looking up from his supervision.
"I suppose this is where I ask matches."
"What matches? For the tournament? Sword fighting. Weren't the posters clear?" Quentin turned to the housekeeper overseeing the work. "Take that table out, too. Just leave it in the corridor. I'm holding a tournament to find Fillory's greatest swordsman." "Couldn't you hold it outdoors?" Elliot asked, a note of exasperation creeping in. "What if it rains? What if I wish to have a meal? I instructed them to serve dinner in your receiving room tonight." "You'll have to hold your audiences elsewhere. Perhaps you can do that outside." Nearby, a man knelt on the marble floor, carefully marking out a dueling area with a piece of chalk. "Quentin," Elliot said, lowering his voice, "I just had a word with a member of the Shipwrights Guild. Do you have the faintest idea what that vessel of yours is costing the treasury?" "The Jackrabbit, is it? The Muntjac," Quentin corrected flatly. "It's costing us about 2 decades' worth of taxes from the outer islands," Elliot stated, answering his own question. "Just in case you were wondering, I wasn't particularly, but you do appreciate the irony," Quentin thought for a moment. "I do, but this isn't about money." "Then what is it about?" "It's about maintaining proper form," Quentin said. "You, of all people, should understand that." Elliot let out a long sigh. "I suppose I can see your point," he conceded, "and I need this." "That's all I can say," Elliot gave a slow nod. "I can see that, too." A few days later, the contestants began to drift into the city. They were a spectacularly strange collection, men and women of all sizes, some with a hunted look, others utterly wild, marked by scars, brands, shaved heads, and intricate tattoos. There was a walking skeleton and a suit of armor that moved on its own. They bore swords that hummed, glowed, burst into flame, or even seemed to sing. A dashing set of conjoined twins volunteered to compete separately, and should they defeat all others, nobly promised to duel each other. An intelligent sword arrived on a silk cushion, announcing it wished to enter, but required a bearer brave enough to wield it. On the tournament's first day, there were so many matches that some had to be held outside on wooden stages erected in the courtyards, despite Quentin's earlier worries. A festive, almost circus-like mood took hold. The season was shifting. It was the year's first genuinely crisp morning, and the fighters' breath made plumes of mist in the dawn air, as they performed bizarre stretches and warm-up rituals on the dew-soaked grass. It was, Quentin thought with a surge of satisfaction, absolutely perfect. He couldn't settle for a full bout, always distracted by the unmissable chaos in the next ring. Shouts, clashing steel, and strange battle cries shattered the morning quiet. It felt like a war zone, just without the bloodshed and misery. The tournament stretched over 3 long days before the finalists emerged. There were a few mishaps, a couple of explosions where illicit magic or weapons overpowered the safety wards, but thankfully nobody was seriously injured. He'd once entertained a foolish fantasy of entering the contest in disguise, but seeing the skill on display, he knew that would have been a catastrophe. He wouldn't have survived a minute. Quentin presided over the final match himself. Elliot and Janet graced the event with their presence, though Queen Julia deemed such a sweaty physical spectacle beneath her. A line of barons, court officials, and assorted hangers-on sat against the walls of the banquet hall, which looked pathetically unsuited for combat. He bitterly regretted not holding it outdoors. The last 2 competitors entered together side by side in silence. After all the build-up, they looked surprisingly similar, a man and a woman, both of average height and slender build, with nothing outwardly remarkable about them. They were cool, detached professionals from the upper ranks of the Mercenaries' Guild, here strictly for business. The potential violence coiled within their lean frames remained dormant for now, potent but still contained. The woman was Arrol. The man's name, absurdly, was Bingle. Arrol fought, veiled and tightly wrapped, like a shadow. She had a reputation as an elegant technical fighter, a purist whose form had never been broken, let alone touched. Her sword was an oddity, a slightly curved blade that recurved back on itself like an elongated letter S. Pretty, Quentin thought, but a nightmare to carry. You'd never get it into a standard scabbard. Bingle was an olive-skinned man with heavy-lidded eyes that gave him a permanently sorrowful look. He wore a faded uniform that might have once belonged to an officer stripped of its insignia, and he fought with a thin, whippy blade featuring an intricate basket hilt that looked distinctly un-Fillorian. Though undefeated, the gossip suggested he'd won more through evasion than engagement. One notorious duel had dragged from morning until nearly sunset, consisting of endless feints and retreats holding up the entire bracket. In another match, his opponent simply stepped over the boundary line after the opening bell, forfeiting immediately. Apparently they'd met before, and once was enough. Quentin was eager to see someone finally force Bingle to stand and fight. With a nod from Quentin, the master of sword began the match. Aral initiated a sequence of highly stylized movements, her recurved blade tracing fluid, intricate patterns in the air. She didn't advance. She seemed immersed in a ritualistic, almost abstract martial exercise. Bingle watched for a moment, the tip of his blade twitching nervously. Then, to the crowd's delight, he joined the dance, mirroring her movements perfectly. It was hilarious, like a street mime copying a stranger, but neither fighter cracked a smile. Later, Quentin couldn't pinpoint the exact moment the preamble ended and the real fight began. The two combatants simply drifted too close, and it was like a candle flame accidentally brushing against a curtain. A spark bridged the gap, the perfect symmetry shattered, and the fissile material achieved criticality. Suddenly, the room echoed with a rapid-fire clatter of steel meeting steel. At this level of skill, the action blurred into a speed Quentin couldn't track. The intricate details of every move, countermove, and feint were a language only the two combatants understood. Their shared style was a whirlwind of arcs and spins, a constant dance of motion, where every search for an opening met a dead end. It felt as if they were reading each other on a molecular level, cataloging the tiniest twitch, tell, and shift of weight. A pass would begin with beautiful set sequences, sometimes even incorporating a flip or a somersault, only for the flow to rupture into chaos until blades tangled and locked, forcing a disengagement to start anew. Jesus, Quentin thought, the reality settling in. He was actually going to board a ship with one of these individuals. It felt overwhelmingly genuine, yet utterly electrifying. Here were people who understood their purpose with absolute clarity and never hesitated to fulfill it, regardless of victory or defeat. Then, abruptly, it ended. Aral overcommitted with a massive overhand chop. Bingle barely rolled clear, and by sheer luck her blade wedged fast in a crack between two flagstones. Springing from his roll, Bingle kicked at it reflexively, and the sword snapped cleanly in half. Aral stepped back, not hiding her irritation, and signaled her concession. But Bingle shook his head, dissatisfied with the fluky nature of his win. He wanted to continue. He looked to Quentin for a decision, so did everyone else. Well, if Bingle wanted to adhere to the honorable rules, then so be it. Quentin wouldn't mind seeing more of the spectacle himself. He drew his own sword and offered it to Aral, hilt first. She tested its balance, gave a grudging nod, and resumed her stance. The match was back on. 5 minutes later, Bingle leaped over a low cut and attempted a mid-air maneuver that somehow entangled itself in Aral's ninja wrappings. He wound up awkwardly close, inside her guard, seizing the moment she drove 3 savage punches into his ribs. He grunted, staggering back toward the chalk boundary line. Quentin was certain he would ring out, but at the last possible second, Bingle realized his position. He spun, leaped balletically for the wall, pushed off, executed a full aerial somersault, and landed lightly on his feet, just in bounds. The crowd gasped and applauded. It was a circus act, theatrical and over the top. Aral, visibly annoyed, ripped off her headscarf, shaking free a surprising cascade of wavy auburn hair before resetting her stance. "I'd bet anything she practiced that hair toss in a mirror for hours," Eliot whispered, his tone dripping with sarcastic appreciation. The fight's entire dynamic shifted. Bingle abandoned the formal balletic style they had both employed. Quentin had assumed that was his specialty, but it soon became clear the man was a technical oddity, able to shift fighting styles at will. He came at her like a berserker, fast and furious, then cycled rapidly through a courtly dueling mode into a shouting, stamping, kendo form. Arrol grew increasingly flustered, trying to adapt, which was precisely Bingle's goal. Breaking her silence with a shout, she lunged flat out. Bingle met her attack with a parry so absurd it bordered on comedy. He stopped her blade, Quentin's blade, with the very tip of his own, so the two swords met point to point. They bent perilously, almost doubling over. For one unbearably tense second, the air filled with the worrying screech of stressed metal before Bingle's sword snapped with a sharp, vibrant twang. He jerked his head aside to avoid a flying shard, and then hurled his useless hilt at Arrol in disgust. The pommel thudded against her temple, but she shrugged it off. She paused, clearly considering whether to extend him the same courtesy he had offered her moments before. After a moment of internal deliberation, no doubt weighing matters of honor, principle, and the defense of castles, she raised her sword for a final, decisive overhand strike aimed at Bingle's shoulder. Bingle's eyes shut as he dropped swiftly to one knee. He made no attempt to evade the descending blade. Instead, his hands came together in a fluid, perfectly timed motion right in front of him. For a heartbeat, everything seemed to freeze. Quentin wasn't immediately certain what he'd just witnessed, but the room erupted into stunned uproar. He rose from his seat for a clearer look. Bingle had caught the razor-sharp steel cleanly between his bare palms, halting it mid-swing. The precision of it was staggering. Every micro-movement, every fraction of energy and time must have been calculated perfectly. It took Arrol a second to process the impossible act, and Bingle didn't give her that second back. Using the element of surprise, he yanked the sword toward himself, wrenching it from her grasp. With a practiced flip, the hilt slapped firmly into his palm, and he leveled the point at her throat. The duel was decisively over. "Holy cow," Elliot blurted out. "Did you just see that? Unbelievable." The gathered nobility shed all pretense of dignified restraint. They leaped to their feet, cheering loudly, and swarmed around the victor. Quentin and Elliot whooped right along with them. Yet Bingle appeared utterly unmoved, his hooded eyes as inscrutable as ever. He shouldered through the celebrating crowd, approached Quentin's throne, knelt, and presented the sword back to its owner. It was a gesture of pure, silent protocol. The next time Quentin made his way down to the waterfront, the Muntjac was a hive of activity. Workmen swarmed over it with a focused intensity, like bees restoring a hive, except they were rebuilding the ship from the keel up. Every inch of the vessel was being sanded, varnished, tightened, reinforced, or outright replaced, now held securely in dry dock upon a thicket of sturdy supports. Her sprung planks had been fixed, her seams caulked and tarred, and her hull painted a sleek jet black with crisp white trim. The discordant symphony of hammers echoed from all sections of the frame. Force, crade, what's Meanwhile, in a vast hangar-like sail loft alive with light and motion, an army of sailmakers were stitching hundreds of yards of fresh canvas, a surprisingly technical ballet of needles and heavy cloth. The air was rich with the honest scents of sawdust and fresh paint. Quentin breathed it in deeply. It felt like a return to life. He hadn't been dead exactly, but he'd been in a kind of limbo, merely existing. This was different. With only a couple of days remaining before the Muntjac could be refloated, Quentin slipped away to the map room in Castle Whitespire to research his destination. The outer island might have been the least glamorous leg of the journey, but he needed to know how to find it. After the noisy bustle of the docks, the map room was an oasis of cool, profound quiet. One entire wall was glass, while the opposite was dominated by a magnificent floor-to-ceiling map of Fillory, stretching from the northern reaches of Loria down to the southern sands of the wandering desert. A rolling library ladder provided access to study any section up close. The closer you looked, the more detail emerged. You could practically make out individual trees in the Queenswood, though no dryads were to be seen. A subtle cartographical magic brought the map to gentle life. One could watch tiny waves perpetually crash upon the swept coast. Leaning in, Quentin could even hear the faint, rhythmic roar of them, like the sound inside a seashell. A creeping line of shadow advanced slowly across the parchment, marking the relentless transition from day to night across the whole of Fillory. Above, the arched ceiling was painted like a night sky, a deep blue-black dotted with faint, shimmering stars arranged in the constellations of Fillory. This was the kingdom Quentin ruled, and from this vantage it appeared just as he had imagined it as a child, lush, green, and wondrously magical, exactly like the maps printed inside the covers of the Fillory and further books. He could have lost himself gazing at it for hours. The map room itself was far from bustling. The sole attendant was a sullen teenager with a heavy fringe of black hair that nearly covered his eyes. Hunched over a table, he was intensely focused on a complex calculation, manipulating a set of polished steel cartography tools. It took him a long moment to notice he had a visitor. When he finally glanced up, he offered his name with clear reluctance, Benedict. He might have been 16. Quentin suspected visitors to the map room were rare, and kings rarer still. Benedict seemed entirely unpracticed in showing any form of deference. Quentin understood. He himself had little patience for excessive bowing and formality, but he still needed a map. "What can you show me that includes the outer island?" Benedict's gaze went distant for a second, as if consulting some internal catalogue. Then he shuffled over to a wall lined with small, square drawers. He pulled one open, they were shallow but surprisingly deep, and retrieved a single scroll. The room's centerpiece was a massive wooden table fitted with an intricate brass apparatus. With a deftness that contrasted sharply with his earlier sluggishness, Benedict secured the scroll into the mechanism and turned a crank. The handle smoothly unfurled the parchment, flattening a section for viewing. The scroll was much longer than Quentin had anticipated. Yard after yard of nearly empty parchment slid by, marked only with graceful arcs of latitude and longitude, or whatever Fillorian equivalents existed, charting vast stretches of open sea. Finally, Benedict stopped at a small, jagged speck of land labeled in elegant italics, the outer island. "That must be the place," Quentin remarked, his tone dry. Benedict offered no confirmation, his eyes fixed elsewhere. The boy was visibly uneasy with direct eye contact, and it struck Quentin, who he resembled. This was likely exactly how he himself had appeared to others at 16. A pervasive fear of everything and everyone, masked by a layer of contempt, with the harshest contempt reserved for oneself. "It looks pretty remote," Quentin observed. "How many days by ship?" "Dunno," Benedict muttered, though he immediately contradicted his own indifference by adding, almost against his will, 3, maybe. It's 477 miles, nautical miles. What's the difference? Nautical's longer by. How much? 265 yards, Benedict recited automatically, and a bit. Quentin was quietly impressed. Someone somewhere had evidently managed to drill some knowledge into this boy. The brass map reader featured several articulated arms, each tipped with an adjustable lens. Quentin pivoted one, and a magnified image of the outer island came into focus. It was shaped roughly like a peanut, with a star marked at one end. Its border was a thick, dark line, shadowed by a fainter outline, perhaps suggesting waves or the submerged contour of the landmass. It matched his expectations. A delicate black thread, a single meandering stream, traced a path from the interior down to the coast. Beside the star in smaller letters was the word outer. Presumably that was the island's sole settlement. The lens revealed little else. It mostly just made the fine grain of the parchment appear rough and textured. Who lives there, fisherman, I guess? There's a crown agent stationed there. That's why it has a star for a moment. They both simply looked at the tiny marked star on the map, a lone point of order in a sea of empty parchment. Benedict didn't hold back. "This map is terrible," he declared, leaning in until his face was almost brushing the parchment. "Just look at the contour lines. Why are you even asking about this place?" "Because I'm going there. Seriously, what for?" Quentin paused. "You know, that's a fair question. Are you searching for the key?" "What key?" "No, I'm not looking for any key. It's from a story," Benedict explained, with the exaggerated patience of someone talking to a child. "The tale says that's where you find the key that winds up the world, or so they claim." Quentin had little patience for Fillory fairy tales. "You should come with me," he suggested instead. "If this map is so awful, you could chart a proper one." Suddenly, he felt like a life coach for a moody teenager. Something in the boy's demeanor made Quentin want to rattle his cage, to pull him out of his smug, sheltered bubble where he judged everyone else's adventures from the safety of his desk. Maybe it would get him to focus on something other than his own brooding for once. It was tougher than it seemed. "I'm not certified for expeditions," Benedict muttered, looking back down. "My title is cartographer, not explorer." Quentin noticed how Benedict's eyes kept drifting back to the map, to that odd misshapen landmass. Clearly, the young man felt more at home with representations of places than with the places themselves. "The topography is just—" He sucked his teeth in disgust. Good grief. Good grief was a phrase the younger Fillorians had adopted from their human rulers. They'd never quite grasped its original meaning, and were convinced it was a mild curse. "By the authority of the Kingdom of Fillory," Quentin announced with mock solemnity, "I hereby grant you full field certification. Will that do? I should have worn my crown for this." Benedict just shrugged, awkward and embarrassed. It was exactly how Quentin would have reacted a decade ago. He almost felt a flicker of sympathy for the kid. Benedict probably believed no one could ever understand his unique angst, which only highlighted for Quentin how much he himself had changed. Perhaps he could actually guide him. Consider it. We'll need someone to revise the charts anyway. The map's artistry looked perfectly fine to Quentin. Absently, he turned the handle on the ornate brass viewer. It was a clever device. Hidden gears whirred, and the outer island slid away, getting rolled up on the far side of the scroll. He kept cranking. Yards of creamy, mostly blank parchment passed by, sporadically marked with faint grids and tiny numerals, nothing but open sea. Eventually the scroll ran out, and the loose end sprang free, flapping uselessly. "Not a lot out there," Quentin remarked, feeling he ought to say something. "It's the final scroll in the archive," Benedict said. "No one's touched it since I started working here." "Can I borrow it?" Benedict wavered. "It's fine. I'm the king. Remember, technically, it's my map to begin with. I still need you to log it out." Benedict meticulously rolled the scroll, secured it in a leather tube, and handed over a signed slip authorizing its removal from the map room. His full signature read Benedict Fenwick. Quentin almost winced. Benedict Fenwick. Good grief. No wonder the kid was so sullen. Quentin's own resources included a resurrected antique ship, a frighteningly skilled fighter, and a queen whose magic was as puzzling as her motives. It wasn't exactly an epic fellowship on a grand quest. He wasn't trying to save the world from a dark lord, but rather to conduct a bureaucratic review of some provincial islanders. It would have to suffice. They departed Castle Whitespire exactly 3 weeks after Jolliby's death. A brisk, salty wind swept the docks, and the sails of the muntjac seemed eager to drink it in and bolt for the horizon in pursuit of more. They were a brilliant white, emblazoned with the faint pale blue ram of Fillory, their edges fluttering with restless energy. She was a magnificent creature. A brass band played on the quay, the conductor desperately urging his musicians louder, though the wind snatched the notes away the moment they left the bells of their horns with 30 minutes to spare. Benedict Fenwick arrived carrying only a small bag packed with clinking cartography tools. Captain Clapton, Julia had already retreated to her quarters with the clear intention of staying there until land was sighted. "I will. You'll manage without us?" "I'll manage just fine. If you discover what happened to Jollibee," Quentin said, "feel free to handle the culprit. Don't wait up. Appreciated. For the record, I doubt it was the Fenwicks. I think they just find us insufferable." Quentin recalled their first meeting, how strange Elliot's crooked jaw had seemed. Now it was as familiar and natural as the curve of a whale's jaw. "I suppose I could deliver a grand speech," Elliot mused, "but there's no audience for it. I'll just imagine you're inspiring me to uphold Fillorian honor and remind these outer islanders, who likely just neglected their taxes, if they even have anything to tax, that we represent all that is just and true. You're genuinely excited for this, aren't you? To be honest, it's taking every ounce of my willpower not to sprint up that plank right now." "All right, then," Elliot said. "Go. Oh, and we have an additional passenger. I nearly forgot. The talking animals sent a representative." "What? Who is it?" "Precisely. Who or what, it's always unclear. They're already aboard. My apologies. It was a political necessity. You could have consulted me. I considered it, but I feared you might refuse. I miss you already. See you in a week." Quentin moved lightly up the plank, which was swiftly pulled in after him. The deck erupted with shouted nautical commands. He carefully navigated the busy sailors to reach the stern. The ship groaned and leaned heavily as it pushed away from the dock. The stationary world around them began to drift and sway. Once they cleared the harbor, the atmosphere shifted, the air grew cooler, the wind strengthened, and the water turned a steely, choppy gray. Great swells rolled beneath the hull. The Muntjack's vast sails filled with wind, and new timbers settled into the strain with comfortable cracks. Quentin walked to the very back and gazed at the churned, foaming wake. He felt a profound sense of belonging here. He patted the ship's worn railing. Unlike so much else in Fillory, the Muntjack relied on him, and he had not failed her. He straightened his posture. Some heavy, invisible burden loosened its grip, lifted from his shoulders, and was carried off on the brisk wind. Let it bother someone else for a while, he thought. It would probably be waiting when he returned, but for now it could wait. When he turned to go below, Julia was standing silently behind him. He hadn't heard her approach. The wind tangled her dark hair wildly around her face. She looked astonishingly beautiful. Perhaps it was a trick of the light, but her skin seemed to hold a silvery, otherworldly glow, as if a touch would deliver a static shock. If they were ever destined to fall in love, it would happen on this voyage. They stood together watching White Spire shrink and finally vanish behind the distant point. She had journeyed all the way from Brooklyn, just as he had. She might have been the only person in the universe who truly understood what all of this meant to him. "Not too shabby, huh, Jules?" he remarked, inhaling the sharp, salty air. "I know this whole voyage is kind of insane when you think about it, but just look at this." He swept a hand toward the expanse, the vessel, the gusting wind, the endless sky, the ocean, the two of them standing there. "We really should have done this years ago." Julia's face remained impassive. Her eyes had never recovered their ordinary color after what happened in the woods. They stayed that unsettling black, which looked oddly ancient paired with her youthful freckles. "I hadn't even realized we'd set sail," she stated flatly. Chapter 4. To grasp what truly happened to Julia, you have to return to the start, to that bitterly cold, wretched afternoon in Brooklyn when Quentin sat for his Breakbill's entrance exam. Julia took that very same test that day, and afterward she effectively lost 3 years. Her story began on the same date as Quentin's, but it unfolded as a completely different tale. That day, as Quentin, James, and Julia strolled down Fifth Avenue on their way to the boys' Princeton interviews, Quentin's existence was ripped wide open. Julia's wasn't. Instead, it developed a fissure. At first, it was just a hairline crack, hardly worth a second glance. It was damaged, sure, but still functional, still perfectly usable. No sense in tossing the whole thing out. It was a decent enough life. Well, maybe not decent, but it got the job done for a time. She'd said her goodbyes to James and Quentin in front of the brick townhouse. They went inside. She turned and walked away. A light rain began to fall. She went to the library. She was reasonably certain this much was true. This sequence of events probably actually occurred. Then came the part that didn't happen. She'd sat in the library with her laptop and a pile of books and composed her paper for Mr. Karras. A genuinely excellent paper focusing on a 19th century experimental utopian socialist community in upstate New York. The group had some admirable principles, but was also known for some deeply unsettling sexual customs, and it eventually lost its momentum and transformed into a remarkably successful silverware corporation. Julia had developed some theories about why the entire endeavor functioned more effectively as a purveyor of flatware than as an attempt to build Christ's kingdom on earth. She was fairly confident in her conclusions. She'd crunched the numbers, and in her experience, crunching the numbers usually yielded solid answers. James met up with her at the library. He recounted the bizarre events of his interview, which were strange enough given that the interviewer had turned up dead. Then she went home, ate dinner, retreated to her room, finished the paper, which took her until 4 in the morning, caught 3 hours of sleep, dragged herself up, skipped her first 2 classes to polish the endnotes, and made it to school just in time for social studies. Mission accomplished. Looking back, the whole episode had a peculiar dream-like quality to it, but then again, pulling an all-nighter and surviving on 3 hours of sleep often leaves you feeling that way. Things didn't truly begin to unravel until a week later, when she got the graded paper back. The issue wasn't the grade itself. It was a good grade, an A-. Mr. K didn't hand those out like candy. The problem was, what exactly was the problem? She reread the paper. While it flowed well, some of the content felt unfamiliar, but she'd been writing in a frenzy. The detail that tripped her up was the same one Mr. K had caught. She'd gotten a date wrong. The utopian community she wrote about had clashed with a change in federal statutory rape laws, disturbing, truly disturbing, that occurred in 1878. She knew that, yet her paper stated 1881. Mr. K would never have noticed the discrepancy, though, come to think of it, he was a pretty creepy guy himself, and she wouldn't put it past him to be familiar with a statutory rape law or two, except that Wikipedia made the identical mistake, and Mr. lived for spot-checking to catch students leaning on Wikipedia. He had verified the date, consulted Wikipedia, and marked a bold red X in the margin of Julia's paper. Followed by a minus sign next to her A, he was genuinely disappointed in her. Julia was equally stunned. She never relied on Wikipedia, partly because she was aware Mr. K cross-referenced everything, but more importantly, she took pride in her accuracy, unlike many of her peers. She meticulously reviewed her entire paper and uncovered a second error, then a third that was sufficient. She began examining her saved drafts, as she always kept separate versions during the writing process. Track changes in Word was utterly useless, and she needed to pinpoint exactly when the mistakes had crept in. Yet the strangest discovery was that no other drafts existed. Only the final version remained. This seemingly minor detail, with its handful of logical explanations, became the trigger that launched Julia from the comfortable routine of her existence. Sitting on her bed, she stared at the file, its creation timestamp aligning with a dinner she vividly remembered, and a cold dread settled over her. The more she pondered, the clearer it became that she possessed 2 distinct sets of memories for that afternoon. One felt unnervingly plausible, like a passage from a tedious realist novel, more focused on assembling believable details than crafting an engaging narrative. It felt manufactured. That was the version where she visited the library, met James, had dinner, and finished her paper. The other memory was utterly deranged in that one. She had gone to the library and used one of the shabby public computers near the circulation desk. Her search produced a call number so unusual, it placed the book in a sub-basement level, a place she was certain the library didn't have, as there was no sub-basement. As if moving through a dream, she approached the brushed steel elevator. There, beneath the standard button for B, a new round plastic button labeled SB had appeared. She pressed it, and it lit up. The sinking feeling in her stomach was just the ordinary sensation of rapid descent, the kind you feel when dropping toward a fluorescent-lit underworld of metal shelves and exposed pipes. But when the doors opened, she didn't find a storage level. Instead, she stepped onto a sun-drenched stone terrace behind what appeared to be a grand country house, surrounded by lush gardens. It wasn't a house, the residents explained. It was a school named Brakebills, and they were magicians. They believed she might have the talent to join them. All she had to do was pass one simple test. Waking up that first morning aboard the Muntjac, Quentin could only liken it to his first morning at Brakebills. His cabin was long and narrow, with his bed positioned opposite a row of windows just a few feet above the waterline. The first sight to greet him was those windows, dotted with spray and blazing with sunlight reflected off the sea, which they were racing across at a breathtaking speed. Every inch of space was utilized with bookshelves, cabinets, and drawers ingeniously fitted into the walls and under the bed, making the cabin feel like an intricate puzzle box. He placed his bare feet on the wide, cool planks of the floor. He could feel the gentle pitch and roll of the ship and the subtle lean induced by the wind. It was like being carried inside some enormous, benevolent sea creature whose sole delight was to gallop across the waves with him nestled within. Quentin belonged to that fortunate and perhaps irritating group of people utterly immune to seasickness. He retrieved his clothes from the small dresser set into the wall, or the bulkhead as he supposed it was properly called on a ship. The tidy rows of books on the shelf above his bunk, secured by a slim board to keep them in place during rough seas, caught his eye. Breakfast prospects didn't excite him, and the less thought given to the bathroom facilities the better. But aside from those minor grievances, he felt remarkably at peace. It had been months, perhaps years, since he'd experienced such lightness. On the main deck he was conspicuously idle. The Muntjac operated with a lean crew of 8, and every visible member was intently occupied, steering, splicing lines, scrubbing planks, or scaling the rigging. Julia was absent, while Admiral Lacker and Benedict were animatedly debating a point of navigation with an energy Quentin hadn't believed either possessed. His own role as a potential weather consultant seemed unnecessary. Julia was more skilled in that area, and besides, the conditions were perfect: a crisp northwest wind and a cloudless sky. On a whim, he decided to climb the mast approaching the smallest of the 3 masts. He swung his arms to loosen his shoulders. Likely a foolish impulse, but hadn't everyone dreamed of scaling a sailing ship at full tilt? It always appeared effortless in films. This mast, however, wasn't designed for climbing. No rungs or steps, just brass cleats and ropes. He placed a foot on a cleat. The helmsman glanced over. "Your king is climbing the mast, good sir, and no, he hasn't the faintest idea what he's doing. Carry on." The ascent was challenging, but not impossible. Where cleats or spars were lacking, ropes would do, provided he avoided tugging the wrong line. He scraped 2 knuckles and drove a thick splinter deep into the pad of his thumb. The entire mast vibrated with a deep, resonant tension, a feeling of forces balanced between wind above and water below. What he hadn't anticipated was the biting cold that set in almost immediately, as if he'd ascended into a different climate layer. Nor had he accounted for the alarming angle of the ship's heel. The slight tilt was negligible on deck, but from this height the vessel seemed poised to capsize at any moment. He repeatedly told himself it wasn't actually about to roll over and send them all to the depths, probably. By the time he reached the top, he was no longer above the deck at all. A plumb line from his perch would have dropped straight into the rushing sea, a torrent of rough green glass. Off the starboard side, about 50 feet out, a massive blunt-nosed shape, milky gray, and keeping pace just below the surface, caught his eye. It wasn't a whale, its tail was vertical, a colossal fish, perhaps, or a shark. As he watched, it descended into the gloom, growing faint and indistinct until it vanished entirely. The higher you climb, the more you grasp how insignificant you are in the grand scheme. The descent was simpler. Safely back on the solid deck, a contrary impulse took him. He would go down into the hold. The bright noise of the working world vanished the moment he stepped through the dark hatch. 3 short flights of stairs led to the very bottom of the Muntjac's self-contained universe. It was noticeably warmer there, the damp, sweating timbers conveying the immense pressure of the ocean just beyond. The space was crammed nearly to capacity with supplies, leaving little room to maneuver and offering no scenic views in the quiet. He noticed a small, forgotten crate labeled Dried Figs, Port of Baltimore, a mundane relic from a world that already felt distant. Quentin was heading back toward the ladder, ready to climb up to what passed for reality in Fillory, when a strange, furry face appeared upside down in the gloom. He let out a sharp, decidedly unkingly yelp and bumped his head on a low beam. As his vision adjusted, he saw the creature hanging comfortably from a crossbeam, looking as if it had spent its entire life in that position. It had a peculiar, almost melted appearance. "Hello," it said. Well, that answered one question. Their talking animal was a sloth. It was quite possibly the ugliest mammal Quentin had ever laid eyes on. "Hi," Quentin replied. "I didn't know anyone was down here." "Nobody ever does," the sloth said calmly. "I do hope you'll visit again. Often. The voyage to the outer island took 3 days, and with each day the heat grew more intense." They left behind the crisp autumn shores and cold gray waters of Whitespire, sailing east into warmer tropical climes. The fact that they were heading east to find warmer weather rather than north or south struck the earthborn travelers as odd, but none of the Fillorian crew batted an eye. It made Quentin wonder if this world was even round. Benedict, for one, had never heard of an equator. The crew switched into lightweight white uniforms. Benedict stood beside Admiral Lacker at the helm, carefully studying a book of navigational charts that mapped the approach to the island. Page after page was filled with technical dots and swirling isobars. Working in tandem, they guided the ship through a hidden maze of shoals and reefs invisible to anyone else, until the island finally appeared on the horizon. A small bump of white sand and dense green jungle, with a gentle peak at its center. It looked almost exactly as he had pictured it. They rounded a rocky point and entered a calm, shallow bay. The moment they did, the wind died completely. The Munchak glided into the center of the harbor on its last bit of momentum, its wake gently ruffling the placid green water. The sails hung limp in the sudden silence. The scene could have been a sleepy resort on the French Riviera. The shore was a narrow strip of sand littered with dried seaweed and fibrous debris from the palm trees, all baking under the afternoon sun. A wharf and a few low buildings stood at one end, along with one rather grand structure that might have been a hotel or a private club. Not a single person was in sight. Probably everyone was taking a midday nap. Despite himself, Quentin felt a flicker of anticipation. "Don't be stupid," he told himself. "This is just an errand. We're here to collect taxes." They lowered the launch quietly. Quentin climbed in, followed by Bingle and Benedict, who momentarily forgot his usual sullen demeanor in his eagerness to begin his survey. At the last second, Julia emerged from below and slipped aboard without a word. The sloth, still hanging contentedly from its beam in the hold, declined to join them, though it did mention just before closing its heavy-lidded eyes that if they happened upon any especially tender shoots or even a small lizard, they should remember it was an omnivore. A long, rickety pier extended from the wharf out into the water, crowned by a ridiculous little cupola at the far end. They rowed toward it. The bay was as smooth as a mill pond through the entire landing operation. They hadn't seen or heard another soul. "Spooky," Quentin said aloud. "Please tell me this isn't one of those Roanoke situations where the whole place is abandoned?" No one replied. He missed having Elliot to banter with, or even Janet. If Julia understood the reference or found it amusing, she gave no sign. She had kept to herself since leaving Whitespire, unwilling to talk or even brush against anyone. She sat with her hands in her lap, elbows tucked close. Quentin raised a folding telescope he had enchanted to reveal both visible and invisible beings, at least most kinds. He scanned the shoreline. The waterfront was genuinely empty. The telescope had an extra dial. When adjusted, it could rewind the view a short way back in time. No one had walked that beach for at least an hour. The wooden pier groaned under the oppressive, motionless heat. Quentin felt the weight of his crown, a silent argument for leading the way, but Bingle was already stepping forward, his usual grim demeanor a stark contrast to his whimsical name. The grand white building ahead, with its peeling paint and Ionic columns, stood like a forgotten relic of the Old South. Bingle pushed through the heavy glass doors, and Quentin followed close behind. A flicker of adventurous anticipation cutting through the humid air inside. The sudden coolness and darkness were a relief. As his eyes adjusted, Quentin took in the shabby grandeur of the room, dominated by a central desk where a little girl with straight blonde hair was fiercely concentrating on a drawing. She spun around at their entrance. "Mommy, people are here," she shouted up the staircase before turning back to them. "Try not to track sand inside," she instructed matter-of-factly, then returned to her artwork. "Welcome to Fillory," she added, not looking up. Her name was Eleanor, a 5-year-old artist specializing in bunny pegasi, winged rabbits that left Quentin wondering, not for the first time here, about the line between imagination and reality. Her mother descended the stairs with a crisp efficiency, her heels clicking, her jacket and skirt giving her an air of officialdom. She was pretty, with thin lips and a complexion too pale for the tropics. With a practiced motion, she shifted Eleanor from the chair, and the girl gathered her drawings and scampered upstairs. "Welcome to the kingdom of Fillory," the woman said in a low, throaty voice. "I am the customs agent. State your names and countries of origin." She opened a large ledger, a hefty purple stamp poised in her hand. "I'm Quentin Coldwater," he said. "I'm a king of Fillory. There were 2, after all." She paused, her eyebrows arching with a blend of businesslike procedure and subtle, ironic amusement. There was a definite vampish quality to her performance. "You're the king of Fillory, one of them, yes?" She set the stamp down and in the column marked occupation wrote "King," in that case, from Fillory. "I suppose so." She made another note, sighed theatrically, and closed the ledger, the stamp unused. "There's minimal paperwork for locals. I had hoped you'd come from overseas." "It's more interesting address, His Highness, with the proper respect," Bingle interjected sharply. "You are speaking to your king, not some itinerant dock worker." "I'm aware," she replied, a smile playing on her lips. "He mentioned it. Then use his proper title." "My apologies," she said, turning to Quentin with poorly concealed amusement. "Your Highness, we don't receive many monarchs. It's an adjustment." "Quite all right," Quentin said, waving a hand. "Bingle, I believe I can manage my own royal dignity. Thank you." He turned back to the agent. "You're welcome to stamp something if you like. I wouldn't mind." Bingle's look said everything. "You have no conception of kingship, none whatsoever." The agent, whose name was Elaine, proved a gracious host once the formalities were concluded. She explained that cocktails were customary on the outer island in about an hour, but perhaps they would like a tour before then. They agreed eagerly. She warned them, however, that someone would likely end up carrying Eleanor, who, while sweet, was notoriously distractible and averse to walking. "She's a dreadful flirt," Elaine added with a wry smile, a new detail that hinted at the child's charming, manipulative ways. The whole encounter left Quentin feeling both officially acknowledged and utterly out of his depth, a king in a realm where protocol was as peeling and unpredictable as the paint on the walls. She made a beeline for the men in the group, and once she pegged you as a soft touch, you'd be her personal pack mule for the entire day. Elaine led them through what was revealed to be the embassy, a surprisingly elegant building with a dim, club-like atmosphere. It was filled with deep leather chairs and dark wood paneling, reminiscent of an old English gentleman's club. It was difficult to imagine the extravagant era when all this finery had been shipped across the ocean and assembled here. The outer island must have truly known its glory days. They exited through a rear gate and followed a rough cart path carved through the lush tropical foliage. Elaine plucked a tart, sweet fruit from a low branch and offered it to Quentin with a purr. "Give this a taste." The fruit was packed with tight clusters of seeds that you were meant to spit out into the undergrowth. The briny scent of the sea gradually faded, replaced by the thick green, chlorophyll-heavy air of the jungle. Every so often they passed a white, painted, rusting wrought iron gate, with a path winding away into the dense brush. As they walked, Elaine chatted amiably about the various histories and little scandals of the families who lived in the houses down those hidden paths. She was a handsome woman with a bright, engaging demeanor, though Quentin couldn't help but notice a curious coldness toward her own helpful daughter, Eleanor. It was a discordant note in her otherwise welcoming behavior. Bingle marched ahead of them, his sword drawn, poised to slash or wrestle any evildoers who might leap from the jungle with designs on the king. Quentin thought it was rather rude. But Elaine didn't seem to pay it any mind. They paused to admire a tropical clock tree, which took the form of a palm rather than an oak. When Quentin asked little Eleanor if she could tell time, she declared that she could not, and furthermore had no desire to learn. "Aren't we just being a perfect little princess for the king?" Elaine remarked, her tone dripping with a sarcasm that suddenly felt more cutting than playful. Benedict trudged along, sketching laboriously and trying to keep his notebook dry from sweat. Julia lingered behind, apparently to study or perhaps converse with a weed, and they decided to let her be. How much trouble could she possibly find? Quentin had entertained a vague notion of flirting with Elaine to maybe spark a bit of competitive fire in Julia. But if such a spirit existed within her, it remained profoundly dormant. After about half a mile, they reached the town center. The cart path formed a lopsided loop that connected back to itself. A small market was set up here, evidenced by a few stalls, a fishy odor, and some trampled, discarded fruit like the one they'd sampled earlier. At the head of the loop stood an official-looking town hall building, sporting a stopped clock on its pediment like a blind, staring eye, and a faded but recognizable Fillorian flag hanging limp in the soggy heat. In the loop's center was a stone monument, a granite obelisk topped with the statue of a man. Years of monsoons had weathered it severely, and tropical vines had managed to crack off one corner of the base. But the figure's heroic, stoic posture in the face of apparent impending doom was still discernible. "That is Captain Banks," Elaine stated. "He founded the Fillorian settlement on the outer island, which is to say he ran his ship right into it." Quentin mused whether there was a pun to be made about founder and foundering. If there was, it had likely already done the rounds on the island long ago. "Where is everyone?" "Oh, they're around," she said airily. "We tend to keep to ourselves here for the most part." Eleanor reached for her mother and was lightly swatted away. She then held up her arms to Quentin, who lifted her onto his shoulders. Elaine rolled her eyes as if to say, "I told you so." The sun was setting in a spectacular bloody display behind the trees, and the evening insects were becoming more assertive. Eleanor squealed with delight at her newfound height compared to her usual perch. She playfully pulled the edge of her skirt down over Quentin's eyes. He gently lifted it, and she squealed again, pushing it back down. It became a game. She was unexpectedly strong for a little girl. As he carried her, Quentin considered that perhaps being an easy mark wasn't the worst fate in the world. He lingered in the warm, tropical darkness that pooled beneath the hem of Eleanor's skirt. So this was it, the noble leader of the bold expedition to the outer island, the king of all he surveyed. There would be no last-minute surprise, no grand reveal. The resignation he felt was almost pleasant, a smooth, dulling sensation like the first strong sip of an evening drink. He let out a sigh. It wasn't unhappy, but it carried the clear thought, as soon as I have those taxes, I'm gone. "You mentioned cocktails earlier," he said. "Dinner at the embassy turned out to be surprisingly good. A fearsomely toothed local fish served whole in a sweet glaze alongside a mango-like fruit. Eleanor waited on them with immense dignity, back straight, moving with slow, deliberate steps, toe-heel, as if on a balance beam as she ferried salt shakers and glasses from the kitchen. Around 8:30, a crystal wine glass slipped from her fingers and shattered. "For heaven's sake, Eleanor," Elaine said, "off to bed. No dessert, just go." The girl wept and pleaded for cake. But Elaine was firm. Later, they gathered on wicker furniture on an upper porch, sipping cautiously at a cloyingly sweet local liquor. Below them in the dark bay, the muntjac floated, lanterns glowing at bow, stern, and mastheads. Julia worked a simple spell to keep the insects at bay. Quentin asked for the bathroom and slipped away, a pretext to visit the kitchen, where the remains of the cake sat under a glass dome. He cut a generous slice and carried it up to Eleanor's room. "Shh," he whispered, closing the door. She nodded with grave understanding, as if he were a spy delivering a vital dispatch. He waited while she ate every crumb, then smuggled the empty plate and fork back downstairs. When he returned to the veranda, only Elaine remained. Julia had retired. If she felt anything for him, she clearly wasn't interested in a fight over it. His grand outing with Julia was fading away. Fine if nothing happened. At this point, he'd settle for just getting her to talk to him. He was worried about her. "I owe you an apology for earlier," Elaine said. "Your Highness about your being king. Don't mention it." He refocused on her with an effort and managed a smile. "I'm still getting used to the title myself. It might be easier if you wore a crown. I tried for a while, but it was terribly uncomfortable, and it had a habit of falling off at the worst possible moments." I can imagine, during christenings, mid-cavalry charge. The local moonshine was working on him, lending his words a careless charm. Le Roi s'amuse sounds like a public nuisance. It was practically an enemy of the state. These days I just maintain a kingly bearing, I'm sure you noticed. In the deepening twilight, her expression was hard to read. Overhead swarms of unfamiliar stars peppered the black sky. Oh, it was unmistakable, he said. She began rolling a cigarette. Were they flirting? She had to be at least 15 years his senior. Here he was, adrift in the wild magical tropics of Fillory, and he'd somehow stumbled upon the only cougar within 500 nautical miles. He found himself wondering who Eleanor's father might be. "Did you grow up here?" he asked. "Oh, no. My parents were from the mainland, near the southern orchard. I never knew my father. I've been in the diplomatic service forever. This is just another posting. I've been all over the empire." Quentin nodded sagely. He hadn't realized Fillory even had a diplomatic corps. He'd have to look into that when he got back. "So, do you get many visitors coming through here? I mean, from outside Fillory, across the sea?" Sadly, no. "Actually, I'll tell you a terrible secret," she said, her tone shifting to something lighter, almost mischievous. "In all my time at this embassy, not a single soul has ever arrived from over the water. You and your crew are the first, and frankly, it's been the most excitement we've had in years. In the entire 300-year history of this customs office, not a single soul has ever arrived from across the Eastern Ocean. The logbooks are utterly empty. I suppose that makes the post something of a ceremonial position. Given the complete lack of duties, I can see why," Quentin remarked. "It's a pity, really. You should see the official forms. They're works of art. The letterhead is magnificent. Help yourself to a stack, and the stamp. I'll impress it for you tomorrow. It's a genuine masterpiece." The ember of her cigarette glowed in the dim room. The scent reminded Quentin of his own short-lived, decadent stint in New York 3 years prior. A period of determined indulgence. Her tobacco was sweet and aromatic. He asked for one, and she had to roll it for him. He'd forgotten how. Or had he ever known? Eliot had always used a clever little silver contraption that did the work for you. "I hate to shift gears," Quentin began, "but there is a specific reason I've come. I had a feeling, is it about that legendary key?" "What?" "Oh, no. It's not the key." She leaned back, propping her boots on a sturdy wooden chest that served as a table. "Then what? It's about the taxes, the annual tribute. Nothing was sent last year, from the island, I mean." A loud, unreserved laugh burst from her. She clapped her hands together once, her eyes crinkling. "And they dispatched you. They sent the king himself." "Nobody dispatched me. I am the king. I came on my own authority. Right." She wiped at the corners of her eyes with her palms. "You're a bit of a hands-on administrator, aren't you? Well, you're probably wondering about the funds. We should have sent them. We could have. Nobody's starving out here on the outer island. Tomorrow I'll show you the gold beetles. They're incredible. They consume soil and excrete pure gold ore. Their entire nests are built from it." She nudged the chest with her foot. "Take this one. It's packed with gold. I'll even throw in the chest for free." "Excellent," Quentin said. "Thank you." Considered it settled, mission accomplished. He took a drag from the cigarette, suppressing a cough. That smoking phase had been very brief indeed. Maybe he'd had too much of the local spirit rum, he decided, because it was sweet and they were on a tropical island. "We hadn't heard from the Crown in years. It didn't seem to matter. Honestly, what do you even do with the gold?" Quentin could have answered, but even he had to admit the response wouldn't sound impressive. They probably used it to re-gild some ceremonial bauble or other taxation without representation. She could start a rebellion if she wanted. She wasn't wrong. The whole situation felt absurdly detached from reality. And look what happened. They sent us a king. I think we can be forgiven for feeling a bit smug. But truly, why are you here? Don't tell me that's the whole story. It would be terribly dull. Are you on some grand quest? I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you again. No quest. I was certain you were searching for the magic key, she said. The one that's said to wind up the world. It was difficult to tell when she was serious. To be honest, Elaine, I don't know much about any key. Is there a local legend? Do many people come looking for it? No, but it's just about our only claim to fame, aside from the Beatles. A huge orange crescent moon was rising, its color matching the glow of their cigarettes. It hung so low it seemed it might catch a horn on the ship's rigging. Fillory's moon was genuinely crescent-shaped, not a sphere. Once each day, precisely at noon, it passed between Fillory and the sun, creating a daily eclipse. The birds always fell silent when it happened, as if surprised every time. Quentin was so accustomed to it he barely registered it anymore. It's not here anyway, she said. I'd already guessed that. Quentin poured himself more rum from a nearby decanter. Not that he needed it, but why not? He found himself wondering if they'd unraveled the mystery of Jollibee's death back at the castle. It's on after the next island farther out. Wait, he said, confused. I'm not following. Where exactly is this place you're talking about? Further out to sea, there's an island named After, about 2 or 3 days sailing from here. I've never set foot on it myself, but that's where the key is supposed to be. The key? You have to be kidding me. Do I look like I'm joking? She offered him a peculiar, lopsided grin. I'm assuming it's a metaphorical key. The key to existence itself. Probably a slip of paper with some proverb like, patience is a virtue, or the early bird catches the worm. No, Quentin, it's an actual physical key, crafted from gold, with all the proper teeth and everything deeply magical, or so the stories go. Quentin studied the empty bottom of his glass. He desperately needed to think clearly, but he'd already taken deliberate steps to sabotage his own capacity for rational thought. Too late now. Patience is a virtue. Who in their right mind makes a key out of gold? He muttered. It's completely impractical. The metal would be far too soft. It would warp and bend with the slightest pressure. You'd have to be very selective about what you chose to unlock with it. Quentin felt a flush of heat in his cheeks. Thank goodness the evening was finally cooling down, a night breeze beginning to stir the embassy trees. So there's a magical golden key just a few days' sail from here. Why haven't you gone to retrieve it yourself? I don't know, Quentin. Perhaps I don't possess any magical locks. It honestly never crossed my mind that the key could be a literal object. The idea was seductive. More than that, it was a giant, buzzing neon sign in the dark, flashing the word adventure. He could feel its gravitational pull from beyond the horizon. The outer island had been a dead end, a distraction, but that only meant he hadn't journeyed far enough yet. Elaine leaned forward on the couch, appearing far more sober and composed than he felt. She was probably accustomed to the local rum. A stray thought crossed his mind. What would it be like to kiss her, to share a bed with her? They were utterly alone on this sweltering tropical night, the moon hanging high. Though if he were serious about that notion, he should have likely stopped drinking much earlier, and now, upon reflection, he wasn't entirely certain he wanted to kiss those thin, perpetually smiling lips. "May I offer you some advice, Quentin?" she said. "I would think very carefully about whether you truly wish to search for this key. This island is relatively safe, as islands go, but it's the final departure point. This is the edge of Fillory, Quentin." Out there, she gestured past the muntjacs' cozy hurricane lamps beyond the faint silhouettes of palm trees lining the bay toward the distant hush of breakers. "That is not Fillory. Your kingdom ends right here. Here you are a king. You wield power. You're not the king of anything out there. Beyond this shore, you're just Quentin. Are you certain that will be enough for you?" Hearing her words, he understood. They were perched on the very brink of something, the precipice. It reminded him of the edge of that forest meadow where Jollibee died, or the windowsill of his office back on Earth when Elliot and the others had come for him. Here, he held power. Out there, his identity was an unanswered question. "Of course I'm not sure," he replied. "That's precisely why one goes to discover if it is enough. You just have to be certain you want to learn the answer." "Yes, you do, Your Highness," Elaine said softly. "Yes, you do." Quentin was the last to retire that night and the last to rise the next morning. His perception of time had become wonderfully fluid in Fillory, free from the constant assault of blinking digital clocks that plagued the real world. But it was late enough now that the sun was already fiercely hot, late enough for him to feel the distinct shame of hearing others actively beginning their day while he remained weakly entangled in his damp, rumpled sheets. His room was airy and tropical, with cool white linens and wide-open windows, yet it felt suffocating. The rum, which had seemed so delightful and utterly essential the night before, had now revealed its true nature as a vile poison, a desiccator of mouths and a ravager of minds. He silently cursed the earlier version of himself who had consumed so much of it. Then he dragged himself upright and went in search of water. Fortunately, it was in abundant supply. As he passed a hallway mirror, he caught his own reflection, pale and shadowed, and for a fleeting moment he saw not a king, but the uncertain young man he had once been, forever standing at a threshold. Quentin imagined there must be a gorgeous songbird nearby that coughed up gallons of shimmering spring water each dawn, a perfect pairing for the golden beetles. He drew a cool bath and settled into it, sipping more water until the pounding in his skull eased. Nothing feels quite as renewing as soaking in fresh water while the ocean stretches out before you. Most of the previous night was a smudged blur, recalled only as grainy, soundless clips from a security tape, but one detail shone with perfect clarity, the golden key. She had insisted it was real. What was its magic? What lock did it turn, had she explained, and he'd simply forgotten. That didn't seem right. But she had told him where to find it after Island. He needed more information. They faced a decision: press forward or turn back, but by the time he came downstairs for breakfast, Elaine was already absent. She'd left a note reminding him to take the tax chest and wishing him luck, along with a slim gray volume titled The 7 Golden Keys. She offered no hint of her destination. So much for seeing those gold beetles, he mused, or her precious stamp. He was profoundly grateful he hadn't tried to flirt with her. Elaine had also left her daughter behind. Eleanor was back at her mother's desk, just as they'd first found her, diligently recording the behavior of the bunny Pegasus with bright primary pencils on official Outer Island embassy stationery. The supply seemed endless. Quentin glanced over her shoulder. The letterhead was genuinely elegant. "Morning, Eleanor. Any idea where your mom went?" Quentin didn't have much practice with young children. His default was to address them as small adults. Eleanor didn't object. "No," she said airily, not looking up from her coloring. "Do you know when she'll be back?" She shook her head. What sort of mother abandons a 5-year-old to fend for herself? Quentin felt a pang for Eleanor. She was a sweet, serious child. She stirred a paternal protectiveness in him, an unfamiliar but not unwelcome sensation. She clearly received little attention, and what she got wasn't exactly overflowing with warmth. "All right, we need to leave soon, but we'll wait until she returns." "You don't have to. Well, we kind of do, still drawing bunny Pegasus, yes. You know, I think they might actually be hare Pegasus. Hares are larger and considerably fiercer. They're bunnies. So much for that debate." Eleanor shifted topics. "I made these for you with some struggle." She yanked open a desk drawer. The humidity had swelled the wood, and it suddenly gave way, crashing to the floor. She dug inside and pulled out several sheets of paper, handing them to Quentin. They were densely decorated with colored pencil. "They're passports," she explained before he could ask. "You need them if you want to leave Fillory. Who says I'm leaving Fillory?" "You need them if you're leaving Fillory?" she repeated patiently. "If you're not, you don't need them. They're just in case." Then, more softly, she added, "You have to fold them in half yourself." She must have been copying from an official document, because in their own crude way they were impressive. Each bore a rough version of the Fillorian crest on the front. Inside Quentin's once properly folded was a likeness of him, more or less, with a broad red smile and a golden crown, alongside squiggles meant to be text. The back displayed the arms of the outer island, a palm tree and a butterfly. She'd made one for each of them, even the sloth she'd never seen but was intensely curious about. She must be desperately bored here with no other kids, Quentin thought. She's practically raising herself. He understood that. He was an only child, too, and his own parents had often been distracted and distant. They saw themselves as progressive parents, determined not to let their world shrink to the size of a child. They offered him wide latitude and made few demands. Yet the irony of never being needed is that, in time, you begin to question whether you possess anything of value to offer at all. Thank you, Eleanor. That was incredibly kind. He leaned in to press a kiss to her fair hair. It's because you brought me the cake, she murmured, her eyes downcast. I know, poor kid. Perhaps once he returned to Whitespire, he could establish some sort of royal child welfare office. We'll wait for your mother to return before we leave. You don't have to. But he felt he must, or at least he would stretch the time as far as he could. The day drifted by in a haze of embassy idleness and fishing from the dock. He tried once more to show Eleanor how to read the time from the peculiar palm-shaped clock tree, and once more she wanted no part of it. By 4 o'clock, Quentin made the decision. Over Eleanor's loud protests, he sent Benedict to take her into the nearby town to find a suitable guardian. He ordered the rest of the crew back aboard the Muntjac, now restocked with water and supplies. Benedict returned an hour later, looking worn but successful. They raised anchor as the evening's first stars began to glimmer. The interlude was over. They set their course for Castle Whitespire. Chapter 6. Something peculiar began to happen to Julia following the whole debacle with her fabricated social studies report. You could think of it as a bizarre sort of magic act, where there had once been a single Julia, now there were two, each tethered to a different set of memories. The Julia aligned with the first set, the normal, mundane one where she wrote the paper, went home for dinner, and carried on, continued doing ordinary Julia things. She attended school, completed her homework, practiced her oboe. She even finally slept with James, something she'd vaguely intended to do but had kept postponing. Meanwhile, a second, far stranger Julia was incubating inside the first, like a parasitic growth or a malignant tumor. It started microscopically small, a single cell of pure skepticism, but it divided and multiplied relentlessly. This other Julia couldn't have cared less about school, the oboe, or even James. James corroborated the first Julia's story, recalling their meeting in the library, but what did that actually prove? Only that whoever had written her paper on utopian societies had also gotten to James. And James had swallowed the tale whole. There was just the one gullible James. The core issue was that Julia was intelligent and possessed by a need for the truth. She hated loose ends and pursued them with a terrier's tenacity. When she was 5, she'd been obsessed with why Goofy could talk while Pluto could not. How could one dog own another dog, with one being fully sentient and the other not? Now she was obsessed with uncovering which lazy idiot had written her paper and dared to cite Wikipedia. Granted, the answer that fit her emerging memories, the clandestine operatives of a hidden school for magicians in upstate New York, was not exactly winning any prizes for plausibility. But it was the only answer that matched the memories which were, disturbingly, coming into sharper focus by the day. As those memories solidified, the second Julia grew more robust, sapping strength from the first. The original Julia grew fainter and more translucent until she was practically a ghost, the parasite behind the mask of her face almost visible. The truly absurd part of this whole laugh riot of a situation, or rather one of the many absurd parts, was that nobody noticed a thing. No one picked up on how Julia was pulling away from James, or that she'd been bumped from first chair in the oboe section of the cutthroat Manhattan Conservatory Extension School Youth Orchestra just 3 weeks before the holiday concert. That meant losing the plush solo in Peter and the Wolf, the Duck's theme, to the clearly less talented Evelyn, whose rendition did, fittingly, sound exactly like a quacking duck, which was pretty much all that ever came out of Evelyn O's squeaky instrument anyway. This version of Julia just wasn't invested, not in James, not in the oboe, and definitely not in school. Her disinterest ran so deep she made a truly reckless move. She pretended to apply to college when, in reality, she hadn't sent in a single application. No one noticed that either. But they'd all see the fallout in April, when the supposedly brilliant overachiever got into exactly 0 schools. Second Julia had quietly set a timer on a bomb that was going to blow up First Julia's neatly planned life. By March, things with James were hanging by a thread. She dyed her hair jet black and painted her nails to match, fully embracing the second Julia aesthetic. At first, James thought it was sexy and goth, a turn that actually made him more attentive in bed, which wasn't exactly what she'd been going for. But at least it was a break from trying to hold a conversation with him, something that was becoming more strained by the day. The truth was, they'd never been the perfect couple everyone assumed. It wasn't a genuine nerd, just nerd-adjacent, nerd-compatible. And there's only so many times you can explain your Gödel, Escher, Bach references before it starts to feel like a chore. Soon enough, he'd realize she wasn't just playing a part. She had genuinely become this brooding, dark-haired version of herself. And honestly, she was starting to like it. Dipping a toe into the pool of bad behavior, she found the temperature just right. It was fun being a problem. Julia had been excessively good for so long that people had begun to take her for granted. When you're not a problem, you drift off everyone's worry list. No one makes a fuss over you. They save the fuss for the troublemakers in her own quiet, simmering way. Second Julia was finally stirring up a little commotion, and for once it felt good. Then Quentin showed up. Where he'd actually been after first semester was a question she found oddly hard to focus on, but the haze around it felt familiar, the same kind of haze that had clouded her own lost afternoon. His cover story about leaving high school early for some hyper-exclusive experimental college reeked of First Julia fiction. She'd always liked Quentin in a basic way. Sarcastic, unsettlingly smart, and underneath it all a decent person who probably needed a truckload of therapy and some serious pharmaceuticals to slow down whatever frantic serotonin reuptake was constantly firing in his brain. She felt a little bad that he was in love with her while she found him utterly unappealing romantically, but only a little. The guy wasn't bad-looking, better than he gave himself credit for, but all that moody, boy-man, Fillory fantasy nonsense did absolutely nothing for her, and she was self-aware enough to know whose issue that really was, and it wasn't hers. But when he came back in March, something was different. There was an otherworldly glint in his eyes, a quiet energy about him. He didn't say much, but he didn't need to. He'd seen things. There was a scent on his fingers like the air after they fired up the massive Van de Graaff generator at the Science Museum, the smell of ozone, of handled lightning. They all went down to the boat launch on the Gowanus Canal, and she chain-smoked cigarette after cigarette just watching him, and she knew with a sinking certainty he had crossed over to the other side, and she had been left behind. She remembered spotting him at the Brakebills entrance exam, in that hall with its chalk-drawn clock, the glasses of water, the vanishing students. Now she knew her memory was correct, but the experience had been utterly different for him, she understood. When Quentin walked into that room, he'd simply rolled up his sleeves and aced that test. For him, a school of magic was exactly the sort of thing he'd been anticipating his entire life. He practically felt entitled to it. He'd been waiting for it to arrive, and when it did, he was perfectly prepared. Julia, on the other hand, had been completely ambushed. She never assumed anything extraordinary would simply happen to her. Her life strategy was to go out and create extraordinary things, a far more logical approach statistically, considering how improbable it was that something as thrilling as Brakebills would ever just drop into your lap. So when she found herself there, she had the clarity to pause and fully assess the sheer strangeness of it all. The math itself, she could have handled it, no question. She'd been in math classes with Quentin since they were 10, and anything he could manage, she could match, backward and in heels if needed, but she wasted too much time observing, trying to puzzle out the implications. She didn't accept it at face value the way Quentin did. Her dominant thought was, why is everyone here calmly doing differential geometry and performing tricks when the fundamental laws of thermodynamics and Newtonian physics are being shattered all around us? This was monumental. The exam was her lowest priority, the least fascinating thing in the room. She still believed that was the rational, intelligent response to the situation. Yet here was the bitter twist. Quentin was now on the inside, and she was out here, chain-smoking on the Gowanus boat dock with her half-orc boyfriend. Quentin had passed, she had failed. It appeared reason and intelligence weren't getting the job done anymore. They were worth about as much as a snowball in July. It was after Quentin left that day that Julia truly plummeted. Calling it depression felt accurate. She felt miserable constantly. If that was depression, then she had it. Maybe it was contagious, caught from the world itself. The therapist her parents sent her to diagnosed her more specifically with dysthymia, which he described as an inability to take pleasure in things she ought to enjoy. She saw the truth in that, since she enjoyed nothing, though that word ought left a vast interpretive gap that a dysthymic semiotician could have debated endlessly if she'd had the energy. Because there was one thing she did crave, one thing that would bring her joy, whether she should or not. She just had no way to reach it. That thing was magic. The ordinary world around her had become a desolate, windswept wasteland. It felt empty, post-apocalyptic, vacant stores, hollow houses, abandoned cars with scorched interiors, dead traffic lights swinging over silent streets. That missing November afternoon had transformed into a black hole, sucking the entirety of her former life into its void. And once you've fallen past that point of no return, clawing your way back out is a hell of a task. She printed out the first stanza of a John Donne poem and taped it to her door. The sun is spent, and now his flasks send forth light squibs, no constant rays. The world's whole sap is sunk. The general balm the hydroptic earth hath drunk whither as to the bed's feet. Life is shrunk, dead, and interred, yet all these seem to laugh, compared with me, who am their epitaph. Semicolons must have been all the rage in the 17th century, but otherwise it captured her mindset perfectly. Hydroptic, it meant thirsty, the thirsty earth the world's sap had drained away, leaving behind a dry, weightless husk that crumbled at the slightest touch. Every week, her mother would ask if she'd been assaulted. Sometimes Julia wondered if a simple yes would make things easier. Her family had never truly grasped who she was. They'd always been intimidated by her voracious mind. Her younger sister, a timid brunette who proudly avoided anything mathematical, moved around her like she was some unpredictable creature that might lash out without warning. No quick gestures. Keep your hands to yourself. Honestly, Julia did entertain the idea that she might be losing her grip. She had to consider it. What rational person wouldn't? She certainly appeared more unhinged than before, having developed a few troubling routines, gnawing at her fingernails, skipping showers, and sometimes going days without a proper meal or even stepping out of her bedroom. Clearly, as she diagnosed herself, this had to be some sort of Harry Potter-inspired delusion, layered with paranoia, probably schizophrenic at its core except doctor. There was a catch. It all felt too structured. It lacked the hazy, unstable texture of a true hallucination. It was solid, tangible. For starters, it was her only one. It didn't bleed into other parts of her life. Its edges were sharp and clear. And secondly, it wasn't a hallucination at all. It actually happened. If this was insanity, it was a brand new flavor, completely absent from any psychology textbook. She had nerd-induced psychosis. She was geek delusional. Julia ended things with James. Or maybe she just stopped picking up his calls and began ignoring him in the hallway. She couldn't quite remember which. She ran some precise numbers on her GPA, which up until then had been impressively strong, and determined she could show up to class just 2 days a week, scrape by with D's, and still get her diploma. It was a delicate balancing act, and that precarious edge was exactly where Julia now resided. All the while, she kept her appointments with the therapist. A genuinely kind man, undoubtedly well-intentioned, with an endearing patchy beard and realistic goals for his practice. She never mentioned the hidden magical academy that had rejected her, though. Maybe she was losing it, but she wasn't an idiot. She'd seen the movies. She wasn't about to end up locked away like some conspiracy theorist. Every so often, Julia felt her certainty waver. She knew what she knew, but day-to-day life offered little to reinforce that bizarre belief. The most she could hope for was that every few weeks a Google search might briefly show a result for brake bills, maybe 2, only for them to vanish minutes later. As if by magic, apparently, she wasn't the only one with a search alert set up, and that other person was savvy enough to wipe the digital traces whenever it triggered. Still, it gave her a thread to hold on to. Then in April, they made their first major mistake. They truly messed up, blew their cover wide open. Because 7 thick envelopes arrived in her mailbox: Harvard, Yale, Princeton, Columbia, Stanford, MIT, and Caltech. Congratulations, we are thrilled to welcome you to the class of—" "Oh, you have got to be joking," she howled with laughter when she saw them. Her parents laughed too, but theirs was a laughter of sheer relief. Julia was laughing because the whole thing was utterly absurd. She kept right on laughing as she tore each letter in half, one after another, and tossed them into the recycling bin. "You absolute fools," she thought. "Too clever by half. No wonder you let Quentin in. You're just like him. You can't help but overcomplicate everything. You think you can placate me with this? With a stack of fancy acceptances, do you really believe I'll trade the magical world that is rightfully mine for these? Think again. Not a chance. This is a stalemate, a test of patience, and I have all the time in the world. You're searching for a quick solution to the Julia situation, but there isn't one. You'd better get comfortable because Julia is here for the long haul on the journey back to White Spire." Quentin took it upon himself to make a daily circuit of the Muntjac, checking in with the crew. The morning after departing the outer island, his first visit was to Benedict's cabin. The ship was cutting swiftly through the tropical waters, every sail stretched tight, and Quentin felt a twinge of foolishness for having outfitted the vessel so completely for what was turning out to be a relatively short voyage. He discovered Benedict perched on a stool bent over his small fold-down desk. A hand-drawn nautical chart was spread before him, depicting a scattering of sharp, rocky islands dotted with tiny numbers that likely indicated ocean depths. Someone had brushed a wash of pale blue over the shallower areas to mimic water. Benedict's chilly demeanor toward Quentin hadn't thawed since they left the mainland, yet Quentin found himself appreciating the young man's stubborn consistency. It took a certain kind of nerve to maintain such open disdain for one's own king. Besides, Benedict was arguably the most dedicated specialist Quentin had encountered in Fillory, a true cartography enthusiast in a world that didn't even have a word for nerd. "So how's the voyage treating you?" Quentin asked. Benedict gave a half-hearted shrug, not looking up from his work. "Mostly just trying not to be sick over the side." Quentin had made a few attempts to tutor him in mathematics during the trip, impressed by Benedict's innate skill with mental arithmetic. Remarkable how far he'd progressed, given Fillory's rather rudimentary mathematical traditions. "What's this project you're buried in?" "An old chart," Benedict muttered, his focus unwavering. "Ancient, really? From maybe 2 centuries back?" Quentin stepped closer, peering over Benedict's shoulder with his hands clasped behind his back. "Did you borrow that from the embassy archives?" "As if," Benedict scoffed. "It was hanging on a wall in a frame. It's just that I noticed the outer island embassy seal right there. I copied the map. The seal was already on it." The craftsmanship was stunning. If Benedict was being truthful, he possessed a serious talent. The lines were confident and exact, with no signs of second-guessing or corrections. "This is incredible work. You have a real gift for this." Benedict's ears turned pink at the praise, and he bent even lower over his desk, as if both Quentin's approval and his disapproval were equally uncomfortable burdens. "How are you finding the actual field work? Must be a change from theory." "I despise it," Benedict declared, a spark of genuine irritation breaking through his usual reserve. "It's a total disaster. Nothing in reality matches what it should be. There's no clean equation for any of it." He gestured vaguely toward the cabin wall, beyond which the ocean swelled and fell. "Look out there. Then look at this." He tapped the parchment with his pen. "This I can make flawless, that out there, it's just a chaotic, nauseating jumble. I'm never doing this again. Just like that, you're quitting? Why wouldn't I? The map is perfect. The real world isn't. Maps don't make you vomit." The irony settled heavily on Quentin. After all, the one who had ordered their return to the capital. His eyes scanned the detailed chart there, near the edge. One tiny island was almost lost in the margin. Next to it, in delicate script, was written a single word, after. "After Island," Quentin murmured. He reached out, his finger hovering just above the name. He almost expected a static jolt. "Is that anywhere near our current course?" "It's east of here," Benedict said, his eyes rolling dramatically at the question. No, it's the absolute opposite of on our way. How long to reach it?" 2 days, maybe 3, assuming it's even still there. I told you the map is old. These outer islands have a habit of not staying put once they realize they've been charted. They weren't happy about it, and with a kind of geological mischief, they drifted around to ensure the maps never remained entirely correct. Just more disorder. Benedict muttered a few figures under his breath, considering velocity and duration, then with a deft, exact motion, surprising, given the dark hair falling across his vision, he sketched a flawless, unguided ring around After Island in soft graphite. It has to be within this boundary. Quentin stared at the tiny speck of land adrift in the intricate lattice of meridians and parallels, a safety net that would offer no catch if he tumbled through. That vastness wasn't Fillory. Yet somewhere in that deep emptiness, a magical key glimmered he could return holding it. A memory surfaced, a 1970s album cover depicting an antique sailing vessel poised at the very brink of a waterfall where a furious green sea cascaded over the edge. The ship was just starting to heel. The pull of the current immense, yet a daring maneuver in a powerful gale might spare it. One sharp command from the captain could swing it around, fighting its way back upstream to security. But then what? A return to port? Not quite yet. Do you mind if I take this? He asked. I need to show the captain. Altering their heading, they abandoned the warm turquoise waters and plunged into a tumultuous ink-black sea. The mercury plunged 30 degrees. Icy rain hammered the deck in relentless volleys. Quentin couldn't have marked the exact transition, but the surrounding ocean now felt like an entirely separate substance from what they'd sailed before, something thick and stubborn that had to be battered and forced aside, not glided through. The Muntjac charged stubbornly into the swells, pushed by a stiff saline wind. The vessel had a secret. Below the waterline, visible through the turbulent spray, a pair of streamlined wooden fins seemed to have extended from hidden compartments in the hull, propelling them forward. Whether magic or clever mechanics drove them, Quentin wasn't sure, but he felt a rush of thankful warmth. The old ship was returning his care with interest. He suspected the sloth might know, considering how much time it spent down in the hold, but a visit found it soundly asleep, suspended by its hook-like claws, swaying gently with the ship's motion. If anything, the rough weather made it seem more peaceful. The hold's air was warm, damp, and carried the distinct scent of its occupant, while a soupy mix of decomposing fruit peels and unidentifiable muck sloshed in the bilge Julia then she might have answers. He also wanted to talk with her about the enchanted key. She was his only true equal aboard the Muntjac, with knowledge sources he couldn't tap, and he was concerned for her. Julia had retreated to her cabin even more since the weather soured. Even her deep spiritual bond with Fillory couldn't withstand the assault of freezing drizzle. Quentin staggered down the narrow corridor toward her room, thrown comically from one wall to the other by the ship's violent lurches. Her door was closed. For an instant, as the Muntjac hung weightless on a wave's peak, Quentin was struck by the potent romance of the moment, and his old infatuation stirred within him, stretching its membranous wings. He knew it was largely illusion. Julia was so isolated, so consumed by Fillory, it was difficult to picture her desiring him or anyone, at least anyone merely human. She lacked something, but it likely wasn't a romance. Then again, here they both were, isolated on the open ocean, storm-battered, sharing a warm refuge in a frozen maritime desert. It was freeing to be away from the judgmental, whispering eyes of Elliot and Janet. Surely Julia hadn't drifted so far that she'd missed the appeal of a shipboard romance. The setting practically demanded it. She was only human, and they'd be home before long. He raised his hand and knocked. The thought of Julia was a constant, quiet presence in his mind, a part of his history that existed before everything else, before break bills, before magic became his reality, before Alice. She represented a past untouched by all that had come after. To love her again felt like a chance to rewind time, to erase the complicated chapters and begin a fresh story. He often questioned his own feelings, wondering if he truly loved Julia or if he was just desperately clinging to the idea of loving her, because the simplicity of it would be such a profound comfort. The distinction felt blurry, almost unimportant. It just seemed like the right path to take. Then Julia opened her door. She wasn't dressed, Or rather, she was only partially dressed, a garment hanging loosely from her waist while her torso was completely exposed. Her breasts were pale and shapely, exactly as he had once, as a teenager spent countless hours imagining from stolen glances at her clothed figure. His mental reconstruction had been surprisingly accurate, save for the subtle hue of her nipples, which were barely darker than her skin. He pulled the door shut firmly, not quite slamming it, and leaned his forehead against the cool wood of the bulkhead. "For God's sake, Julia," he muttered to the empty hallway, his heart hammering against his ribs. He had wanted something to shift between them, but not this abrupt, bewildering spectacle. Was this some kind of cruel joke to her? After a long minute, he knocked again, slowly. This time her dress was properly fastened. "What was that about?" he demanded, stepping inside her cabin after she left the door ajar. Her room was a slightly larger mirror of his own, with space for two if one sat on the bed, which he did. A peculiar blue light, like a captured spirit, drifted near the ceiling. "I'm sorry," she said, her tone flat as she perched on a stool by the window. "I forgot." "What?" he snapped, the words sharper than intended. "How to put on a shirt. It's not like I haven't thought about." "Never mind." The sentence trailed off uselessly. He studied her, really seeing her for the first time in weeks. She was still strikingly beautiful, but worryingly thin, and her eyes remained that unsettling, depthless black. He wondered if the transformation was permanent and what other invisible changes it had wrought. "I don't know," she said, gazing at the ocean spray. "I forget what I forgot." "So you remember now," he stated, his anger dissolving into concern. He kept having to recalibrate his understanding of her distress, and each time the situation seemed more serious. "Sometimes I just forget how things are supposed to work," she explained, a bitter twist on her lips. "Or not the how, but the why. Why people bother with greetings or clothing or books or smiling, all the ordinary human rituals." She gave a half shrug, a gesture that was both familiar and utterly alien. "I don't understand this, Julia," he said, his voice softening. "Help me. You're human. How can you just forget that? I'm losing it," she whispered, turning those dark eyes on him. "Or it's losing me. It's all just going away. What is? What happened? Do you need to go home?" The suggestion seemed to panic her. "No," she said sharply. "I'm never going back there. Not ever." She looked genuinely frightened by the notion. "But you remember, don't you?" he pressed gently. "Brooklyn, James, our whole life before all this?" "Remembering," she repeated, the word heavy with irony. For a moment, her voice sounded almost like her old self, complete with contractions. Then the flatness returned, and she added, "It's like trying to hold smoke. The more I try to grasp it, the faster it slips through my fingers." "That's always been my issue, hasn't it?" Julia said, her voice low. "I remembered break bills. I couldn't let it go." Quentin knew the story. She had failed the entrance exam to the magical academy he attended, and the spells meant to erase her memory of it had failed. But look where it led her, he thought, to this magnificent ship sailing a sea of wonders, to becoming a queen of a hidden realm. His own path had straightened into the kingdom of Fillory, his happy ending. But for Julia, the road remained twisted and dark, the destination unclear. "Do you ever wish you'd forgotten?" he asked. "Do you wish you'd just stayed back in Brooklyn sometimes?" she admitted, crossing her arms and leaning awkwardly against the cabin wall. "But, Quentin, why didn't you help me that day in Chesterton when I came to you? Why didn't you try to rescue me?" He'd asked himself that 100 times and had his answers ready. "I couldn't, Julia. It wasn't up to me. You know, I couldn't get you into break bills. I was barely hanging on myself. You could have visited. You could have shared what you were learning. They would have kicked me out then after you graduated." "Why are we digging this up now?" Quentin shot back, feeling defensive. "Your best defense is a good offense," he reminded himself. "You asked me to tell them about you. I did. I thought they found you and wiped your memory clean. That's the standard procedure. But they didn't," Julia said, her eyes sharp. "They couldn't find me by the time they looked. I was already gone, vanished." She snapped, she snapped, he 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 snapped, like on He was everything a king of Fillory should be. She snapped her fingers like magic, and how was it supposed to work, Julia? He pressed, frustration rising. Were you going to be my magical sidekick, and how do you think I felt? You barely noticed me before, then suddenly I'm your ticket to the arcane and you're all over me. That's not how any of this works. I noticed you, she fired back, turning on him in the cramped cabin, her stool, which had been tilted back, slammed down onto all four legs. I just didn't want to date you. For God's sake, though, for the record, I might have considered it if you'd just given me what I needed. Well, you got what you needed anyway, didn't you? Oh, I got it, she said, her voice dripping with a bitterness that felt new. I got that and so much more. You shouldn't be shocked by any of this, Quentin, especially you. You left me stranded in the mundane world, magicless. Everything that happened to me started with you. You want to know what it was really like? I'll tell you. But not until you've earned the right to hear it. A thick silence filled the room. Through the small window, the dusk was deepening over the slate-gray waves, salt spray dotting the glass. I never wanted any of this for you, Julia. Whatever this is, I'm sorry. He meant it. But it wasn't the whole truth. Other, uglier truths lurked beneath. He had been angry at her. In high school, he'd followed her around like a lovesick puppy while she dated his best friend, and there had been a petty satisfaction when their roles reversed. Was that why he hadn't rescued her? It wasn't the only reason, but it was part of it. I felt like myself again, Julia said flatly, breaking the quiet. Just for a moment when I got angry. The window pane began to fog. She traced a shape in the condensation, then quickly smudged it away. It's fading now. Forget the magical quest for a key. This was where he needed to be. Julia didn't need his affection. She needed his aid. Help me understand, he said, gently taking her cold hands in his. Tell me what I can do. I want to help you. I want to help you remember. Another light was growing in the cabin, separate from the faint blue glow that usually hovered nearby. He wasn't sure when it had begun. It was coming from Julia, or rather from something deep within her. Her heart seemed to shine from within, a visible warmth radiating through her skin and the fabric of her dress. It's returning to me, Quentin, she said, her gaze fixed on the open sea. Away from Fillory, out here on the water, the memories are flowing back. Then she smiled, a brilliant, unsettling expression that felt more troubling than her earlier emptiness. I'm remembering things I never even knew I had forgotten. Later that evening, following a hearty meal that sat heavily in his stomach, Quentin retreated below deck. He unrolled his bedding from its place against the wall and prepared for sleep. The chill in the air, the profound darkness, the relentless weather, and his tense conversation with Julia had all conspired to stretch time until he felt he had been awake for a month. It wasn't about the hours past, it was the weight of the journey itself. Lying there, he stared up at the coarse, reddish-brown beams above him, watching them shift in the flickering glow of the oil lamp. He was cold, his skin tacky with dried salt. He possessed the knowledge to conjure fresh water from the sea, but the spell was complex. His fingers were numb, and he chose for now to simply endure the discomfort. The blankets were beginning to trap his body heat, at least. Upon first boarding, he had discovered a standard-issue Navy blanket on the bunk, a scratchy, monstrous thing that weighed a ton and felt like it could deflect cannon fire. It was like sharing a bed with a deceased warthog. He had promptly exchanged it for a thick-down comforter, which, though perpetually damp and decidedly not regulation, offered far greater solace. Quentin waited for sleep to claim him. When his mind stubbornly refused to surrender, declaring its intention to stay awake and wrestle with the day, he sat up and let his eyes wander over the books lining the shelves. In another life, At a moment like this, he would have instinctively reached for a Fillory novel, but recent events had soured that particular comfort. His thoughts turned instead to the book. Elaine had pressed into his hands the 7 golden keys. 7. That was a greater number of magical keys than he had ever anticipated needing. Honestly, he would be grateful for just one. Upon inspection, the book wasn't a novel at all, but a fairy tale printed in large type with stark woodcut illustrations, a children's story. She must have pilfered it from Eleanor's collection. What a character that woman was. The back page even bore the official stamp of the embassy library. He bunched his pillow to support his head and began to read. The tale told of a widower and his very young daughter, a witch, passing through their town, was seized by a jealous rage upon seeing the little girl's beauty. Having no children of her own, the witch snatched the child away, cackling that she would imprison her in a silver castle on a distant, lonely island. The heartbroken father could free his daughter, but only if he found the key to that castle, a key he would never find, she taunted, for it was hidden at the end of the world. Refusing to yield to despair, the man set out immediately. The journey was grueling under a blazing sun, and as dusk fell, he paused by a river to drink and rest. As he bent toward the water, a faint, desperate voice cried out, "Open me up! Please open me up!" peering around. He discovered the voice came from a freshwater oyster clinging to a rock. There, nestled in the river mud beside it, was a tiny golden key. The man carefully retrieved both. Sure enough, on the oyster's shell, opposite its hinge, was a minute keyhole. He inserted the key, turned it, and the shell began to part. He used his knife to pry it fully open, a process that, as with all oysters, meant the creature's life ended. Where a pearl might have lain, nestled within the flesh, was another golden key. This one slightly larger than the first, the man ate the oyster, pocketed the new key, and continued his quest. Eventually he came upon a house deep in a shadowy forest. Hoping to find shelter for the night, he knocked. Receiving no answer, he noticed the door was slightly ajar and pushed it open. Inside, every room was inexplicably packed with beds, each one occupied by a sleeping man or woman. He wandered through the silent, crowded house until he finally discovered a single empty bed on the wall nearby. A clock had ticked down to a complete and silent stop. Without a proper winding key, he improvised with the one he'd discovered inside the oyster shell. After setting the clock, he retired for the night. At dawn, the chime rang out 7 times, rousing him from slumber. Throughout the house, the other guests stirred as well, each sharing a similar bewildering tale. They had arrived as travelers seeking a single night's rest, yet somehow they had slept for decades, even centuries, until the clock's strike broke the spell. As the man gathered his belongings, his fingers brushed against a cold, golden key tucked beneath his pillow. This one noticeably larger than the one he had used on the clock. The air grew bitingly cold as he journeyed onward. It felt as if the entire world had chilled since the day his daughter was taken to the distant castle. Along the path he encountered a weeping woman seated in an ornate pavilion, distraught over her badly tuned harp. He offered her the golden key to adjust the strings, and in gratitude she handed him an even larger key. This new key unlocked a chest buried beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, revealing within it a key larger still, which granted him entry to a grand fortress, though not the one holding his daughter. Inside, upon a table in the highest room of the tallest tower, rested another key. The man traveled endlessly for weeks, months, or perhaps years. Time had lost all meaning. When walking failed him, he took to the sea, sailing until his journey brought him to the very end of the world. There, a dignified gentleman in a finely tailored dinner suit sat with his legs dangling over the precipice, fussing with his lapels and emptying his pockets, with a look of profound irritation. "Bother," the well-dressed man exclaimed. "I've gone and lost the key to the world. If I don't wind the mechanism soon, the sun, moon, and stars will halt, plunging us all into an endless night of frigid darkness." What an infernal nuisance by now. The man had learned that being a hero often boiled down to recognizing the right moment. Silently, he produced the key from the castle tower. "How on earth?" the gentleman sputtered. "Well, bother, hand it over, would you?" He took the key, stretched out on the ground, utterly ruining the line of his suit, and leaned over the very edge of the world, winding with vigorous turns. A loud, rhythmic ratcheting echoed around them. "It's in my back pocket," the man called over his shoulder, never pausing his work. "You'll have to fetch it yourself." With some hesitation, the traveler reached into the pocket and withdrew the final key. He returned to his boat and set sail back the way he had come. The return voyage felt strangely brief, and before long he stood before the enchanted castle where the witch had imprisoned his daughter, a memory from what felt like another lifetime. The structure was truly awe-inspiring, with walls of gleaming silver that flashed in the sunlight, hovering several feet above the earth. A narrow, winding silver staircase led up to its gate, swaying uneasily in the breeze. The gate itself was forged of black iron. The man fitted the last key into the lock and turned. The instant the mechanism clicked, the doors flew open to reveal a beautiful woman standing just inside, as if she had been poised there waiting for him all along. She was as tall as he was, and she seemed to have spent her captivity in deep study, for she now radiated a palpable, shimmering, magical energy, yet he knew her face. "It was his daughter, my dear girl," the man said, his voice thick with emotion. "It's me, your father." "I've come to bring you home, my father," she replied, her expression cool and detached. "You can't be my father. My daddy isn't an old man." A sharp, eerily familiar cackle escaped her lips. "But I am your father," he insisted, desperation creeping into his tone. "You don't understand. I've been searching all this time." She paid no heed to his words. "Thank you for freeing me regardless," she said. She leaned in, kissed him lightly on the cheek, pressed a golden key into his hand, and then with a gust of wind she soared into the sky. "Wait!" he cried out, but she did not look back. There was no chance to explain. He watched her figure shrink to a speck and then vanish entirely. Only then did he sink to the ground and weep. The man never saw his daughter again, and the key she left him remained forever unused. The question lingered in his mind. Where else could the man have possibly gone? What other door might he have opened? What hidden prize could have possibly meant more than the golden key his own daughter had given him? Chapter 8. Quentin was roused from sleep by the lookout's booming call to the helmsman, a sound as routine and declarative as a train conductor announcing a station. Land had been spotted. Still in his pajamas, he threw on a thick black cloak and headed up to the deck. His dreams had been a tangled replay of the man, the daughter, the witch, and all those keys. The story nagged at him, especially because he was convinced it wouldn't have actually ended that way in real life. Was it really impossible for the father to explain? Could the daughter truly not have grasped the situation? It made no logical sense. If they had just sat down and talked it through, it could have been a story with a happy resolution. But then people in fairy tales never just sat down and talked things out. The sky was a low, solid ceiling of gray cloud, hanging just above the Muntjack's mainmast. Squinting toward the lookout's pointed direction, Quentin could just make out the faint, misty shape of the island they were promised. They were still hours out, up on the forecastle. Bingle was immersed in his morning regimen. Quentin's few exchanges with the man had left him with a growing concern that Fillory's greatest swordsman might be battling a profound, clinical melancholy. He never laughed. He never even smiled. Two sheathed swords lay beside him as he performed a series of precise, isometric hand exercises, not entirely dissimilar to the finger drills Quentin had mastered at Breakbills. It made him wonder about the path to becoming as skilled as Bingle. If he wanted to get anywhere in this whole adventuring life, Quentin mused, he should probably look into it. The idea appealed to him, a sorcerer who could also wield a blade, a dual threat. He didn't need to be Bingle's equal. He just needed to be better than he currently was, which was frankly not good at all. "Morning," Quentin called out. "Good morning, Your Highness," Bingle replied, never slipping up and using the Your Majesty reserved for the High King. "I hope I'm not interrupting." Bingle didn't pause his routine, which Quentin took to mean he wasn't technically interrupting. He climbed the short ladder up to the forecastle deck. Bingle knotted his hands together, then executed a complex inward twisting maneuver that made Quentin's own joints ache in sympathy. "I was thinking," Quentin ventured, "maybe you could give me some lessons in swordsmanship. I've had a bit of training before, but I haven't gotten very far with it." Bingle's expression remained unchanged. "It simplifies my task of protecting you," he stated, "if you possess some capacity to protect yourself. That's what I was thinking." With careful deliberation, Bingle unwove his fingers and looked Quentin over. In a motion so swift and fluid, Quentin wasn't entirely sure he could have prevented it, despite having a longer reach. Bingle reached forward and drew Quentin's sword from its sheath. He inspected the blade from both sides, tested its edge and balance, his lips pursed in thought. "I will supply you with a suitable weapon. I already have one," Quentin gestured. "That sword. It is aesthetically pleasing, but ill-suited for a novice." For a heart-stopping moment, Quentin feared Bingle might simply toss it over the rail, but he merely set it down on the deck beside his own. Bingle went below and returned, presenting Quentin with his training sword, a short, heavy piece of oiled steel, blunt, nearly black, and utterly devoid of ornament. The blade and hilt were forged from a single, unbroken piece of metal. It was the most starkly industrial object Quentin had ever encountered in Fillory. It weighed half again as much as his own elegant blade. It didn't even come with a scabbard, so any hopes of showing off slick drawing techniques were dashed. "Hold it straight out," Bingle instructed, "like this." He adjusted Quentin's elbow, bringing his arm up until it was parallel to the deck. Quentin held the practice sword out straight, his arm already beginning to tremble with the strain. "Keep it extended," Bingle advised calmly, not even looking over as he continued his own exercises. "Forward, as long as you can manage." Quentin waited for more guidance, but none came. His muscles tightened, then a dull ache set in, quickly sharpening into a fiery burn. He lasted barely 2 minutes before his arm gave out. Without a word, Bingle gestured for him to switch hands. "What's the name of this method?" Quentin asked through gritted teeth. "The error most make," Bingle replied, his voice even, "is believing styles are separate things. They are not force, balance, leverage, momentum. These truths are constant. They are your only style." Though Quentin's grasp of physics was far more advanced, he'd never considered applying it quite like this. Bingle elaborated that he didn't adhere to one school of combat. Instead, he had spent years absorbing every technique he could find, from secluded mountain temples to bustling city alleyways, weaving them into a single adaptable meta-discipline. The personal costs, broken vows, abandoned lovers were best left unmentioned. Quentin switched arms again, the familiar burn returning. It took him back to his early days learning sleight of hand. The foundational work was always the most tedious, the reason so many quit. The world's difficulty often lay not in the expected challenges, but in the unexpected ways it tested you. To distract himself, he watched Bingle move across the deck, his own blade slicing intricate patterns, loops, and Celtic knots into the damp air. A cold, misty spray blew in from the sea. After Island was now visible, a bleak stretch of gray rock and scraggly grass dotted with sheep. If the outer island was a paradise, this place felt like a forgotten, wind-swept outpost. They skirted the coast until finding a suitable harbor to anchor. Quentin decided he'd had enough. He should at least get out of his pajamas before embarking on the search for the Golden Key. "I'm done for now, Bingle," he said, setting the practice blade down. His arms felt strangely weightless. Bingle nodded, never breaking his rhythm. "Return when you can manage half an hour each arm." Then, with a sudden, breathtaking flourish, Bingle launched into a no-handed round-off that seemed destined to send him over the rail, yet he arrested his momentum at the last second, landing perfectly. He finished the motion by driving his blade into the ribs of an imaginary foe, then wiped the invisible blood on his trousers. Those were lessons for another day. "Take care what you learn from me," Bingle said solemnly. "What is written with steel cannot be undone." "That's why I have you," Quentin replied. "So I won't have to write anything with my sword, I mean." "Sometimes I feel I am fate's own blade," Bingle mused almost wistfully, "and she wields me without mercy." Quentin wondered what it must be like to live inside such unapologetic drama, probably rather satisfying. Well, let's hope for less cruelty on this trip. "We'll be back at Whitespire before long. You can go see your castle then." Bingle turned to face the wind, as if listening to a story Quentin couldn't hear, one in which Quentin was merely a background extra, not even named in the playbill. "I will never see Fillory again," he stated. A chill ran through Quentin, one that had little to do with the ocean mist. He didn't care for the feeling. He was cold enough already. The ship completed its circle of the island, finally dropping anchor in a sheltered cove. It was time to move. A few battered fishing boats, beaten by the weather, were tied up at the shore with a scattering of empty buoys hinting that others were out on the water. It was a profoundly dismal place. A more ambitious ruler might have tried to annex it for Fillory, Quentin thought, but the effort hardly seemed justified. It was no shining prize. There was no proper dock, and the cove was choked with irritable, crashing waves. They nearly capsized the small boat, getting it past the breakers. Quentin leaped out, soaking himself to the hips, and stumbled through the shallows onto the stony shore. 2 fishermen observed them, puffing on pipes and repairing an enormous snarled net spread out across the shale around them. Their faces were weathered to a ruddy brown, and they wore the same dense, stubborn expression. Their hairlines sat unusually low, as if their foreheads had been compressed. Quentin guessed they could be anywhere from 35 to 60 years old. "Hello," he said. They gave curt nods and a low sound of acknowledgement. One tipped his cap after a brief exchange. The slightly more communicative one was coaxed into pointing them toward the nearest settlement, which was likely the only one on the island. Quentin, Bingle, and Benedict expressed their thanks and began trudging up the beach through cold, pale sand ribbed with dark lines from the tide. Julia followed without a word. Quentin had argued for her to remain on the ship, but she refused. Whatever her current state, she hadn't lost her appetite for an adventure. "You know what I'm hoping for on this journey?" Quentin said. "I've given up on anyone being glad we're here. I'd just settle for someone looking mildly startled." The weather settled into a fine whispering drizzle. Quentin's soaked trousers rubbed uncomfortably. The sand shifted to dunes topped with sharp-bladed grass, then became a trail. Sandy grass, then grassy sand, then just a wet field. They hiked over rolling, open meadows and gentle rises, passing a lone, forgotten well. He attempted to muster a sense of heroic purpose, but the surroundings weren't helping. It mostly reminded him of that miserable, rainy walk along Fifth Avenue in Brooklyn with James and Julia on the day of his Breakbill's entrance exam. In olden times there was a boy, young and strong and bravo, the town. When they found it was a picture of medieval simplicity, stone huts, thatched roofs, and streets of churned mud. Its most striking feature was the complete indifference the residents showed toward the strangely dressed newcomers in their midst. A group of 6 sat at a rough table outside a tavern, eating thick sandwiches and drinking beer from pewter mugs in a drizzle. Quentin would have considered a good reason to stay indoors. "Good afternoon," he said. A unified grumble answered him. "I'm Quentin. We're from Fillory. We've come to your island looking for a key." He glanced at his companions and cleared his throat. It was almost impossible to say this without sounding like he was performing a comedy routine. "Do you know anything about that? A golden key, magical properties?" They looked at one another and nodded in unison. Yes, we're all familiar with the subject. They could have been siblings sharing the same sturdy build and placid demeanor. "Aye, we know the one you mean," said a particularly burly man swaddled in a massive wool coat. His hand resting on his knee resembled a slab of pink stone. "It's down, Trode. Down the road," Quentin echoed. Naturally, where else would a golden key be? He couldn't shake the feeling he was improvising lines in a play where everyone else had the script memorized. "Aye, we know it," the man repeated, jerking his head down Trode, "right?" "Down the road it is, thank you." He wondered if this place ever saw warm sunshine, or if they lived in a perpetual damp chill like a New England November. Did they even realize a tropical zone was just a few days' sail away? The travelers started off down the muddy track, the light rain clinging to their clothes. The scene would have carried more dignity if they'd been mounted on horseback rather than slogging through the mud like common farmhands. But the muntjac simply wasn't equipped for steeds. Perhaps they could rent some local ponies, shaggy, resilient creatures accustomed to perpetual chill and dampness, forever denied the sleek elegance of a proper war-horse. Quentin felt a sharp pang of longing for Dauntless. The street transitioned to cobblestones rounded and treacherously slick in the persistent drizzle. It was a dismal stage for a quest, an adventure, or even a simple chore. Maybe Bingle had a point. Perhaps they were merely supporting players in someone else's grand narrative. Benedict wasn't even jotting notes in his customary manner, dismissing the need with a casual, "I'll just remember it." There it was, an island so forgettable even Benedict wouldn't deign to chart it. The town was small, the road short. At its end stood a stone building reminiscent of a chapel, though it was not one, just a stark two-story box constructed from flat, gray local stones stacked without mortar. Its facade was blank, appearing either unfinished or stripped of former adornments. Quentin felt like the curious boy approaching the mysterious tower in a well-known children's tale. They should have been confronting roaring challenges from knights bearing obscure heraldry or untangling profound theological riddles posed by ascetic sages. At the very least, they could be resisting the sinful allure of enchanting temptresses. Instead, they were basically battling a collective case of the gloomies. If he had to pinpoint the issue, he'd say the rhythm was all wrong. This was too easy. Such a discovery shouldn't come so quickly, nor should it be obtained without a struggle. But then again, screw it. Maybe luck was finally on his side. Maybe this was fate. Despite the absurdity, a thread of excitement began to unspool within him. This was the moment. The main doors were massive oak constructions, but set within one was a smaller person-sized door, presumably for days when hauling open a grand double-height portal felt like too much effort. The doorway was flanked by empty niches, waiting for statues that were either long gone or never arrived. They gathered before it, a bedraggled band of would-be knights assembled before their own version of a perilous chapel. Who among them would dare to enter? Quentin's nose was running. His hair was soaked from the rain. He owned a hat, but felt a stubborn compulsion to embrace whatever minor suffering was on offer, which currently meant enduring a cold drizzle. He and Julia sniffled in unison. In the end, they all ventured inside, if only to escape the wet. It was no warmer within. The atmosphere was that of a rural church where the caretaker had just stepped out for a moment. The air carried the scent of stone dust. A diffuse gray light filtered through a few narrow windows set high in the walls. A cluster of rusting garden tools, a hoe, a shovel, a rake, occupied one corner as if waiting for a spring that never came. At the room's center stood a stone table. Upon it rested a worn red velvet pillow, and on that pillow lay a golden key with 3 teeth. Beside it was a yellowed slip of paper with neat printed letters, "Golden Key." The key wasn't shiny, nor was it tarnished. It possessed the deep, matte patina of a genuinely ancient object. Its solemn dignity seemed utterly unbothered by the humble setting. The room's heavy stillness appeared to emanate from it. The locals probably didn't know enough to treat it with reverence. Like some forgotten European village with an old cannon as a war memorial, and nobody realizes a live shell is still lodged in the breach until one day Bingle reached out and picked up the key. "Jesus," Quentin hissed. "Be careful. The man must have a death wish." Bingle turned it over in his hands, inspecting both sides. Nothing happened, and then Quentin understood. This was a second chance. He was back at the edge of that meadow in the forest, but this time he was walking in. There had to be more to existence than being comfortable, secure, and pampered in a perfectly engineered luxury retreat. Or maybe there wasn't anything more, but he was determined to find out. And how does one ever find out? You take the key, you had an adventure, that was the simple answer. You found a golden key. "Let me see that," he said. After a quick inspection to confirm it wasn't dangerous, or at least not immediately so, Bingle handed it over. The key was inert in Quentin's palm, no hum, no glow, no sudden animation. It was cool and solid, with exactly the heft one might expect from a thing made of gold. "Quentin," Julia said, her voice low, "that key is covered in old magic, a tremendous amount. I can sense it." "Good." He couldn't help but grin at her, a wave of exhilaration washing over him. "You really don't have to come with me. I know, but I want to." "Quentin, what?" Julia extended her hand toward him. God bless Julia. Despite everything she'd endured, a deep well of human compassion remained within her. He took her offered hand, and with the other he began probing the empty air with the key. Perhaps if he just He felt a distinct click against something solid that wasn't visible. For a moment he lost the spot, waving the key fruitlessly before finding it again, the unmistakable clack of metal on metal. He steadied the key against the unseen point, then pushed. It slid inward, engaging with an invisible lock mechanism and seating itself firmly. He released his grip experimentally. It remained, a golden key hanging in midair, perfectly parallel to the ground. Yes, he breathed, this is it. He drew a shaky breath, his composure thinner than he preferred. Bingle performed an odd gesture, planting the tip of his sword on the stone and dropping solemnly to one knee. Quentin grasped the key once more and turned it clockwise. Acting on pure instinct, his free hand groped for and found a doorknob. He could visualize it clearly in his mind, smooth and cold like white porcelain. He turned it and pulled. A tremendous sound of cracking and tearing filled the chamber, not a noise of destruction, but one of profound release, as if a seal preserved for centuries had finally been broken. Julia's gentle hand tightened around his. A rush of air swept past them, escaping through the newly opened fissure, followed by a flood of hot, brilliant light. He was opening a doorway in the very air, tall enough to walk through upright. Beyond was brightness, warmth, sunlight, and the color green. This was it. Instantly, the gray stone of the after island seemed pale and unreal. This was what he'd been searching for. Call it adventure or destiny or whatever you liked. He wondered if this led to another part of Fillory or to somewhere entirely new. He stepped through onto soft grass, pulling Julia gently after him. Light enveloped them. He blinked, his eyes struggling to adjust. "Wait," he said, confusion dawning. "This can't be right." He spun and lunged back toward the doorway. But it had already vanished. There was nothing to lunge through, no passage back, only empty space. He stumbled. Catch, hazed, he's late. He's lit. On. Like, not. Somehow, after 2 years in Fillory, it was the power lines more than anything that looked bizarre and out of place. That and the cars. They looked all wrong, like sleek, angry alien creatures. Julia was seated on the lawn, arms wrapped around her knees, rocking back and forth slightly. She seemed more shaken than he was. Quentin felt his heart plummet, sinking straight through his chest and down into the very soil of this utterly pointless planet. The absurdity was almost comical. I was a king. I had a ship, a beautiful ship, my own ship. It was as if the universe itself was sending him a painfully clear memo. If that was the case, message received loud and clear. "I get it," he announced to the empty air. "I hear you. I already get it." A stubborn thought rose in defiance. I am a king. Even here in the so-called real world, I am still a king. That cannot be stripped from me. "It's all right," he said, the words feeling hollow. "We're going to make this all right." Testing a theory, speaking a desired reality aloud to see if it would gain any traction in the truth. Julia was on her hands and knees now. Her body convulsed once, and she vomited a thin, acrid stream onto the grass. He moved to her side and knelt down. "You're going to be okay," he told her, hoping the statement would become a promise. "I don't feel right. We're going to figure this out. You'll be okay. Stop saying that," she coughed, spitting onto the manicured grass. "You don't get it. I can't be in this place." She hesitated, searching for the right words. "I'm not supposed to be here. I need to leave. Talk to me about it. I have to go." Did she think he wanted to stay? This wasn't his home anymore. Quentin glanced up at the silent house, relieved to see no movement inside. He wasn't ready to face his parents. The neighborhood was all sprawling lawns and oversized homes. A curious neighbor watched from a living room window before abruptly closing the blinds. "Hey there." He gave a half-hearted wave. "Everything all right," the face vanished. "Come on," he said to Julia, exhaling slowly. "Time to be brave. Let's go inside. We can clean up, find some different clothes." They were still dressed in full Fillorian regalia, which wasn't exactly subtle. She didn't respond. He fought back a rising panic. For God's sake, it had taken him over 2 decades to reach Fillory the first time. How were they supposed to manage it now? He turned, but Julia was already moving, stumbling unsteadily down the wide, empty street away from him. She looked impossibly small against the expanse of pavement. Asphalt really was the strangest material. Nothing in nature felt quite like it. "Hey, wait up!" He stood and jogged after her. "There might be ice cream sandwiches in the freezer. I cannot remain here." "Neither can I. I just don't have a plan yet." "I'm returning." "How?" She stayed silent. He caught up, and they walked side by side as dusk settled. The street was quiet, save for the colored glow of massive televisions flickering behind windows. When did TVs get so enormous? I only knew one route to Fillory, the magic button. Josh had it last we saw. Maybe we can track him down, or perhaps Ember could call us back. Beyond that, I think we're pretty much stranded. Julia was perspiring, her steps unsteady. Whatever was affecting her, this wasn't helping. He made a choice. "We'll go to Breakbills," he stated. "Someone there can help us." She showed no reaction. "I know it's a long shot. I do not wish to go to Breakbills." "I know," Quentin replied. "I'm not exactly eager to go back either, but it's secure. They'll feed us, and somebody there might know a way to get us back." Privately, he doubted the faculty had any expertise in multiverse travel, but they might know how to locate Josh or Lovelady, the antique dealer who'd originally discovered the button. Julia stared straight ahead, silent for so long, Quentin thought she might not answer. "I do not want to go," she repeated, but she halted. Parked alone at the curb was a gleaming blue muscle car, low and aggressive with a turbo hood and a rear spoiler, some privileged kid's sweet 16 gift. Julia scanned the area, then stepped onto a lawn where a landscaper had arranged a line of large, rounded boulders. She hoisted one like a fitness ball, her slender arms managing the weight with surprising ease, and half dropped it through the driver's side window. Quentin didn't even have time to protest, to suggest that maybe smashing a car window wasn't the best idea. It was already done. It took 2 attempts to push it fully through. The safety glass webbed and strained before shattering. The alarm blared, shockingly loud in the suburban quiet, yet miraculously no house lights turned on. Julia reached through the broken window, popped the door lock, shoved the rock back onto the pavement, and slid into the black vinyl bucket seat. "You cannot be serious," he said. She picked up a glass shard, pricked her thumb, and whispering an incantation, pressed her bleeding thumb against the ignition. The alarm ceased, the engine roared to life, the radio blaring Van Halen's Pound Cake. She shifted her weight, sweeping the remaining glass from the seat. "Get in," she commanded. "Sometimes you just have to act." Quentin circled the car for dramatic effect. He should have slid across the hood, and she accelerated before his door was fully shut. They sped away from his parents' street. He was amazed no one had called the cops, but no sirens pierced the air. It was either powerful magic or incredibly stupid luck. She left the Van Halen cranked up. The gray pavement streamed beneath them. It was better than a horse-drawn carriage, at least. Julia rolled down the shattered window's remnants to make it less obvious. "How on earth did you manage that?" he asked. "You know about hot wiring?" She replied. "That was not wiring. That's what we called it, back in the day." "What, back in the day involved you stealing cars, and who is we?" She ignored him, taking a corner sharply enough to make the car lean on its overly soft suspension. "That was a stop sign," Quentin pointed out. "I still think we should head to Brakebills. We are heading to Brakebills." "You changed your mind. It happens." Her thumb was still bleeding. She sucked on it and wiped it on her jeans. "Can you drive?" "No, I never learned." Julia cursed. She turned the radio up louder. The drive from Chesterton to the vicinity of Brakebills was supposed to take 4 hours. Julia made it in 3. They raced west across Massachusetts on aging New England highways, carved through pine forests and sliced into low, green hills, their exposed sides showing raw red rock slick with water from springs uncovered by the construction. The sun dipped below the horizon. The car reeked of the previous owner's cigarettes. Everything felt toxic and artificial. The fake wood trim, the dashboard lights, the burning gasoline propelling them forward. This entire world seemed like a refined petroleum byproduct. Julia kept the radio on a classic rock station the whole trip. It would be an overstatement to say she knew every word of every song, but not by much. They crossed the Hudson River at Beacon, New York, and exited the interstate onto a winding 2-lane road, bumpy with old frost heaves. Aside from Julia's singing, they rode in silence. Quentin was still processing everything that had just occurred. It was too dark to attempt the journey to Brakebills that night, so Julia demonstrated how to get cash from an ATM without a card at a gas station swarming with bugs. They bought her a pair of sunglasses to conceal her strange eyes and checked into a motel, separate rooms. Quentin half hoped the clerk would comment on their disheveled state, but no such luck. In the morning, Quentin indulged in a real hot shower in a proper bathroom, a point for the modern world. He stayed under the spray until every grain of sea salt was washed from his hair, even though the tub was fiberglass. Spiders lurked in the corners, and the air was thick with the smell of cleaning chemicals and artificial mountain breeze. By the time he was cleaned up, checked out, and secured a genuine 16-ounce bottle of Coca-Cola from the vending machine, Julia was already waiting for him, perched on the hood of their car. She'd forgone the shower, but had helped herself to 2 Cokes. The car kicked up gravel leaving the parking lot. "I thought you didn't know where it was," Julia said. "That's what you told me when I asked." "I told you that," Quentin said, "because it's the truth. I don't know its location. But I believe there's a method to find it. At least I know someone who managed it once." He was thinking of Alice. She'd done it during her senior year of high school, so surely they could figure it out. It was a strange thought now. He was going to trace her path. "We'll have to hike a couple of miles through the woods," he said. "That doesn't bother me. A revelation spell should make it visible." The barrier was subtle, designed to deter the uninitiated. It could be an Anasazi working, or perhaps a man technique. Maybe it was simply a man unveiling. "I'm familiar with the Anasazi method." "Fine, wonderful. I'll signal you when we're ready." Quentin maintained a perfectly even tone. Nothing ignited Julia's temper faster than the perception that a Brakebills alumnus was talking down to her. At least she wasn't openly holding him responsible for their unceremonious return to Earth. Though she probably was, she was keeping it to herself for now. The late August heat was oppressive, the air thick with a heavy, golden light. A mile down the valley, the vast blue ribbon of the Hudson River flashed between the trees. They left the car at a sharp curve in the road. He understood the wound to her pride and to something even more essential that came with slinking back to Brakebills to plead for assistance. That didn't alter the cold reality. It was their primary and likely singular viable option. Remaining on Earth was absolutely not happening. He'd wanted a grand adventure. Well, mission accomplished. His new quest was to get back to the exact point where his original damned quest had begun, a fitting lesson, if there ever was one. Before they entered the trees, Julia spent a quarter of an hour on an incantation she brusquely explained would instruct the car to wait an hour, then drive itself back to Chesterton. Quentin couldn't begin to fathom the mechanics of such a thing, but he swallowed his skepticism. If he'd had the foresight to keep more of the enchanted glass, he could have at least repaired the shattered window. He hadn't, so tough luck for the muscle car's anonymous owner. He folded $200 in 20s into the glove box. After finishing the warm sodas, they hoisted themselves over the dented metal guardrail. These were not friendly, recreational woods meant for pleasant hikes and family picnics. No helpful park rangers had curated these trails for public enjoyment. The forest was a dense, shadowy tangle, and moving through it was a miserable chore. Quentin was forever ducking a fraction too slow, earning a stinging slap across the cheek from an unseen branch. Every few minutes he was certain he'd walked face first into a spider's web, though the architect was never located, and he couldn't shake the anxiety of what might happen if they blundered into Brakebill's defensive perimeter unaware. In theory, nothing, but theory was cold comfort. He'd watched Professor Sunderland reinforce the wards after the beast's assault. He'd seen the bizarre, unsettling components she'd ground into her powders. At any moment they could walk right into it. The thought made his skin prickle. After 30 minutes of arduous progress, he called for a stop. The woods had fallen into an eerie silence. There was no visible sign of the school, yet he felt its presence nearby, as if it were lurking behind a giant oak, ready to spring out at them. He could almost sense older paths imprinted on the land, too. Like Alice's poor, doomed Alice, wandering these same shadows as a teenager, searching blindly for an entrance. She would have been better off never finding it. Be wary of what you seek, because you might just get it. Let's try right here, he suggested. Julia launched into the Anasazi's spell with her characteristically raw, aggressive style, sweeping invisible layers from the air in a square before her, like clearing condensation from a cold windshield. He cringed internally at some of her unorthodox hand positions, yet they never seemed to dilute the raw power of her casting. If anything, they amplified it. He began working on the man variant himself. It was considerably simpler, but this wasn't a competition. Best to cover their bases with different approaches. He never completed it. A sharp, startled gasp from the normally unflattable Julia made him look up. She had skipped back a step. Hovering in the air within the square she had cleared was a face. It belonged to an older man with a neatly trimmed goatee, wearing a royal blue tie beneath a truly atrocious yellow blazer. It was Dean Fogg, the head of Brakebills. His face was in the square because he was standing directly in front of Julia. "Sue," the dean intoned, stretching the vowel into a near musical note. "The prodigal returns." Scarcely 5 minutes later, they were striding across the sea, its lush green expanse as vast and breathtaking as he remembered. It unfurled around them, an emerald plain the size of several football fields combined. The midday sun blazed directly above them, baking the grounds with its full intensity. Here, within the enchanted boundaries, it was already June. Quentin couldn't believe it. 3 years had passed since he'd last stood on this soil. 3 years since he'd approached Dean Fogg and requested to be erased from the magical community's records. Yet, astonishingly, nothing seemed altered. The scents of cut grass and old stone, the sprawling lawns, the ancient trees, even the students wandering about, it was all preserved, a timeless sanctuary untouched by the outside world. "We've been tracking your progress since you left the main road," Fogg explained, his tone brimming with pride. "Our security measures have advanced far beyond what you remember. We have a prodigy in the theoretical magic department now, a young man whose work even I struggle to fully grasp. We can monitor a live map of the entire forest, tracking every individual within it. The system even color codes them based on their intentions and emotional states. Truly extraordinary. Extraordinary, Quentin echoed, feeling numb. Beside him, Julia remained silent. He couldn't begin to fathom what she was experiencing. She hadn't returned here since failing her entrance exam years ago, since Fogg's arrival. She hadn't uttered a word, though she had mechanically shaken his hand when introductions were made. Fogg continued chatting amiably about the school's recent achievements and the various exploits of Quentin's former classmates. None of them, it seemed, had managed to get themselves banished to another dimension. The local gossip was equally vibrant. Brakebills had become a powerhouse in international welters thanks to a particularly athletic professor. A topiary elephant calf had broken free from its hedge and was now roaming the grounds at a glacial pace, about 3 feet per day, with the natural magic group struggling to contain it. The library was still battling outbreaks of flying books. Recently, a swarm of hefty Far Eastern atlases had taken flight, their broad pages beating like albatross wings, and wreaked havoc in the circulation area before escaping to roost in a tree by the welter's field. There they heckled students in a cacophony of languages until a rainstorm forced them back inside to be sternly rebound. All Quentin could think was how bizarre it was that this entire world kept spinning without him. It felt like a violation of some fundamental law. A handful of students, mostly young women, were scattered across the grass, soaking up the sun within the modest limits of their uniforms. The semester was over, but graduation hadn't yet happened. If he turned left now and walked for 5 minutes past those live oaks, he'd reach the cottage. It would be filled with strangers lounging in the window seats, drinking the wine, reading the books, occupying the beds. He'd once wondered if he'd want to see it again, but now he knew he didn't. The watching students propped themselves on their elbows, their expressions a mix of curiosity and lofty pity for those foolish enough to have grown old. He recognized that look. They felt like royalty. Enjoy it while you can, he thought. I wasn't certain we'd ever see you again, Fogg went on, evidently choosing to take the moral high ground and rather relishing the panorama from up there. After your, let's call it your early retirement, most who make that choice never return. Once they're gone for good. But you, I gather, have come to recognize the error of your path. They moved from the scorching open expanse of the sea into the shaded, intricate paths of the maze. Cool air washed over them as the hedges opened unexpectedly into small courtyards, each centered around a pale stone fountain. Quentin remembered these fountains. He'd lounged beside them with Alice, though the maze's layout seemed subtly different now. The labyrinth would have been redesigned many times since his era. Annually, in fact, he fell into step beside Fogg. I had a shift in perspective. The path was broad enough for them to walk side by side. Still, it was kind of you to make room for me during my, how should I put it, moment of vulnerability. If you say so. Fogg drew a handkerchief from his jacket and dabbed his brow. He did appear more aged. The goatee was a recent addition, now largely silver. He's remained here all these years, day after day, performing the same rituals for new students who eventually graduate and depart. Quentin already felt the walls closing in after mere minutes. Fogg still perceived him as that anxious boy, but that boy had vanished long ago. They entered the house and climbed to the dean's office. Before stepping inside, Quentin turned to Julia. "Would you prefer to wait out here? Whatever, it might be strategically wiser if I handle this one-on-one." Julia responded with a flat, unamused circle of her thumb and forefinger. "Fantastic." She settled onto the bench outside Fogg's door, the one typically occupied by misbehaving or struggling undergrads. She'd be all right. He had to believe that the dean took his seat, lacing his fingers together atop the desk. The dense, leathery, achingly familiar scents assaulted Quentin, attempting to yank him backward through time. He pondered what advice he might give to his younger self who had once sat in what seemed this very chair, clad in slept-in clothes, jittering with anxiety and questioning if it was all an elaborate prank. Proceed with extreme caution, take the safer path, perhaps something more direct. Avoid getting involved with Janet, refrain from meddling with mysterious artifacts. And how would that younger version react? He'd likely stare back with the same skeptical disbelief Benedict once showed Quentin and retort, as if I'd ever listen. "So," Fogg began, "to what do I owe this visit? What draws you back to your modest academic origins?" The challenge was how to request assistance without revealing too much about Fillory. Its very existence, its tangible reality, remained a closely guarded secret, and Fogg was the last person he wished to inform. If the dean discovered the truth, word would spread everywhere, and soon it would become the prime vacation destination for Breakbill's students on holiday, the magical equivalent of a spring break hotspot. Yet he needed to begin somewhere, just feign the same level of ignorance Fogg assumed he had. "Dean Fogg, what's your understanding of travel between different worlds?" "A modest amount, more theoretical than practical, naturally." Fogg gave a soft laugh. "Some years ago we had a student quite fascinated by that very topic, Penny. I believe he called himself. Surely not his given name. He was in my class. His real name was William. Indeed, he and Melanie, Professor van der Wege, dedicated considerable effort researching that subject. She's retired now, of course. What precisely sparks your interest?" "Well, I always got along with him," Quentin said, fumbling for a plausible excuse. "Penny, William, I've been making inquiries, but no one has seen him recently. Since a deranged deity severed his hands, I thought you might have some insight into his whereabouts. You suspect he may have departed to another realm. Possibly, why not?" "Yes, well," Fogg replied, stroking his goatee thoughtfully, or giving a convincing performance of doing so. "No, I'm afraid I cannot freely distribute information about former students without their permission. It wouldn't be appropriate." "I'm not asking for his private details. I merely thought you might have heard something." The springs of Fogg's chair groaned as he leaned forward. "My dear boy," he said, "I hear a great many things, but I am not at liberty to share them. When I facilitated your discreet departure to that firm in Manhattan, do you imagine I broadcast your destination to everyone? I suppose not. However, if you are genuinely curious about Penny's location, I would recommend beginning your search within our own reality." Another dry chuckle, rather than an alternate one. "Will you be joining us for lunch?" Julia had been correct. This trip was a mistake. Clearly, Fogg knew nothing useful, and being in his presence was doing Quentin no good at all. Quentin felt himself sliding back into the petulant mindset of a teenager. It was disturbingly similar to those infuriating conversations with his parents. All sense of his own growth and accomplishments evaporated. He couldn't fathom now how he had ever viewed this man with such reverence. The imposing, wizardly figure he once feared had been replaced by a self-satisfied and rigid administrator. "I appreciate it, but I can't stay. Thanks, Dean Fogg." Quentin slapped his palms against his knees and rose. "I think we really should be going. Before you rush off, Quentin?" Fogg hadn't shifted in his chair. "I'd like a few more moments. There have been some rather wild stories circulating about you and your companions over the last few years. The students whisper about it. You've become something of a legend here, whether you like it or not." Quentin was on his feet now. "Well," he replied, a dry edge to his voice, "you know how students are. They'll believe anything." "I make a point of not believing most of it," Fogg said, his eyes regaining their familiar steely glint. "But allow an old dean to offer some advice. Despite my admitted lack of expertise in cross-dimensional journeys, I'm quite aware you never cared for Penny, and no one has seen or heard from him in a very long time. The same is true for Elliot Waugh, Alice Quinn, and Janet Pluchinski." Quentin, you Quentin, Lake, we, what, There it was, the fog he remembered and dreaded. He hadn't vanished. He'd merely been lying in wait. But Quentin was no longer the misbehaving student. "I'm well aware of that, Dean Fogg. Trust me. Good. Then don't go poking into dark corners. Quentin, don't stir things up," Fogg articulated the last word with deliberate clarity. "You currently carry yourself like someone who believes he has all the answers. Humility is a valuable trait for a magician. Magic holds the wisdom, not you. Do you recall what I told you the night before your graduation? Magic isn't ours to own. I don't know who it belongs to, but we are merely borrowing it if we're lucky. It's like poor Professor March always said about the turtles. Don't provoke them, Quentin. One world should be sufficient for anyone. Easy for you to say," Quentin thought bitterly. "You've never seen another." "Thank you. I'll keep that in mind." Fogg released a weighty, tragic sigh like a prophet doomed to be ignored. "Very well. Professor Geiger is likely in the junior common room if you require a portal, unless you prefer to retrace your steps through the woods. A portal would be perfect. Thank you." Quentin moved toward the door. "And for the record, that failed applicant waiting outside, she's a more capable magician than the majority of your students, probably most of your faculty too." Walking with Julia down to the common room, Quentin felt a pressing need to escape. Everything seemed diminished, as if he'd drunk a shrinking potion and was now too large for the familiar spaces. The walls felt closer, the ceilings lower. "Not getting in here," he remarked to Julia. "You didn't miss much, really." Julia replied, her tone flat. "You certainly did, Chapter 10. Julia was committed to a strategy of patience. The trouble with such a long-term plan, however, was the sheer length of it. They were aware of her presence, and eventually they would have to confront her. Her role was simply to outlast them. Yet the weeks dragged on. Students graduated, Julia technically among them, though she skipped the ceremony, and the seasons turned. Her dim room became a stifling oven during the summer. Everything within it parched and brittle until autumn arrived with its relief. The ivy covering the house behind them flamed into reds and oranges, rustling in the breeze as rain tapped steadily against the window pane. As the neighborhood grew quiet with her classmates leaving for college, Julia stayed behind. At 18, she was officially an adult. Her coming-of-age story had reached its end, and no one could force her hand anymore. With her old friends, Julia's friends, now out of town, she could finally breathe, yet the silence left her uneasy. Utterly alone, clinging to the edge of something vast before letting go into free fall. Would she fall forever to make the hours pass? Julia killed time with a vengeance. She threw whole days onto a bonfire and watched them vanish in fragrant smoke. Still, time dragged its feet, each hour fighting her like a stubborn obstacle. Online Scrabble and movies helped nudge things along, but even the craft had its limits. 3 viewings was about all she could take. And yes, she spent 6 weeks in a psychiatric hospital there. She said it. It was awful, but not entirely unexpected. Her parents had given her a choice between community college and what she called the Laughing Academy, and she'd called their bluff by picking the latter. Read 'em and weep. The reality was worse than she imagined. 6 weeks of bad smells, worse food, and a roommate whose arms were lined with razor scars mumbling in her sleep about Transformers over and over. Who's crazy now? Those movies were even more tedious than the craft. So she talked circles around her therapists, took her meds. Nardil helped the calendar pages turn, and privately thought sometimes that death might be easier, except she refused to give anyone the satisfaction. They couldn't wear her down. No, they couldn't. Eventually they sent her home. She wasn't a danger to herself or others, just not crazy enough to keep. Another exclusive institution had kicked her out. Badum Ching. "Thanks, you've been a great audience." She'd be here indefinitely, waiting for whatever came next. With time on her hands, Julia opened a new front in her personal war. If magic was real, then genuine knowledge about how to wield it had to be circulating somewhere. Breakbills couldn't hoard it all. Any student of information theory would tell you that data that vast couldn't be sealed away completely. There were always leaks, always pores in the wall, and she intended to tunnel from her side. She launched a systematic search, giving her restless mind something substantial to chew on. It kept her busy, if not happy. She mapped out major and minor magical traditions, compiled bibliographies of key texts, and read each one, extracting every scrap of practical instruction while discarding the mystical nonsense that surrounded it. This meant leaving the house now and then, furtive trips into what she called the Big Blue Room, which had the side benefit of calming her parents down. So whatever, it's all good. She ground herbs, boiled mixtures, sniffed and daubed. It felt like a scavenger hunt. She browsed head shops and organic grocery aisles, got to know the restaurant supply stores on Bowery for cheap hardware, and scoured online lab supply catalogs, piecing together her own path to power. It was astonishing what you could have delivered to a post office box with a forged ID and a digital wallet. If this mystical venture fell through, she had a promising future in homegrown extremism. She once devoted an entire week to tying countless knots into a length of twine, only to discover later that a strand of her own hair was meant to be braided into it, forcing her to start over completely. She had always been compulsively driven. James joked she was addicted to workahol, but everyone has a breaking point. On 2 separate occasions under the cloak of night in her backyard, she ended the lives of something small, a mouse and then a frog. Such is the natural order, right? Hakuna Matata. A fun fact that's a modern Swahili saying and chanting. It achieves precisely nothing, no matter how fervently you repeat it. Honestly, everything she tried amounted to nothing. The futility continued when she left her parents' home for a studio apartment above a bagel shop, paid for by temp work, but at least she had room to sketch out pentagrams without her sister swiping her talismans or pounding on her door during incantations before darting away. The terror she'd once inspired had sadly faded. It all still amounted to nothing, even after she gratified a clueless 20-something guy in a bathroom at a party, because he boasted he could sneak her into the Prospect Park Zoo after hours, a potential gold mine for certain African ritual ingredients, not to mention a source for the semen required for a couple of spells, though thankfully for that zookeeper those didn't work either. Then just once she caught a scent of something authentic. It didn't come from some dusty ancient tome, but from the internet, though it was practically an antique in digital terms, the online version of a crumbling manuscript. She was digging through archives from a bulletin board system based in Kansas City from the mid-1980s. She ran the usual searches, sifting through the expected digital debris. It felt like scanning cosmic background noise for a whisper of alien intelligence. But one result stood out, looking less like random static and more like a genuine signal. It was an image file back in the era of painfully slow modems. Images had to be broken into dozens of text posts in hexadecimal code. You'd collect all the parts, use a utility to stitch and decode them, and half the time a missing character would corrupt the whole file, leaving you with digital snow. The other half you'd get a grainy photo of an amateur stripper. But she wasn't about to cut corners in her magical pursuits. What she assembled and decoded was a scan of handwritten pages. It showed a couplet, 2 lines in an unfamiliar language, written out phonetically. Musical notation above each syllable indicated rhythm and pitch. Below was a detailed sketch of a hand forming a specific gesture. There was no title or explanation, just these precise, deliberate instructions. It lacked the feel of an art project or a prank. It was too meticulously crafted to be a mere joke. She practiced the components separately first. Thank heavens for a decade of oboe lessons, which meant she could sight-read the melody. The words weren't hard, but the hand positions were brutally complex. Midway through, her skepticism returned, thinking it was all an elaborate hoax, but her stubbornness won out. She would have abandoned it, but on a whim, she tried the first few syllables and immediately sensed that this one was different. Her fingertips grew warm, humming as if she'd brushed a live wire. The air itself seemed to thicken, pushing back against her movements. Deep in her chest, something long dormant began to shift. A sleeping part of her she'd never known was there, now nudged awake by whatever this was. The sensation faded the moment she stopped. 2 a.m, and she had a word processing shift at a Manhattan law firm at 8. Word processing was all she could land these days. She typed like lightning, but her appearance and phone etiquette had slipped so much that her last receptionist gig ended the minute they saw her. She hadn't showered or slept in 2 days, and her sheets hadn't been washed in months. Her eyes burned with grit. Standing at her desk, she tried again. It took 2 more hours to complete the sequence fully for the first time. The words, the pitch, the rhythm all clicked. Her hand positions were still a mess, but she was on to something real. This wasn't nothing. When she finally stopped, her fingers seemed to paint streaks in the air, a hallucinatory effect like bad laser surgery or the visual static of 2 sleepless nights. Waving her hand, she saw trails of color, red from her thumb, then yellow, green, blue, and purple from her pinky. The air carried a sharp electric scent. Quentin's scent, Julia climbed up to the roof. With the spell active, she felt hesitant to touch anything, like wearing wet nail polish, but she needed space. She pushed open the trapdoor and stepped out into the tar-paper jungle of air conditioners. There, against the rapidly brightening pre-dawn sky, she waved her hands, weaving rainbows until the effect faded. It was magic, real magic, and she was doing it. Hakuna fucking Matata. Either she wasn't crazy or she'd finally gone completely around the bend with no return ticket. Either way, joy flooded her so intensely she could have died from it. Later, she went downstairs and slept for an hour. Waking, she found her fingers had left multicolored stains on the sheets. Her chest ached with a hollow, scraped-out feeling, as if someone had taken a table knife and scooped her clean like a pumpkin. Only then did she think to search for the poster from the BBS, but the archive showed it was already deleted, yet the spell still worked. She started it again, and it worked again. Then, careful not to touch her face with her candy-colored fingers, she put her head down on the desk and wept like a child who'd been hurt. Chapter 11. Quentin had Professor Geiger return them to Chesterton. They reappeared smoothly in the town center. Geiger, a cheerful, comfortably round, middle-aged woman, had offered to send them straight to Quentin's house, but he'd blanked on his parents' address. It was mid-afternoon. Quentin wasn't even sure what day it was. They sat on a bench on a historic green where a minor Revolutionary War battle had taken place. Sun-dazed tourists drifted past. 2 able-bodied people in their 20s with nowhere to be felt out of place. He should have been in an office or in grad school, or at least playing touch football while high. Daylight seemed to bleach the energy right out of him. God, he thought, looking down at his leggings, I really need to change out of these clothes, though Chesterton was a top spot for colonial reenactments on the East Coast, which might make them slightly less conspicuous. So that went well, he said. Starbucks? Julia didn't laugh. They were adrift, becalmed, sitting in silence under the old oaks. The king and queen of Fillory, with absolutely nothing to do, the atmosphere buzzed with a constant alien symphony of modern life. The growl of engines, the electric thrum of power lines, the wail of sirens, the distant percussion of construction, and the high-altitude scars of jetliners etching twin lines across the clear blue. It was a relentless noise Quentin had become deaf to after Fillory. He forced himself to remember he'd met Julia near here in the churchyard cemetery. That was where she'd told him she still remembered break bills. You don't actually have a plan, do you? Julia's gaze was fixed ahead. No, I don't know why I expected you would. That familiar frosty irritation returned, a sign she was reanimating. You've never truly been present, not out here in the actual world. I've dropped by a few times. You think magic is what they taught you at break bills? Absolutely no concept of what magic really is. All right, he conceded. Let's assume I don't. What is it then? I'm going to show you. Julia rose. She scanned the surroundings as if tasting the air, then abruptly jaywalked at a reckless diagonal. A silver sedan blared its horn and screeched to a halt. Unfazed, she pressed on, with Quentin following more warily. She led them away from Chesterton's modest main street. The neighborhood quickly softened into a residential zone where the clamor of commerce faded, replaced by large trees and sprawling houses. The sidewalk grew uneven. Julia seemed oddly fascinated by the telephone poles, pausing at each one to scrutinize it. It's been a while since I've done this, she murmured, almost to herself. There has to be one around here somewhere. One what? What are we even looking for? I could explain, but you wouldn't believe me. Julia was a perpetual box of surprises. Well, his schedule was wide open. After another 5 minutes, she halted before a specific pole adorned with a couple of sloppy, fluorescent pink spray paint splotches. She stared, her lips forming silent words, reading a text in the world that was invisible to him. "Not perfect," she announced, "but it'll work. Come on." As they walked, she added, "We're heading to a safe house." They trekked for what felt like 2 miles through the fading afternoon light, crossing from Chesterton into the adjacent, slightly less affluent, but still respectable town of Winston schoolchildren heading home, cast curious glances their way. Occasionally, Julia would pause to examine a chalk mark on a curb or a cluster of weeds by the roadside before moving on. Quentin, his feet beginning to ache and seriously contemplating the unethical convenience of stealing another car, decided to simply wait for her plan to reveal itself. He had no better ideas. Unlike Chesterton, Winston felt older, its history pressed into the land. Some houses weren't just colonial in style, they were the genuine article, compact and dense, nestled back in damp hollows among rotting pines. Their scraggly lawns waged a perpetual losing war against the acidic needles of the encroaching trees. The newer McMansions, by contrast, were vast and bright, their manicured grounds having decisively routed the pines, leaving 1 or 2 traumatized survivors for decorative effect. The house they finally stopped at was of the first kind, authentically old and shrouded in gathering dusk. Julia had noted a few more painted markers on poles. Once using a subtle cantrip, she shielded from his view with a casual, concealing hand. The driveway plunged sharply down into the shadowy hollow for generations. That steep driveway must have been a proving ground for local kids, a gauntlet of scraped knees and bruised elbows as skateboards and scooters careened toward the garage door. Quentin imagined countless student drivers stalling out and rolling backward, practicing their hill starts in manual transmission cars with gritted teeth. Now he and Julia were the ones clomping down it on foot. He felt absurdly out of place, like a door-to-door evangelist or a grown man who'd forgotten it wasn't Halloween. At first the house seemed dark, but as they neared he realized every light was blazing behind windows papered over with thick, dark butcher paper. Like lag. In reply, Julia did something strange. She turned, swept up her long, wavy black hair with one hand, and briefly showed him the nape of her neck. Was there a mark there? A tattoo? Quentin couldn't make it out. All good? She asked. It must have been the right signal, because the man just grunted and moved aside. When Quentin stepped forward to follow, the man blocked him with a hand on his chest, his piggy eyes narrowing further. Hold up. He lifted a comically small pair of opera glasses that hung on a cord around his neck and peered through them at Quentin. For Christ's sake, he muttered, turning to Julia with genuine irritation. Who the hell is this guy? Quentin Coldwater, Quentin said, extending his hand toward the man whose T-shirt read Potions Master. The gesture was ignored. He's my brand-new boyfriend, Julia announced breezily. She grabbed Quentin's hand and pulled him inside before any more questions could be asked. The heavy thump of bass vibrated through the floorboards. The house might have been nice once before a spectacularly bad renovation in the 80s had gutted it, and then subsequent occupants had thoroughly trashed the results. The aesthetic was a dated vision of chic, white walls, black and chrome furniture, harsh track lighting. The air hung thick with a stale scent of old cigarettes, and the plaster walls were pocked with chips and dents. This was not somewhere Quentin wanted to linger. He was trying to stay optimistic, but it was painfully hard to see how this grimy scene connected to the shimmering, enchanted Fillory he longed for. With deep wariness, he followed Julia up a short flight of stairs into a living room populated by a bizarre assortment of people. It looked like a shelter for teenage runaways, except the demographic expanded to include 20-somethings, the middle-aged and the elderly. There were the expected goth types, pale and scrawny with concerning scabs, but also a man in a ruined yet expensive-looking business suit, talking urgently into a cell phone with a series of who's as if someone important were listening. A woman in her 60s with a stark white Gertrude Stein-style haircut sat stiffly on a sofa. On the floor, a shirtless elderly Asian man sat alone before a cold, ash-filled brazier, a ring of gray powder staining the white carpet. So much for housekeeping. Quentin stopped dead in the doorway. "Julia," he said, his voice low, "where exactly are we? Haven't you figured it out yet?" She practically shimmered with delight, clearly savoring his unease. "This is where I got my real education. Consider this my break bills. It's the anti-break bills. These people practice magic. They attempt to— You have to be joking, Julia. Please tell me this is a joke." He took her arm, but she shook him off. He grasped it again, pulling her back a few steps down the stairs. "I'm begging you, but I am completely serious." Julia's smile was wide and predatory now, the trap clearly sprung with her prey squirming inside it. "These people can't possibly do magic," Quentin hissed. "There are no safeguards. They aren't qualified. Who's even in charge here? Who supervises this?" "No one is," Julia said, her tone shifting from playful to fiercely defiant. "That's the whole point. Your precious school had gates and guides and rules. This place has nothing but hunger and whatever scraps of power people can claw from the universe for themselves. It's messy, it's dangerous, and it's real. You wanted to see behind the curtain, Quentin? Well, congratulations. This is what raw, unfiltered longing looks like. It's not pretty, but it's honest." He had to steady himself with a slow breath. This felt off, not in a moral sense, but out of sequence. The thought that just anyone could dabble in magic was unsettling and, frankly, dangerous. That wasn't how things were supposed to go. Who were these people anyway? Magic belonged to him and his circle. They were the real magicians. These strangers were nobodies. Who gave them permission? Once Breakbills caught wind of this place, they'd shut it down hard, Fogg leading the charge with a full tactical team. "Do you even know these people?" he asked. She rolled her eyes. "These guys," she let out a dismissive snort. "Total losers." Julia guided him back into the main room. The residents of the safe house shared little beyond a general dishevelment, and many bore the same tattoo, a small, filled-in blue star with 7 points, no bigger than a dime. It caught Quentin's eye from the backs of hands, forearms, or the fleshy space between thumb and finger. One man had 2, positioned like bolts on Frankenstein's neck. A shirtless Asian guy sported 4. As Quentin watched, the man began an intricate casting Quentin didn't recognize, staring blankly through the lattice of his moving hands. Quentin had to look away. Perched on the gray slate mantelpiece was a freckled redhead, a pint-sized Dennis the Menace type, surveying the room. Spotting them, he hopped down and swaggered over, wearing an oversized army jacket and clutching a worn clipboard. "Hey there," he said. "I'm Alex. Welcome to my dojo. And you are, Julia? This is Quentin. Got it. Apologies for the mess. Tragedy of the commons." Unlike everyone else, Alex was brisk and cheerful. "Stars, please." Julia tilted her head to show the nape of her neck again.
"Right."
Alex's ginger eyebrows lifted. Whatever he saw seemed to impress him. He turned to Quentin. And you, he doesn't have one," Julia cut in. Quentin frowned. He could speak for himself. "So does he want to take the test? Otherwise he can't stay." "I understand," Julia said. The astonishing part was that she wasn't even arguing. She was being polite. She, a queen of Fillory, was humoring this place's messed-up rules. "Quentin, he needs you to take a test," she explained, "to prove you can do magic. I have plenty of wants, too. Do I really have to?" "Yes, you really fucking have to," she replied calmly. "So just do it. It's only the first level. Everyone does it their first time. You just make a flash. You probably have some fancy name for it. Show me." Julia cycled through 3 practiced hand positions in a blur, snapped her fingers, and said, "Light." The snap released a quick pop of light, like a camera flash. "See, hold on," Quentin said. "Those gestures weren't completely standard. Can you?" "Come on, people," Alex interjected, his cheer fading. "Are we doing this or not?" Quentin noticed then that Alex had 8 stars, 4 on the back of each hand. That must make him the king of this flophouse. "Come on, Quentin." All right, show me again." She repeated the spell. Quentin attempted to mimic the curl of her fingers. Break bills taught strict geometric lines, hands forming perfect angles, but these motions were loose and natural, nothing aligned. And it had been 2 years since he'd worked with real-world circumstances. He tried once, snapping, nothing, then again, still nothing. Ironic applause rippled from the onlookers. The locals were now invested in the spectacle. "Sorry, one more try and you're out," Alex stated. "You can come back in a month." Julia started to demonstrate again, but Alex covered her hand. Let him try on his own. The bouncer, the potions master, had wandered in from the front door and stood watching, arms crossed. Quentin could hear the others chanting "light" each time they spoke, a flash bulb popping in response to "hell with this." He wasn't about to adopt some shady hedge witch incantation in 30 seconds flat. It would only mess with his fundamentals. He was classically trained, a master sorcerer, and a king besides. Let there be light. "Let there be light," he declared. "Let's see who here actually knows their Aramaic." He shut his eyes and brought his hands together in a sharp, echoing clap. The light was a white, searing blast, like a camera flash pressed right against your eyelids. For one frozen moment, the entire room, the worn carpet, the tilting floor lamps, the stunned faces, was bleached of all color. Quentin had to blink hard to clear his vision, and his eyes had been closed. A beat of silence hung in the air. "Holy," someone murmured. Then the room erupted into overlapping voices. Alex didn't look pleased, but he didn't kick them out either. "Sign in," he said, rubbing his eyes on his sleeve. "Wherever you picked that up, just get your flash working properly next time." "Cheers," Quentin replied. Alex peeled a blue star sticker from a sheet and pressed it onto the back of Quentin's hand. He passed over a clipboard. Under name, Quentin wrote "King Quentin" and handed it to Julia. Once she finished, he guided her out through the kitchen, its lumpy linoleum floor, its ancient stove that looked like a toy oven, and its counters buried under a rainbow city of dirty glassware. He'd had enough. "What are we even doing here?" he whispered urgently. "Let's go." She took him further into the house, down a hallway that in any normal home would lead to a study or a family room, until she found a cheap, hollow-core door opening onto a basement staircase. He shut it behind them, the cool, damp, quiet common to every suburban basement wrapped around them. The stairs were rough pine planks, fuzzy with dust and cobwebs. "I don't get this, Julia," he said. "You don't belong here any more than I do. You're not like these people. You didn't learn what you know from a bunch of unlicensed amateurs in a frat house. You couldn't have." They were alone now, surrounded by taped-up cardboard boxes, a defunct TV as bulky as a washing machine, and half a ping-pong table. Maybe I'm not who you believe I am. Maybe I am an unlicensed amateur, too. That's not what I mean, was it? He was still struggling to process this whole scene. I'm amazed they haven't burned this whole place down already. I think what you're trying to say is that you don't believe they're good enough. They don't meet your standards. This isn't about standards, Quentin shot back, though he felt the argument turning slippery beneath him. This is about look. I put in the work. That's all I'm saying. You have to earn power like this. You don't just grab it at a convenience store along with your giant soda and your collectible cards. And what about me? You think I didn't put in the work? I know you did. He took a steadying breath. Slow down. This place wasn't the real issue. The issue was getting back to Fillory. What did he call this house? A dojo-do? Safe house. Same idea. They're safe houses. He's just a dork about it. Are there many of them? 100 maybe in this country? More on the coasts? Good grief, it was an epidemic. What was that test back there? You mean the one you failed? That's the test for first-level magician. You have to pass it to come in here. Pass the test, get a star tattooed on you, and you can stay. Most people put them on their hands, somewhere visible. The more tests you pass, the higher you climb, the more stars you collect. But who's in charge of all this, that Alex guy? He's just a den mother, looks after the house. The ranking system polices itself. Any magician can ask another magician of equal or lower standing to demonstrate the test for their level or any below it, she recited from memory. To prove they know what they're doing, if you don't know your stuff, you'll get knocked down quick. He wanted to argue with the statement, but couldn't find the right words on the spot. He decided to save it for later, when he could pick it apart properly. So, what's your level? Instead of answering, she turned and showed him the back of her neck, the same thing she'd shown the doorman and Alex. There, tattooed just below her hairline, was a blue 7-pointed star. The top points vanished into her hair. She must have shaved the area to get it done. It resembled the ones he'd seen upstairs, but larger, about the size of a silver dollar and with a circle at its center. Inside the circle was the number 50. Whoa! He couldn't hide his surprise. That guy Gingerballs back there only had an 8, so you're a level 50 magician. No. She grabbed the hem of her blouse, crossing her arms in front of her. Hold on. Chill out, player. She yanked the back of her shirt up, but only halfway. It was covered in blue stars, dozens of them arranged in neat, straight rows. He counted 10 across. There had to be at least 100. She let her shirt fall and turned back to him. What level am I? I'm the best there is. That's my level, and screw you for asking. Come on, I'm getting us back to Fillory. She knocked on a heavy fireproof door, the kind usually leading to a furnace room in a basement. It slid sideways on rollers. The man operating it looked like a textbook preppy, short blonde hair, a salmon-colored polo shirt, except he was only about 4 feet tall. A wave of dry, prickly heat poured from the room. "What can I do for you this fine evening?" he said, his teeth perfectly white and even, "We need to get to Richmond." The small man wasn't entirely solid either. He was slightly translucent around the edges. Quentin didn't notice at first until he realized his eyes were tracking objects behind the man's fingers that shouldn't have been visible. They were well and truly through the looking-glass now. "Full fare tonight, I'm afraid. It's the weather, stresses the lines." He had the cheerful, twinkly manner of an old-fashioned train conductor. He gestured for her to enter. "Only the lady, please," said the translucent preppy. "Not the gentleman." Despite his respect for Julia's secret, extra break bills magical world, enough was enough. Quentin's grasp of real-world circumstances might have been rusty, but not that rusty. He whispered a quick, sharp series of Chinese syllables, and an invisible hand seized the man by the back of the neck, yanking him backward until his head thumped against the cinder-block wall behind him. If Julia was surprised, she didn't show it. The man just shrugged and rubbed the back of his head with one hand. "I'll get the book," he managed. "Do you have credit?" It was a furnace room, hot and lined with unplastered cinder blocks. An actual furnace stood in one corner, a fire bucket full of sand beside it, but against one wall leaned 2 old full-length mirrors. They looked like pier glasses salvaged from an old house fogged in places with wooden frames. Julia did have credit. The book was a leather-bound volume where she wrote something, pausing in the middle to do mental math. When she finished, the man inspected it and handed each of them a string of paper tickets, the kind you'd win playing skee-ball at a carnival. Quentin counted his 9. Julia took hers and stepped into the mirror. She vanished as if swallowed by a bathtub full of mercury. He expected she would. Mirrors were easy to enchant, being somewhat unearthly by nature anyway. Now, looking more closely, he saw the telltale sign. They were true mirrors that didn't reverse right and left. Even though he'd just watched Julia walk right through, he couldn't help closing his eyes and bracing to smack his forehead against the glass. Instead, he passed through with an icy sensation. Crude, he thought. A properly cast portal shouldn't make you feel a thing. What came next felt like a scene straight out of a film montage, a succession of dim, forgettable back rooms and cellars, each with a keeper to collect a ticket and another shimmering gateway waiting beyond. They were riding a cobbled-together magical subway hopping from one basement to the next. It was clearly the work of amateurs patched together bit by bit. Quentin couldn't help but hope that someone out there was running quality checks, and not just when they felt like it, so he and Julia wouldn't accidentally rematerialize a mile above the ground or buried deep beneath the earth. That would be one hell of a public system failure. A few of the portal designers had clearly enjoyed adding a touch of whimsy. One gateway was tucked inside a British-style phone booth straight out of a sci-fi show. Another was framed by a mural of a circus performer bending over, her skirts lifted, so that travelers had to step directly through the painted figure. Then there was one stop that stood completely apart from the rest, a quiet, sleek executive suite perched high in some anonymous skyscraper, the city below a glittering grid of lights in the night. Through what looked like one-way tinted glass, Quentin and Julia watched a room full of men in suits deep in discussion around a polished table. Here there was no attendant, just a small bronze idol with a gaping mouth where you dropped your ticket on the honor system before stepping through the mirror. Places like this exist all over, Julia remarked as they moved on. People set them up and keep them running. Most of the time they're fine. Sometimes you hit a bad link. Unbelievable they'd built all this, and the authorities at Breakbills hadn't the faintest idea. Julia was right, they wouldn't have thought it possible. Who was that translucent guy in the preppy clothes, a lower fairy? They're not permitted upstairs. So where are we headed? We're going my way. Come on, that's not an answer. He stopped walking. Where exactly are we going, and what are we planning to do there? Richmond, Virginia. We're going to talk to someone, clear enough. It would have to be these days. His standards for clear enough had sunk remarkably low. At one point they found a portal dark and broken. The mirror shattered, the room abandoned. They had to backtrack and negotiate with a surly attendant who rerouted them around the dead node. Their last tickets went to a quiet, fair-haired young woman with a center part who marked their passage in a ledger. "Welcome to Virginia," she said softly. Somehow they'd slipped through time as well as space. When they climbed upstairs, morning light was streaming through the windows. They stood in a stewing, they slate, was An older man in jeans and a tie was holding court from a plush sofa, demonstrating a spell to 3 college-aged girls in yoga pants who watched him with rapt admiration. Good grief, Quentin thought. They really were everywhere. Magic had leaked out into the wild. The containment had failed, or maybe it had never existed at all. The man was showing them a basic cold spell, one Quentin remembered from his first year at Breakbills. With a flourish, Quentin found unnecessarily theatrical. The man cupped his hands around a glass of water. When he pulled them away, a thin skin of ice coated the surface. He'd even managed to keep the glass from cracking, which was a common beginner's mistake. "Now you try," he instructed. Each of the girls had her own glass. They repeated the words together and mimicked his gestures. Unsurprisingly, nothing happened. They had no clue what they were doing. Their soft, pink fingers were fumbling in all the wrong places. They hadn't even bothered to trim their nails. When the man caught sight of Julia standing in the doorway, his face flashed with shock and horror for a split second before he managed to paste on a look of delighted surprise. He might have been 40, with artfully tousled brown hair and a scruff of beard. He resembled a large, handsome insect. "Julia," he exclaimed, "what an incredible surprise. I can't believe you're actually here. I need to speak with you, Warren. Absolutely." Warren was straining to appear in control for the room's benefit, but it was obvious Julia ranked very low on his list of desired surprise visitors. "Hang tight for just a minute," he told his followers. "I'll be right back." Once his back was to the undergraduates, Warren let the smile vanish. They crossed the hall into a small den. He walked with an odd, rolling limp, as if compensating for an old injury. "What's this about, Julia?" "I have a class," he said. Then, turning to Quentin with a wary smile, he added, "Warren?" They shook hands. "I need to talk to you." Julia's voice was taut, stretched thin. "All right," before she could reply, he muttered under his breath, "Not here in my office, for heaven's sake." He guided Julia toward a door across the hall. "I'll just wait out here," Quentin said. "Call me if Julia shut the door behind them." Quentin supposed it was fair, considering he'd left her waiting outside Dean Fogg's office earlier. This had to be as surreal for her as returning to Breakbills had been for him. He couldn't make out their words without pressing his ear to the door, which would have drawn even more attention from the young women in the living room who were now studying him curiously, probably because he was still dressed like a king from Fillory. "Hi," he offered. They all suddenly found something fascinating on the floor. Raised voices drifted through the door, still indistinct. Warren was trying to placate her, playing the reasonable one, but eventually Julia got under his skin and his volume rose to match hers. "Everything I taught you, everything I provided, everything you provided?" Julia shot back, her voice sharp. "What I gave you," Quentin cleared his throat. "Mommy and Daddy are fighting." The whole scene was beginning to strike him as absurdly funny, a sure sign he was drifting into dangerous detachment. The door swung open and Warren reappeared. His face was flushed, Julia's was pale. "I'd like you to leave," he stated flatly. "I gave you what you asked for, now I want you out." "You gave me what you had," she retorted bitterly, "not what I needed." He widened his eyes and spread his arms in a gesture of helpless frustration. "Just open the gate," she insisted. "I can't afford it," he hissed through clenched teeth. "My God, you are utterly pathetic." Julia marched stiffly back through the house, retracing their steps, with Warren trailing behind her. Quentin caught up in the room lined with mirrors. Julia was scribbling furiously in a ledger. Warren, meanwhile, was dealing with his own bizarre problem. Something strange was happening to him. A slender green twig was pushing through the fabric of his shirt at the elbow as if growing from his arm. The kind of surreal detail that made the moment feel like a dream that refused to end. Quentin decided to ignore it. They seemed to be leaving anyway. "You see what you do to me?" Warren demanded. He was trying to twist and snap off the twig, but it was fresh and pliable, and now another branch seemed to be protruding near his ribs beneath his shirt. "Just by being here, look what you cause." He finally ripped it free and brandished it at her accusingly. "Hey," Quentin said, stepping between them, "take it easy." They were the first words Quentin had directed at him. Julia finished writing and stared fixedly at the mirror. "I cannot wait to get out of this place," she said, refusing to look at Warren. The timid, mousy woman in the corner looked utterly horrified by the spectacle. Another of Warren's devoted followers, no doubt. She seemed to have melted even deeper into the shadows. "Let's go, Quentin." The familiar icy jolt hit him again, but this time the passage wasn't immediate. They hung suspended in a dim, transitional space. Underfoot were ancient, uneven stone blocks forming a narrow bridge with no railings. Behind them glowed the bright rectangle of the mirror they'd stepped from. Ahead, another shimmered about 20 feet away. Only darkness lay below and on all sides. "The pathways can stretch thin like this," Julia warned, her voice low. "Whatever happens, don't fall." "What's down there, trolls?" He couldn't tell if she was serious. The room they finally tumbled into was dark and cramped. A storage space stacked with crates. They had to shove their way out from the mirror's surface. The air was rich with the scent of roasted coffee. No one greeted them. Following the aroma, Quentin found a door and pushed it open into a hectic restaurant kitchen. A cook shouted at them in rapid Italian, waving a spoon for them to get out. They squeezed past, careful to avoid the searing heat of the stoves, and emerged into the dining area of a small cafe. Weaving through the tiny tables, they finally spilled out into a broad, sun-drenched stone plaza. It was stunning, framed by ancient, drowsy buildings whose architecture seemed timeless. "If I didn't know better," Quentin murmured, "I'd say we were back in Fillory or the Netherlands. This is Italy. Venice. I need that coffee. Why Venice? Coffee first." The sunlight was brilliant on the worn paving stones. Tourists clustered in groups, snapping photos and consulting maps, their expressions a blend of awe and weary obligation. 2 churches anchored the square. The other buildings were a charming Venetian mishmash of aged stone, weathered wood, and asymmetrical windows. They walked to the cafe opposite the one they'd magically invaded, a cheerful spot with bright yellow umbrellas. Quentin, 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 was Quentin. Quentin, Quentin, what? exilic, lack, exilic, locked, Rick, great. Lick, run. Run. He It wasn't cleanly split between magical and mundane anymore. There was this messy, lawless middle ground now. He found it distasteful, chaotic, lacking in grandeur, and governed by unknown rules. Julia probably hated it too, he mused, but she never had the luxury of choosing her world the way he did. Well, his chosen world hadn't exactly worked out for them. Now they were scavenging in hers. So who was that Warren, really? Quentin asked. Seemed like you two had some history. Warren is a nobody. He knows a few tricks, so he loiters around the college, impressing undergrads and teaching them just enough to sleep with them. Seriously? Seriously. What happened to his arm at the end, that transformation?
Warren isn't human. He's something else. A wood spirit, maybe.
He just has a fascination with people. When he loses his temper, the disguise slips. A sudden, sharp jealousy, sour and unexpected, rose in Quentin's throat. The words were out before he could stop them. So did Warren ever manage to impress you? He never expected it. The day or night, whatever it had been, had already piled too much on him, and it finally overflowed. Julia reached over the table and struck him, a single sharp slap that landed with a crack. "You have no clue what I sacrificed for what you were just handed," she spat, her voice low and venomous. "And yes, I slept with Warren. I've done far worse things than that." Her anger radiated from her like heat shimmering off asphalt. Quentin pressed a hand to his stinging cheek. "I'm sorry," he murmured, though the words felt hollow even to him. "Just not sorry enough." A handful of diners glanced their way, but only briefly. This was Italy, after all. Public drama was practically part of the ambiance. Chapter 12. A year and a half drifted by before their paths crossed again. Quentin had made himself remarkably difficult to locate. No cell phone, no landline, no traceable email. Even his parents spoke about him in hazy, uncertain terms. Julia suspected they didn't truly know how to reach him either, but she knew where to find them. And Quentin, like some loyal but miserable creature returning to a place it shouldn't, would inevitably come home. He wasn't close to his family, but he lacked the sheer nerve to sever ties completely. Julia, on the other hand, had nerve to spare. Unmoored, a ghost with no deep community roots, when she learned the Coldwaters had sold their house and relocated to Massachusetts, she packed her own meager life and trailed them. A place like Chesterton, a bland suburban void, still had internet cafes and temp agencies. In fact, such places were practically built on them. It was enough to survive. She rented a room above a retired man's garage, a guy with a bushy custodial mustache who likely hid a camera in the bathroom. She bought a dented Honda Civic whose trunk only stayed shut with a twisted coat hanger. This wasn't about hating Quentin. Quentin was fine. He was simply an obstacle. He had coasted into everything while she had clawed for every scrap. And for what? No good reason. He passed a test. She failed one. That said more about the test than it did about her, yet here she was, trapped in a waking bad dream while he lived the fantasy. Her fantasy. She wanted it back. Or, more accurately, she didn't need to take anything from him. She just needed him to confirm that Breakbills was real and to pry open a tiny gap in its hidden walls, just wide enough for her to slip inside. He was her unwitting insider. So the routine began. Each morning before her temp job, she drove past the Coldwaters' new house. Every night around 9, she did it again, sometimes parking and walking silently along the property line, searching for signs of her target. The house was a sprawling McMansion, its huge double-paned windows projecting the family's private life into the darkness like a poorly guarded cinema screen. It was summer again, the nights thick with the scent of over-fertilized grass and the relentless chirping of crickets. Her early surveillance revealed that Mrs. Coldwater painted awkward, dated pop art, and that Mr. Coldwater indulged in late-night adult films and sudden solitary weeping fits. It wasn't until September that her quarry finally appeared. Quentin had transformed, always lean. He now looked gaunt, almost skeletal, with hollow cheeks and sharp, prominent bones. His clothes draped off him, his hair, for God's sake. "Get a haircut. You're not some brooding poet," was greasy and limp. He looked terrible, poor pampered thing. Actually, she realized with a jolt he looked like her, like how she felt. She didn't approach him immediately. Now that he was finally within reach, a strange hesitation gripped her. She quit her temp work and dedicated herself fully to Quentin watching, but she remained a ghost in his periphery. Around 11 each morning, she'd watch him storm out of the house, lost in some dark cloud of thought, and pedal furiously into town on a laughably old-fashioned white 10-speed. She'd follow at a cautious distance. Thankfully, he was so wrapped up in his own world, so utterly self-absorbed, that he never noticed the rattling red Honda tracing his every move. Standing before her was the living proof of everything she had ever chased. If he refused to help, those 2 lost years would mean nothing. The terror of learning the truth held her frozen, yet each passing day increased the chance he might disappear, leaving her with nothing. Her mind circled a single desperate plan. She would sleep with him if it came to that. She understood his feelings for her. He would agree to almost anything for that chance. It was the ultimate fallback, guaranteed to work. No real risk there, her secret weapon, so to speak. And honestly, it might not be terrible. Certainly different from James's predictable athletic routines, she wasn't even sure anymore why she fought so hard against liking Quentin. Perhaps he had been right all along. Maybe he was the one. It was impossible to untangle her own feelings from the mess of everything else. She was rusty at caring for anyone. It had been so long since she'd felt a human touch. Not since that awkward, fumbling encounter with the zookeeper at a party, a purely mechanical episode where she felt more like a surgeon than a participant. She felt disconnected from her own body, from any notion of pleasure. Doctor. Julia clinically observed, for the record, how frightening it was to realize how closed off she'd become, how difficult to love. She had sealed that part of herself away and destroyed the key. It was in a quiet cemetery behind an old church where Quentin had retreated to brood that she finally made her move. In hindsight, she felt a surge of pride. She could have fallen apart, but she held firm. She laid out her argument, maintained her dignity, and proved she was every bit his equal. She even demonstrated the spell she'd perfected over 6 months, the one with the shimmering rainbow trails, executing the complex, even dangerous hand positions with cold precision. Revealing it to someone for the first time felt exhilarating. She claimed that metaphorical beach with the force of a storming soldier, and when the moment for her ultimate tactic arrived, when the decisive call had to be taken, Julia didn't hesitate. Not for a second. She was ready to go through with it. But here was the twist. He wasn't. She hadn't anticipated that. She had offered herself, plainly and clearly, like bait on a hook. But he didn't bite. She knew she might have let her appearance slide a little, but still it made no sense. The issue wasn't her, it was him. Something or someone had changed him. This wasn't the Quentin she remembered. It was almost funny. She'd forgotten people could actually change. Time had stood still for her since that fateful day in Mr. Harris's class, but outside the confines of her own stagnation, the world had rushed on, and in that time Quentin Makepeace Coldwater had apparently developed feelings for someone other than Julia. Well, good for him. After he left, she lay back on the damp, cool grass of the graveyard, letting the rain fall on her. It wasn't that she had been wrong. She had been utterly right. He had confirmed every suspicion about break bills and magic. All real and more incredible than she'd imagined. Her theoretical research had been impeccably thorough, and now it had full experimental confirmation. The crushing truth was simply that he could do nothing for her. That perfect, magical place that had somehow made Quentin happy was real, not a dream or a delusion, but they would never let her in. There was magic there, and love, too. Quentin had found it. Julia remained outside in the cold. The Magical Academy had no vacancies, and her invitation had expired long ago. The rumble of Hagrid's motorcycle would never shake the windows of her home. No creamy envelopes would ever cascade down her fireplace. She lay on the damp, thick grass of the graveyard, staring up at the gray sky from beside a stranger's tombstone, beloved son, husband, father, and the thought that filled her mind was simple. She had been almost entirely correct. She had scored nearly perfect marks, another A-. She had only missed one single question. "Here's the one thing I got wrong," she admitted to herself. "I truly believed they could never break me." Chapter 13. Stealing a city map from a crowded souvenir shop wasn't exactly a soul-enriching endeavor. Where was a moral compass when you needed one? And the magical effort required was minimal, but it gave Quentin the necessary minutes to collect his scattered thoughts. He regretted his harsh words about Warren. He wished he wasn't so exhausted. And so profoundly foolish, he wished he could either reignite his old feelings for Julia or extinguish them completely. Perhaps he was doomed to linger forever in that awful in-between space, like the static gap between two magical doorways, just more fodder for the metaphorical trolls. Quentin drew a long, steadying breath. He was a bit appalled at his own behavior. He knew he was acting strange, and frankly like a jerk. So what if she had been with Warren and others? She didn't owe him a single explanation. He was certainly in no position to cast any stones. In many ways, her choices were a consequence of his own failures. He desperately needed someone solid to lean on right now. But the plain truth was, through no fault of her own, Julia was not a leaning post. She needed one of those caution labels they stick on aircraft wings. No step. The role fell to him then. He would have to be the stable one, the reliable one, the person who kept his own chaos contained for the both of them. They could either move forward together or completely apart, except they had to move forward together, because he was fresh out of ideas and she was teetering on the edge of sanity. It wasn't a glamorous part. It wasn't the heroic lead, but it was his. It was past time he owned it, though he had to admit. So far she had been significantly more useful than he had. When he returned to their cafe table, she had undergone another startling shift. She was actually smiling. "You look cheerful," he said, sitting down. "Maybe you should hit me more often." "Maybe I should," she replied. She took a slow sip of her coffee. "This is really good." "The coffee, I'd forgotten how good it could taste." She tilted her pale face toward the sunlight and closed her eyes, savoring the warmth like a contented cat. "Did you ever miss it, being back here?" "I honestly never did. Me neither. Not until this very moment I had completely forgotten." Warren had scribbled the address on a blue Post-it note, which Julia had kept clenched in her hand all the way from Richmond. Now they spread the city map out between them, just like all the other tourists in the square, tracing lines until they pinpointed their location and their destination. The place was in a district named Dorsoduro, on a quiet street just a block from the Grand Canal. Not far at all, just a bridge crossing away. By Quentin's internal clock, it was probably only 9 or 10 at night, but here in Venice it was mid-afternoon, and he felt as though they had been awake for a week. The square was sweltering, but up on the bridge a cool, salt-tinged breeze funneled down the canal, so they paused there to get their bearings. There were no cars in this part of Venice, only the sound of water. The bridge itself was a wooden footbridge, disappointingly new and plain. It would be a century before it looked like it belonged. Below them, sleek black gondolas pushed through the water, leaving tiny spinning whirlpools in their wake, while sturdy water buses chugged past and long, narrow cargo boats glided by, churning the green water into a frothy, milky smoothness. Decadent, slightly tilting palaces lined the banks, all faded tiles, wrought iron terraces, and stone colonnades. Venice was the only city he'd ever visited that looked exactly as it did in photographs. It was a small comfort, but a real one, to find something in this world that actually lived up to its promise. The single detail Quentin could recall about the Grand Canal was that Lord Byron, after his romantic escapades, would famously swim home along its length, clutching a lit torch to avoid being struck by passing gondolas. He found himself wondering about the situation back in Fillory. Would the others remain on After Island, awaiting their return? Would there be an inquiry, or perhaps a rash retaliation against the inhabitants? Or had everyone simply returned to Whitespire? The unsettling truth was that events had likely already unfolded without him. Weeks or even years might have passed in Fillory's time. The flow between worlds was always unpredictable. He could almost sense the kingdom drifting into its own future, leaving him stranded in its past. Their sudden disappearance must have caused an uproar, but life would find a way to continue. Janet and Elliot might be aging in his absence. They would mourn him, but they would endure. The sobering realization settled over him. Quentin, a king of Fillory, needed that realm far more than it would ever need him. Here in Dorsoduro, the lanes were tight and hushed. It felt less like a theatrical backdrop and more like a genuine city where people actually lived and worked, not merely performed for visitors. As desperate as Quentin was to rush through, to resume the quest for Fillory, even he couldn't deny Venice's staggering beauty, who, he mused, had the audacious vision to construct a metropolis in the middle of a lagoon, yet the outcome was beyond dispute. The architecture was a tapestry of ancient brick and stone, with random carved blocks embedded in walls as decorative afterthoughts. Some windows had been sealed with brick, while new ones were punched through nearby, offering stolen glances into silent, mossy courtyards. Just when they thought they'd escaped the water, another dark, narrow canal would slice between buildings, its banks lined with vibrantly painted skiffs. Merely being there lifted his spirits. It was a far more regal setting for a king and queen than the Boston suburbs. He didn't know if they were physically closer to Fillory, but he felt a shift in his own spirit. Julia maintained a swift pace, her gaze locked ahead. It should have been a brief walk, but the labyrinthine streets forced them to halt at every intersection to recheck their bearings. They took turns snatching the map from each other, each misstep leading to more confusion. Building numbers were scarce and seemed to follow no logical sequence. It was a city designed for aimless exploration, which was charming unless you had a critical appointment at a specific address. Eventually they paused before a short, brown-painted wooden door. A small stone plaque above it bore the correct number, though the street's identity remained dubious. The door featured a tiny window painted over from the inside and lacked a knob. Quentin placed his palm on the warm stone beside it, muttered a rhythmic count, and watched as a web of deep orange lines, glowing like heating coils, flashed across the ancient surface. "The protective wards here are formidable," he observed. "Whether your contact lives here or not, someone with serious skill is involved." They were either on the verge of a breakthrough or stepping into a trap with no buzzer. Quentin knocked. The door gave no echo, as if backed by solid rock, but the little window swung open promptly. "See," a voice came from the darkness within. "We need to speak with the person in charge," Quentin said. The window snapped shut immediately. He glanced at Julia and shrugged. What else could he have said? She stared back impassively from behind her dark sunglasses. A part of him wanted to turn back, but there was nowhere to return to. The only path was forward, however uncertain. The silent street seemed to hold its breath. The passageway was little more than a cramped alley, its 4-story walls rising like canyon cliffs on either side. For 5 long minutes, nothing stirred. Quentin finally muttered an incantation in Icelandic, pressing his palm close to the unyielding door. He could feel the shaded stone wall around it, still holding the day's residual warmth. "Step back," he warned. The wards were expertly crafted, a testament to a skilled hand, but they hadn't accounted for Quentin's particular education. He coaxed every bit of heat from the stone, funneling it all into the small glass window pane. The glass resisted, then began to swell under the pressure. The wards fought to contain the energy, but Quentin was persuasive. With a sharp ping reminiscent of a shattering light bulb, the glass gave way. Warren's students back at Brakebills would have applauded. "Stronzo!" he shouted into the now empty frame. "Let us speak to your damn boss!" A minute ticked by. His thermal transfer had left a delicate lace of frost on the ancient wall. The door swung inward, revealing darkness. "See?" Quentin remarked with a dry smile. "I did pick up a few useful things in college." A stocky, heavy-set man greeted them in a foyer lined with brown ceramic tiles, his demeanor unexpectedly polite. They probably went through a lot of replacement windows. "Prego?" he said, gesturing for them to follow him up a short staircase. The room they entered stole Quentin's breath. Venice's confusing layout had deceived him. He'd expected some sterile, modern crash pad with minimalist furniture and harsh lighting. The building's plain exterior was a masterful disguise. They had entered through the service entrance of a grand canal palace. The entire front wall was a series of soaring, arched windows overlooking the water, clearly designed to overwhelm visitors into submission. Quentin capitulated at once. The view was a living masterpiece, a vibrant canvas of emerald green water teeming with gondolas, vaporetti, and boats of every conceivable design. 3 grotesquely magnificent Murano chandeliers, like translucent octopuses dripping crystal tentacles, illuminated the space. The walls were a dense tapestry of classical paintings and Venetian scenes, while worn marble floors lay buried under layers of ornate oriental rugs. Every detail was meticulously placed. It wasn't Fillory, but it was a staggering improvement. Echoing the grandeur of Castle Whitespire for the first time in weeks, he felt a flicker of something like hope. Their escort vanished, leaving them momentarily alone. Quentin and Julia settled onto an ornate sofa so heavily carved it seemed poised to amble away on its own legs. The room was vast enough that the handful of other occupants felt distant. 3 men in shirt sleeves conversed in hushed tones around a small table nursing clear drinks. A broad-shouldered elderly woman stood with her back to them, gazing out at the canal. A butler, or whatever the Italian equivalent was, stood sentry at the stairwell. No one acknowledged them. Julia curled into the corner of the couch, tucking her feet up and placing her shoes directly on the antique fabric. "I guess we take a number," Quentin said. "We wait," Julia replied, her voice flat. "He will call for us." She removed her glasses and closed her eyes, retreating into herself again. He could see the tide pulling her back in. Perhaps here, in this opulent fortress, she finally felt secure enough to let her guard down. He hoped that was it. He would handle things from here. "I'm going to get you some water. Mineral water," she said, without opening her eyes, "with bubbles, and ask him for rye whiskey." If his time as a king had prepared him for anything, it was the nuanced art of dealing with household staff. The butler produced both frizzante and rye, serving the whiskey neat, which appeared to be how Julia preferred it. She ignored the water entirely. Quentin watched with quiet concern as she took the glass. He enjoyed a drink himself, certainly, but the sheer volume Julia could consume was nothing short of legendary. Quentin remembered Eliot's description of the spa, how Julia seemed to be numbing a deep hurt or filling a void within herself. "Warren's fixer certainly has a talent for comfort," Quentin observed. "This place is impressive, even for our kind." "I can't remain here," Julia stated flatly. She sat trembling, cradling the glass of rye whiskey as if it held a restorative potion. She drank with her eyes closed, like a child taking medicine. Quentin signaled the butler for a shawl, and Julia herself requested another drink. "I can't even achieve a proper buzz anymore," she muttered with a hollow bitterness. Then she fell silent. Quentin hoped she was finding some peace. He settled at the opposite end of the plush sofa with a Venetian spritz, Prosecco, Aperol soda, a lemon twist, and a single olive, and gazed out at the quiet canal, deliberately avoiding thoughts of their next move should this plan fail. The palazzo across the water was a faded pink, glowing salmon in the sunset. All its windows were shuttered tight. Time had been unkind to its foundation. One side had sunk slightly, creating a visible crack that ran right up the center of the facade. Quentin imagined that fault line cutting through every room inside, an uneven ridge people probably stubbed their toes on for generations. Colorful striped poles stood at odd angles in the water before it. A bizarre feeling, being in a place where he held no authority. He'd grown accustomed to command. As Elaine had pointed out, he was utterly ordinary here, completely anonymous. He had to admit the anonymity was oddly freeing. After an hour, and after limiting himself to 3 spritzes, a compact, sharply dressed Italian man in a light suit with no tie appeared and quietly summoned them upstairs. It was a style no American could ever pull off. Led them to a small, stark white salon where 3 delicate wooden chairs surrounded a table bearing a simple silver bowl. The 3rd chair remained empty. Instead, a voice addressed them from the air itself, a man's voice, yet high and whispery, almost genderless. Its source was impossible to locate. "Hello, Quentin. Hello, Julia." A chill went down Quentin's spine. They hadn't given their names. "Hello," he said, unsure where to direct his gaze. "Thank you for meeting with us." "You are welcome," the voice replied. "What brings you here?" "So he doesn't know everything. We need your assistance with a matter." "And what matter would that be?" "Here we go," Quentin wondered if the fixer was human at all, or something more like Warren, or something worse entirely. Julia was staring into the middle distance, utterly detached. "We've recently returned from another world from Fillory. which, as it happens, is quite real. You likely already know that. He cleared his throat. Our departure was unintentional, an accident we wish to return. I understand. A pause. And why should I involve myself in this? Perhaps I can offer you something in return, a mutual arrangement. Oh, I highly doubt that, Quentin. The voice deepened by an octave. I doubt that very much indeed. All right, Quentin said, glancing around the room. Look, where are you? Exactly. He was becoming acutely, painfully aware of their vulnerability. He had no exit plan, and the fixer shouldn't have known their names unless Warren had sent word ahead, which wasn't a comforting idea. I know who you are, Quentin. In certain circles you are not well regarded. Some believe you turned your back on this world, your own world. Fine. I wouldn't phrase it that way, but fine. And then Fillory turned its back on you, the poor little king who lost his kingdom. It seems no one has a place for you, Quentin. You're welcome to see it that way. If we can just get back to Fillory, everything will be sorted. Or at the very least, it ceases to be your concern, doesn't it? I will decide what is and is not my concern. The hair on the back of Quentin's neck stood up. This conversation was not off to a promising start. He quietly considered the merits of weaving a quick, basic defensive spell. Being cautious was wise, but it could also panic the contact into making a move first. Quentin glanced at Julia, but she seemed lost in her own thoughts. Fine, he said. I'm only interested in making a deal. Look into the bowl at that moment, peering into the silver vessel, felt like a terrible mistake. Quentin rose to his feet. Listen, if you can't assist us, that's fine. We'll leave. But if you can, name your price. We'll meet it. Oh, but I'm under no obligation to give you anything. I did not summon you, and I will decide when you depart. Look into the bowl. Now a thread of iron ran through that airy, whispering tone. Look into the bowl. The situation was deteriorating rapidly. Every instinct screamed that this was wrong. He took Julia's arm and guided her up. We're going, he stated. Right now. His hand swept sideways, knocking the silver bowl from the table. It struck the wall with a metallic clang. A folded piece of paper fluttered out. Against all his training, Quentin's eyes flicked to it. Some spells were triggered by sight alone. Scrawled in clumsy marker were the words, I owe you one magic button. The door behind them swung open, and Quentin lunged to pull them both behind the table's cover. Oh, damn it, he looked! The voice was much deeper than the previous one. It was a voice Quentin knew intimately. It belonged to Josh. Quentin embraced him, a wave of relief crashing over him. My God, he said into Josh's solid, familiar shoulder. What is this, man? The how and why of Josh's presence here were mysteries for later. Right now, it didn't matter. He didn't even mind the head game Josh had just played. What mattered was that a fresh catastrophe had been averted. There would be no fight. Quentin's legs felt unsteady. It was as if he'd voyaged so far from any semblance of a sane, predictable world that he was now looping back to it from the opposite direction. And there stood Josh, a sudden, welcoming island of warmth and normalcy. Josh extricated himself with a friendly pat. So, he said, his grin wide, Welcome to the party, pal. What on earth are you doing here? Me, this is my place. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be in Fillory? He was the same Josh, cheerful, round-faced, carrying a few extra pounds. He looked like a jovial monk who'd discovered microbrews not a day older than when Quentin last saw him over 3 years ago. Josh carefully shut the door. Can't be too careful, he explained. Got a reputation to maintain whole Wizard of Oz vibe, you get me. What was with the bowl? I was short on time, just thought it was spooky, you know. He mimicked the whispery voice. Look in the bowl, Josh, Julia, you two have met. They'd crossed paths once in the frantic days before the grand return to Fillory, before Josh had ventured into the Netherlands alone. Julia, hello, Josh kissed her on both cheeks. He'd clearly adopted some continental habits. Hi, Josh, then waggled his eyebrows at Quentin in an improbably lewd manner. The sheer monumental luck of this encounter began to dawn on Quentin. Josh would have the magic button. He was their passage back to Fillory. Their aimless journey was finished. So listen, Quentin began. We've hit a wall. Yeah, no kidding if you wound up here. We're not even entirely sure where here is. You're in my house, that's where, Josh gestured expansively. Here is a ridiculously oversized palazzo right on the Grand Canal. He showed them around. The palazzo had 4 stories, the lower 2 for commerce, the upper 2 comprising Josh's private quarters where they now headed. The floors were vast slabs of pink-veined marble, the walls were aged plaster. Every room was an odd size, as if constructed on a series of long-forgotten whims. All honor to the great Fillory quest, but they desperately needed a pause. Julia asked for a hot bath, a request born of genuine necessity. Quentin and Josh withdrew to the cavernous dining room, illuminated by a single, surprisingly modest chandelier over plates of dark pasta. Quentin did his best to lay out the events that had brought them together. Once he finished, Josh took his turn, recounting his own journey, with Quentin, Elliot, Janet, and Julia settled onto the thrones of Fillory. Josh had taken the magical button and set out to explore the Netherlands. He'd seen enough of Fillory to last a lifetime, none of it particularly pleasant, and he was tired of living in the other's long shadows. Being a co-king held no appeal. He wanted to carve his own path, find his own version of a perfect world. He also wouldn't have minded finding some company along the way. Josh could be sloppy about meals, clothes, or what came out of his mouth, but nobody got into break bills without a serious spark of genius. When the stakes were high enough, he could turn downright meticulous, and this mission had stakes that suited him perfectly. He began a systematic survey of the Netherlands, a task not to be taken lightly as far as anyone knew. The squares and fountains stretched infinitely in every direction, never repeating, each one a doorway to another world, maybe even another universe. It would be frighteningly easy to wander so far you could never return. Josh had his heart set on finding Middle-earth, the realm from Tolkien's legends. If Fillory was real, why not that one? And if Middle-earth existed, then so might elegant elves, waybread, pipeweed, and who knew what else. Honestly, though, any reasonably warm, life-supporting world populated by beings with compatible anatomy and an open-minded attitude would have worked just fine. The multiverse was his all-you-can-explore buffet. His plan was to spiral outward from Earth's fountain, square by square, charting his course with care. He didn't need much supplies. Hunger wasn't really an issue in the Netherlands, so he packed a loaf of bread, a decent bottle of wine, some warm layers, 6 ounces of gold, and a stun gun. First world was a total bust, he said, nothing but desert. Amazing sand dunes, but not a soul in sight, so I hit the button and got out of there. Next one was all ice. Then came a pine forest. That one actually had people, sort of a Native American vibe. I stayed 2 weeks, no romance, but I dropped 10 pounds. Also scored a ridiculous amount of wampum. Hold on, Quentin interrupted. Were these worlds just uniform, one climate across the whole place? How should I know? I don't even know if they're spheres. Maybe they're disks or rings or something. Maybe they don't have latitude. But I wasn't about to trek to another climate zone to find out. Way easier to just jump to the next fountain. Josh's tone shifted, growing more animated and almost sarcastic as he leaned in. Man, the things I saw. You really ought to try it sometime. Some days I'd bounce through a dozen worlds. It was like free-falling through creation. There was a giant tree that seemed to have no top or bottom, a magnetic world where everything clung to you. One place was all stretchy, like taffy. Another was just stairs, endless looping staircases. What else? An upside-down realm, a weightless one where you floated in a warm, humid space that smelled like rosemary. And get this, Teletubbies are real, I know, right? Absolutely bonkers. You didn't? No, I did not partake. Could have, though, anyway. Not everything was that wild. Sometimes I'd find a world almost identical to ours, except one tiny detail was off, like the economy ran on strontium or sharks were mammals, or the air had more helium so everyone talked in squeaky little voices. He paused, his expression softening. I did meet someone after all that, wandering. It was beautiful. This world was all mountains, like something out of a classical Chinese painting, peaks rising through the mist, and honestly, everyone there looked vaguely Asian. They made their homes in these elaborate suspended pagoda cities. Yet there were scarcely any of them remaining. They were constantly embroiled in these ceaseless conflicts with other tribes on neighboring peaks, for no particular reason at all. They also had a nasty habit of tumbling off cliffs. I was likely the heaviest person they'd ever laid eyes on, but that didn't bother them. I think they found it attractive, as if it signaled I was a skilled provider, something along those lines. They'd also never witnessed real magic, so that earned me a lot of credit. For a time, I was practically a local legend. I began spending time with this one woman, a major warrior for one of the cities. She was deeply fascinated by the magic and, well, I suppose their men weren't exactly generously equipped in the anatomy department, if you catch my drift. I believe I understand the general idea, Quentin replied. Anyway, she died, was killed, it was terrible. Profoundly, heartbreakingly sad. At first I wanted to stay and fight to try and get revenge on the ones who killed her, but then I just couldn't. The whole situation was so senseless, I simply couldn't muster their fanatical devotion to the war, and I guess that was dishonorable in their eyes, so they exiled me. God, I'm sorry. Poor Josh. With the way he joked constantly, you could sometimes forget he had genuine emotions, but they were all there, buried just beneath the surface. No, it's fine. I mean, it wasn't, but what can you do? It was never going to last. I think part of her wanted to die that way. Those people weren't all that attached to living. Or maybe they were, and that's just what life is for them. I honestly don't have a clue. That's when everything went downhill, all the joy was gone. I traveled to this sort of Grecian world, all stark white cliffs and blistering sun and dark, wine-colored seas. I even slept with a harpy there. You had rebound sex with a harpy. I'm not entirely sure what she was. Wings for arms, essentially. Her feet were pretty talon-like, too.
Right?
She nearly took flight in the middle of the act, feathers everywhere. Far more trouble than it was worth. I still have a scar from where she scratched me. I don't need to see it. Josh let out a heavy sigh. All the humor had drained from his face, leaving it ashen beneath the stubble. Now, Quentin could see the weight of those missing years. Look, all I was really searching for was some kind of last man on Earth scenario, where I'd be the only guy in a world full of women. I know it's out there. They could have all been lesbians, for all I cared. I'd just be a spectator. I'd have been fine with any arrangement. But after that, I just started drifting from world to world. Worlds, endless worlds. I stopped caring. Like when you've surfed too much online and nothing feels real anymore, but you just keep clicking. I'd arrive in a new place and immediately start hunting for any excuse to leave and try the next one. The instant I'd notice one imperfect detail, oh, this place has gnats, or the sky is a strange shade of green, or they don't have any decent ale, I'd bail. Then, on one of those trips, I came back and found the entire Netherlands in ruins. What? What do you mean in ruins? Shattered. Completely wrecked. Do you know about this? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. He emptied his wine glass. A server approached to refill it, and Josh waved him away. "Whiskey?" he said flatly, and continued. "At first I thought it was my fault, that I must have broken it. Maybe I'd used the portals too much, something like that. When my head broke the surface of that last fountain, the cold hit me like a physical blow. The air was freezing, and a bitter wind was driving this fine, powdery snow across the plazas. How is that even possible?" Quentin said. "I didn't think the Netherlands had weather at all. It reminded him of that silent, destructive storm that had ravaged the clock tree back in Fillory. Could it be the same force? Something is fundamentally broken there, Quentin. Something is wrong on a basic level, like systemically. Half the structures were reduced to rubble. The place looked like it had been through a bombing campaign, all those magnificent stone buildings just gaping open to the sky. Do you remember how Penny once said they were all full of books? I think he was right, because the air was thick with loose pages blowing through the streets like ghostly snow. Josh shook his head slowly. I probably should have taken a few of those coins just to see what was on them. You would have thought of it. It didn't even cross my mind until later. You know what I was focused on? Not dying. By then I was maybe a mile from the earth fountain. I'd packed warm clothes, but I dropped them after I met the harpy. The heat was unbearable. Besides, she spent half the time clawing at my clothes anyway. So there I was, almost naked, and most of my landmarks had vanished. A lot of the fountains were gone, too, some flattened, others frozen solid. You know how magic just doesn't work right there? A couple of times I just crouched in a corner. Part of me thought I could wait out the storm, but really, I just wanted to close my eyes. I didn't think I could take another step. I could have died out there, easily. I wandered for about half an hour. It's a miracle I even found the earth fountain again. I really didn't think I'd make it. It's amazing that you did. Good old Josh. Just when you were ready to count him out, he'd surprise you, and when he did, he was unstoppable. Like that time, like that time, with and But it would be nice to know he's not actually dead. Yeah, it would. Quentin was already running the numbers in his head, wondering if this meant he and Julia couldn't get back to Fillory through the Netherlands. It might still be possible in theory, they just need cold weather gear. Maybe an ice axe. I always thought the Netherlands were untouchable, Quentin said. They felt outside of time like they never changed. But it sounds like an earthquake and a blizzard hit them at once. I know, right? What are the little We'll just borrow the button and be on our way." "Yeah, about that." Josh avoided Quentin's gaze. He studied a painting on the peeling wall behind Quentin as if he'd never seen it before. "What? I don't have the button anymore." "You don't? No, I sold it. I didn't realize you still needed it." Quentin couldn't believe what he was hearing. "Tell me you didn't do that." "I absolutely did," Josh said, defensive. "How else do you think I could afford a damn Venetian palazzo?" The old wood of Josh's dining table felt cool against Quentin's forehead. He'd sit up in a few more seconds. That's how long it would take to rewind his brain to before it thought their problems were solved. Until then, he'd just enjoy the solid, cool surface for a moment longer. He let the despair wash over him. The button was gone. He considered banging his head lightly a few times, but that would have been too dramatic. For the first time, he noticed how quiet the city had become. After dark, the streets and canals seemed to empty out, as if Venice felt less obligation to pretend it belonged to this century and could revert to its medieval self at night. "All right," he sat up. The blood drained from his face, back to work. "Okay, you sold the button. Look, you must have had some other plan," Josh said. "Don't tell me you were actually counting on randomly bumping into me in Venice and just borrowing the button off me." "That's hardly a strategy," Quentin pointed out. "Okay, fine. It's not a strategy," Quentin admitted. "The original strategy was to avoid getting kicked out of Fillory entirely, but that opportunity is long gone. Now I'm improvising." "So who exactly did you pawn that button off to?" "Oh, that's a whole saga." Josh dove into the story without a hint of lingering guilt. If Quentin was moving forward, then he could too, and this tale was far more upbeat than his misadventures in the Netherlands. "Look, I decided I was finished with that button. Done with the Netherlands, Fillory, all of it. If I was going to find any romance, and I was determined to, it was going to happen right here on Earth. So I started exploring, tuning into this whole underground network. The safe houses, the whole scene. Are you familiar with any of this?" Julia's been filling me in. I mean, I knew hedge witches existed, a handful here and there, but this goes deep, Quentin. I had no clue. There are so many of them. A lot pass through Venice. They assume it's ancient, so, hey, maybe there's magic there. They're hoping to stumble onto something that's actually pretty tragic. A few are the real deal. They've pieced together a lot of what we know, plus some things we don't, but most are completely lost and desperate. They'll try anything. You have to be careful around the desperate ones. They're not usually dangerous themselves, but they draw in scavengers, fairies, demons, you name it, like a pack of jackals. That's when things get messy. Those predators leave us alone because we're too much hassle. But these poor hedge magicians, they crave power and will agree to almost anything. I've heard stories of some truly terrible deals being made, but you know what? I like them. I never really clicked at Breakbills, that whole faux Oxford vibe with the wine tastings and formal wear. That was always more your and Elliot's style, and Janet's. He almost brought up Alice, but veered away at the last moment. And it was great, don't get me wrong, it just wasn't me. I connect better with the underground crowd. At Breakbills, people saw me as a punchline, but here, I'm a somebody. I guess I just got sick of being at the bottom. Nobody truly valued me there, no, not even you, Quentin, not really, but here I'm treated like royalty. Quentin could have argued, but he knew he couldn't honestly refute it. It was true. Everyone liked Josh, but no one took him seriously. Quentin had told himself it was because Josh didn't want to be taken seriously, but that wasn't true for Josh, or probably for anyone. Everyone wants to be the hero of their own story. Nobody aspires to be the comic relief. Josh had likely been carrying that weight for as long as Quentin had known him. No wonder he gave them such a hard time in that room with the bowl. "So is that why you sold the button, because you felt we didn't respect you?" Josh looked genuinely hurt. "I sold the button because I was offered a ridiculous amount of money for it, but would that have been a bad reason? Look, I had some frustration to work through here. People treat me with respect. I'd never experienced that before. I'm the bridge between the two worlds. There are things the underground can't access that I know how to find, and vice versa. So people from both sides come to me with their problems. It's actually incredible. The underground scene has artifacts we could never have accessed, and half the time they don't even realize what they have. They have these pitiful little trading meets, and then something utterly legendary shows up completely by chance, and they don't recognize it. Once I found a Cherenkov sphere. No one knew what it was. I had to show them how to even handle it. So what about the button? Did you sell it at one of those trading meets? Now that, Josh said, completely unbothered, was a more exclusive deal. A one-time transaction, a very high-profile client. Yeah, I can imagine. Maybe you could introduce me to your fancy client. Maybe he'd be interested in a private deal with me as well. Worth a shot, but I wouldn't get my hopes up. Josh was beaming like a madman, clearly sitting on a secret he was itching to spill. Go on, tell me. All right. Josh raised his hands, setting the stage. So, after I got back from the Netherlands, I'm hanging around New York, just glad to still have all my fingers and toes, when my phone rings. This voice tells me to meet him the next day in Venice, some confidential business, whatever. I said fine, but I'm a little low on funds, so how's that supposed to work? I'm literally walking down the street having this conversation, and as I'm saying it, this Bentley pulls up right beside me and the door swings open. Like a total moron, I get in, and we head straight to LaGuardia where a private jet is waiting. I mean, how did he even know where I was? How did he know I didn't have plans? Yeah, real mystery there. Old habits die hard. Josh completely missed the sarcasm. I know, right? Total whiff. Plus there's a packed overnight bag waiting for me on the jet, filled with these incredible clothes that actually fit, and toothpaste that costs like $7 a tube. Anyway, I'm told to meet the guy at a specific dock at a specific time. I eventually find it, though the day clear English street signs arrive in Europe will be a glorious occasion, let me tell you. This sleek launch pulls up, not one of those chugging Venetian water taxis. This thing is silent, like a wooden knife cutting through the water. It glides to the dock, and this guy hops out, doesn't even tie it up. The boat just hovers, and he's a little person, a person of short stature, but seriously upscale, dressed so impeccably, you almost don't notice his height. He's from some ancient Venetian family, a Marchese of something or other. It takes him a solid minute just to get through his full name. After that, things move fast. He says he represents someone who wants to buy the button. I have no idea how they even know about it, but I ask who. He says he can't disclose that. I ask how much, and he says 100 million. I counter with 200. We go back and forth and land on 250 million. Can you believe it? And I still want to know who the buyer is. Guess who spent his childhood glued to the TV? That negotiation stuff is practically instinct to me. So the little man pulls out an envelope. Inside is a cashier's check for 250 million. It's like he knew exactly what I'd say. I'm like, and he waves me over with these tiny fingers. I think he's going to whisper, so I stoop down, but he says no and keeps motioning me right to the dock's edge. Then he points down into the water. And this face rises up toward me. It just floats up toward the surface. It's massive, like the grill of a semi-truck coming right at me. I nearly lost it right there. What was it? A dragon. There's a dragon living in the Grand Canal. That's who bought the button. Quentin knew of dragons, in theory. There weren't many, and they typically claimed a single river as their territory, spending most of their existence in a deep, watery slumber, rarely interacting with the world. Except one had apparently woken up long enough to hire a noble little person as an intermediary. It had even stirred itself to make an appearance for Josh and to purchase their magic button for $250 million. So we go to the bank, verify the check is real, and then walk back to the dock. I produced the button and passed it to the little fellow, who had slipped on a single white glove in a manner reminiscent of Michael Jackson. He examined the button through a jeweler's loop, then casually strolled to the water's edge and tossed it in, just like that. Afterward, he stepped into his launch and motored away. "That is genuinely incredible," Quentin remarked. It was difficult to even feel angry about it, though not entirely impossible. "Can you believe a dragon purchased our button?" Josh exclaimed. "He knows who we are, or at least who I am. I don't think most people even realized there was a dragon in the Grand Canal. I mean, it's salt water. You're aware of that, right? It's not actually a river, it's more of a tidal estuary. I doubt many know about saltwater dragons." "Josh, how would I go about contacting that dragon?" That question stopped him short. "Well, I'm not sure. I don't think you can. You managed it." He reached out to me. "All right, but how would you attempt it? Josh let out a frustrated sigh. Fine. There's this one woman I know who's very knowledgeable about dragons, I suppose. I'd ask her. Good. Listen. Here's what's going to happen. Quentin focused his will on Josh, commanding his attention. He met and held Josh's gaze. With all due respect to your being the king here, Julia and I are king and queen of Fillory, and we must return. For all intents and purposes, we are on a damn quest. You are now part of the quest team. I am deputizing you. We need to get back to Fillory, and we don't know how. That's the problem. Josh considered this. That's a significant problem. Yeah, and you're the big fixer, right? So let's fix it. He had to give Josh credit. Maybe he squandered their only chance to return to the secret magical land where Quentin was a king. But he did purchase a rather splendid palazzo with the proceeds. A magnificent, almost absurd pile of 15th century marble. The facade facing the canal was white, complete with its own neat little dock. Inside, the walls teemed with intricate plasterwork ornaments. Old oil paintings clung to them like stubborn lichen. Josh had inadvertently acquired a minor canaletto when he bought the place. It was a proper palace, and it must have required serious effort to restore it. Josh had replumbed and rewired the entire structure, installed a kitchen fit for a restaurant, and even undertaken work below the waterline to shore up the foundations and prevent the whole edifice from sliding into the canal. He'd done it all so meticulously that you wouldn't know the place had been touched until you turned on a faucet. And the total cost? A cool $25 million for the purchase, plus another $10 million for renovations. Quentin wasn't a math whiz, but he calculated that this left Josh with a rather substantial nest egg. No doubt it would provide great comfort in his later years. It was a reminder that Josh possessed a capable, determined side that truly deserved respect, even if he worked hard to keep it hidden most of the time for his own private reasons. Now, as Quentin really looked at him, something had shifted. Josh carried himself with more confidence. He stood differently. He'd lost weight during their time in the Netherlands and had kept it off. People changed. Time didn't stand still just because you were lounging on cushions in Fillory, and Quentin could learn something from him. Here was someone actually having a good time, doing what he wanted and enjoying life. Josh had been through everything Quentin had. He lost the woman he loved and nearly died. He didn't just sit around brooding and philosophizing. He bounced back and established himself in a Venetian palazzo. Quentin slept deeply until noon the next day, then enjoyed a formal breakfast in the dining room. Josh was inordinately proud of his table setting. Over here they use special spoons for their jam. Isn't that amazing? Tiny spoons? It's fit for a king? He added a knowing wink. They were joined by Julia, who kept her sunglasses on and ate only Marmite, straight from the jar, a habit that, if anything, seemed like further evidence of her drifting humanity. Poppy, a friend of Josh's and reputedly knowledgeable about dragons, joined them as well. She was strikingly tall and slender, with a cascade of blonde curls and large, expressive blue eyes. As it turned out, Poppy had spent time at Brakebills, though not as an undergraduate. She had been there in a postgraduate research role. Her magical education was completed at a college in Australia, her home country. Quentin had a vague notion that Australians were typically laid back and jovial, and if that stereotype held any truth, he could easily understand why Poppy might have chosen to leave. Her demeanor was incisive and brisk, her voice quick and precise, and she carried herself with considerable assurance. This confidence was most evident when she was correcting others, though it didn't stem from arrogance. She simply operated under the assumption that everyone like her valued absolute clarity above all else, and she held others to that same standard. According to Josh, Poppy had been the top academic performer of her year at Esquith, the Australian magical institution located in Tasmania. She offered no objection to this claim, which, given her aversion to inaccuracy, Quentin took as confirmation. While an academic by nature, Poppy was no secluded scholar. She was drawn to practical application and hands-on fieldwork. Her particular obsession was dragons. Quentin mused that this might be a natural progression of the Australian fascination with lethally dangerous wildlife, from saltwater crocodiles and box jellyfish. It was only a short leap up the predatory ladder to dragons. Her knowledge on the subject was vast, especially impressive considering she had never actually encountered one. She had pursued leads across the globe, and now one had brought her here. Josh had been searching for an expert and was visibly delighted that the person who answered his call was as attractive as she was knowledgeable. She had been staying with him for 3 weeks, and Josh showed no signs of tiring of her company. He introduced her merely as a friend, but knowing Josh and acknowledging Poppy's undeniable good looks, Quentin thought it a fair assumption that Josh's intentions, or perhaps his achievements, were romantic in nature. The new improved Josh was still at his core Josh. Honestly, Poppy's intensity grated on Quentin a bit, but her expertise was about to become invaluable. Josh had been strategically withholding the full details about the dragon rumored to reside in the Grand Canal, hoping to extend her visit. Now, however, the time for secrets was over. They needed her help. Poppy was predictably electrified by the news. Her blue eyes widened dramatically. "All right, then," she began, her words tumbling out in an excited rush. "Most dragon lore indicates a specific point in their associated river where a person can jump in to get their attention. They keep an eye on these spots just in case someone interesting comes along. If they decide you're worth talking to, they'll bring you down to their domain. But the whole process is shrouded in myth and hearsay. Plenty of people claim to have spoken with dragons, but verification is nearly impossible. There's even a story that the Dragon of the Thames ghost wrote most of Pink Floyd's material after Syd Barrett departed. Proving it, of course, is another matter entirely." She paused, looking at them with an expression of mild disbelief. "You really haven't heard any of this. The traditional approach is from the first bridge upstream from the sea for the Grand Canal. That would be the Academia Bridge. You go at midnight, stand in the center, bring a copy of that day's newspaper and a quality cut of steak, dress presentably, and then you jump in." "That's the ritual." "That's it?" Quentin asked. "That's the tradition," Poppy confirmed. "Who knows if any of it actually makes a difference? The available data is scant and notoriously unreliable. And then you jump in. The simplicity of it was staggering, but it does work sometimes," Quentin pressed. "Absolutely." Poppy nodded with enthusiasm. "Some dragons are more conversational than others. The top graduate from the magic school in Kolkata attempts to contact the Ganges dragon annually, and it succeeds about 50% of the time. But a dragon in the Grand Canal, that's something entirely new." A flicker of genuine, almost giddy wonder crossed her face, a brief departure from her usual clinical precision. The first hint Quentin had seen that beneath the sharp intellect was a person truly captivated by the profound mystery of it all. "I was beginning to think you were all talk," she said, giving Josh a piercing, re-evaluating stare. "Beginning?" Quentin replied. "So what's the timeline tonight? But do something for me. Keep this quiet for now." Poppy's frown was delicate, almost practiced, as if it were her default expression. "What's the reason?" "Just give us 7 days," Quentin insisted. "That's all I'm asking. The beast isn't moving, and I need a clean shot at it. If this leaks, the place will be a circus." She paused, considering. "All right," she agreed, and something in her tone made Quentin believe she might actually honor it. Instantly cheerful again, Poppy turned her attention to her toast and jam. Despite her slender frame, she ate with an appetite that surpassed Josh's, likely fueling the relentless, buzzing energy that seemed to perpetually animate her. That left the remainder of the day to be idled away. Existence at the Palazzo Josh, originally built by a 16th-century dynasty, sold to a tech billionaire who never visited, who then squandered his fortune on failed schemes and a space tourism ticket before offloading it to Josh, was hardly strenuous. Quentin felt a pang of guilt for the thought, a disloyalty to Fillory, but he could almost grow accustomed to this. The palazzo's comforts were abundant. You could lounge in bed all morning watching the Venetian light creep across an oriental rug so intricately patterned it seemed to shimmer on the floorboards. Then there was all of Venice to explore. The foundational enchantments alone, the colossal bindings that kept the entire city from succumbing to the lagoon, were essential viewing for any traveler seeking the world's magical marvels. And then came the daily late-afternoon spritz. Collectively, it was sufficient to make Quentin forget, for stretches of time, that he had once been a king in an enchanted realm. Julia, however, was not so easily distracted. She found him on the piano nobile, sipping his drink and gazing over the heavy stone balustrade at the cityscape. Together they watched the canal traffic below, much of it composed of tourists in boats glancing up and speculating about who they might be. "You're enjoying this," Julia observed. "It's incredible. I'd never been to Italy before. I had no idea it was like this. I spent some time in France once," she mentioned. "You did? When was that?" "A long time ago." "Is that where you picked up car theft?" "No." Having raised it, she seemed reluctant to elaborate. "It is pleasant here," she allowed. "Do you want to stay?" Quentin asked. "Do you still want to return to Fillory?" She placed her glass on the broad marble parapet. More whiskey straight. A muscle tightened in her jaw. "I have to go back. I can't remain here." Before, when she'd said this, her voice had been sharp with desperation. Now it held a note of sorrow. "I have to keep moving." "Are you coming with me?" It tugged at Quentin's heart to hear Julia ask him for anything. She needed his assistance, people needing him. It was a novel sensation, and he was starting to appreciate it. "Of course I am." They were the same words she'd used when he asked her to accompany him to the outer island. She nodded, her eyes never leaving the horizon. "Thank you." That night, at 5 minutes to midnight, Quentin clung to the memory of that exchange as he lingered on the Ponte dell'Accademia. He held copies of Il Gazzettino and the International Herald Tribune covering his bases, and an exceptionally pricey raw steak, doing his utmost to appear like someone with no intention of leaping into the Grand Canal. After the oppressive, pungent heat of the day, the night air was shockingly cold. From the perspective of someone preparing to submerge himself, the creamy green water of the Grand Canal looked about as inviting as ice melt. The bridge seemed to stretch the canal into a distant, deceptive ribbon from up here. Deceptively clean under the dim light, a lie Quentin knew all too well. Somewhere in that murky depth was a button, and supposedly a dragon. The whole idea felt absurd. Part of him wondered if Josh had just dropped the button behind a couch and invented the dragon tail to save face. "This is going to be absolutely miserable," Josh insisted, dragging on a cigarette, looking more anxious than either of them. "You're not going to enjoy a single second of it. Tell me something I don't know," Quentin muttered. He'd secretly hoped Josh might volunteer or at least join him, but no such offer came. "You'll adjust," Poppy said, hugging her arms against the evening chill. "Remind me why you're here, exactly." Scientific curiosity. "Also, I really want to see if you'll actually go through with it." It was typical of Poppy to avoid the comforting lies everyone else would tell. You could see it as brutally honest or oddly admirable. Quentin leaned against the rough wooden railing, still warm from the day's sun, and took a few steadying breaths. "Remember what this is for." Julia wouldn't even pause. She'd be over this railing like a track star. They'd slipped out after she went to bed precisely because she would have insisted on diving in herself. "They almost never eat people," Poppy added cheerfully. "Like twice a century tops that we know of." Quentin ignored her. "How deep do you think it is?" Josh asked again. "Maybe 20 feet, Quentin said. "I read it online. Great. Whatever you do, don't dive head first." "If I snap my neck and end up paralyzed, just let me sink." 2 minutes, Poppy announced. An empty water taxi glided past beneath them, dark except for a single lamp in the pilot's cabin. This water was probably 90% bacteria and the rest fuel runoff, not exactly intended for swimming. Someone had carved what might have been a stylized dragon, or maybe just an elaborate S, into the wood at the bridge's highest point. "Are you taking your clothes off?" Josh asked. "You have no idea how long I've waited for you to ask me that." "Seriously, are you?" "No." Poppy said it in unison with him. "Seriously," she echoed. A quiet fell over them. Far off, glass shattered, a beer bottle against a wall. Quentin wondered if he was really going to do this. Maybe he could just drop a note in instead, a message in a bottle. "Call me?" "Hey, remember when that little person phoned your cell?" he said suddenly. "Did you save the number? Maybe we could just—" "It was blocked." "Time," Poppy shouted. "Let's go. Don't think. Just move." He backed to the middle of the bridge, crumpled the papers and the bag with the stake in one hand, took a running start, and vaulted sideways over the railing. He surprised himself with how smoothly he did it, adrenaline probably. Even so, he nearly clipped a protruding beam on the way down. Some primal reflex made him flap his arms and release the stake and papers midair. They scattered into the darkness, so much for that plan. To his left, he caught a blur of motion falling alongside him. Poppy, she was jumping in too. He hit the water hard, feet first more or less, and plunged under. His only conscious thought was to clamp shut every opening to avoid swallowing any of the filthy water. The canal was shockingly cold and thick with salt. For a second he felt a flash of relief. It wasn't so bad. Then his clothes soaked through, turning to frozen weights, and the cold clamped around him from all sides. Panic seized him. He thrashed, his heavy clothes dragging him down. Then his head broke the surface. He'd lost a shoe. Poppy surfaced a couple of yards away at the same moment, sputtering and gasping, her round face pale under the orange glow of the streetlights. He should have been furious with her, but the absurd thrill of swimming in the Grand Canal after midnight sent him into fits of laughter instead. "What on earth are you thinking?" he hissed, the words barely audible. The icy shock had at the very least washed away his earlier annoyance. He had to admit she possessed a boldness he never would have credited her with. They were partners in this madness, better odds with two, right? She whispered back, her face lit by a wild, gleeful smile. She lived for moments like this. "I take it back," she added. "We really should have stripped down first, treading water. He lasted maybe half a minute before exhaustion and violent shivering took over." The tide, he corrected himself, it had to be the tide, not a current, was pulling them steadily toward the shadow of the bridge. A sudden, ridiculous fear gripped him. Could there be sharks in this murky water? A shout came from the bank in rapid Italian. "Please don't be police," he thought. In a desperate bid for warmth, he relieved himself in his pants, enjoying a fleeting 10 seconds of heat before the chill returned, deeper and more penetrating. He tried to block out thoughts of the industrial runoff and toxins surely seeping into his skin. From this low vantage, the canal seemed a vast, dark sea, its banks impossibly distant. How had he ended up here so wildly off course from the life he'd imagined? He felt adrift, as if he'd never find his way back to the comfortable, predictable throne he'd once occupied. A small wave smacked him in the mouth, salty and abrupt. He was done. At least he could say he'd given it a shot. "How much longer do we wait?" he called to Poppy. The answer came as an iron grip clamped around his ankle and yanked him under. He should have died then. The surprise forced all the air from his lungs in a single burst, and he sank empty and helpless, yet he didn't die. A spell was in place, a meticulous piece of magic clearly refined over centuries for the convenience of human guests. It was thorough, intuitive, and bore the polished feel of ancient craft, woven by a master with wings and a tail. Quentin wasn't going to die, not by mishap anyway. In fact, a surprising warmth spread through him, the first he'd felt in hours, and though the light was faint, he could see clearly. He was breathing the water. It wasn't like air, it had weight, requiring more effort to draw into his chest and push back out, but it worked. Oxygen still reached his brain. He gulped it in and out, deeply grateful. A strange relaxation settled over him. Someone or something was looking after him. He was traveling first class. Quentin had always been skeptical about dragons, the real ones anyway. His childhood was filled with stories of majestic, gold-guarding, sky-born beasts that breathed fire, the dragons of Beowulf, of Tolkien, of role-playing games. Learning that real dragons inhabited rivers and didn't go charging about the countryside setting forests ablaze had been a genuine letdown. River dragons sounded colder, slimier, more like giant newts. So he felt a peculiar relief when he saw that the dragon now holding his ankle in its short, powerful forelimb, drawing him down to place him gently on the canal floor, like a puppy being told to stay, was utterly, classically draconian. It looked sinister, coldly intelligent, and fully capable of swallowing him without a second thought, but it was the real deal. Its saurian head was as large as a small car, its scales a shimmering, watery green, and its eyes flashed silver when the light caught them just right. After settling him on the soft sand, the Grand Canal dragon released its grip and crouched cat-like, resting its head on the tip of its coiled tail, its immense form rising in the gloom behind it. Quentin sneezed violently. His sinuses had flooded with foul water when he was pulled under, but the water surrounding him now was curiously clean. Quentin found himself sealed within a silent, green-black vault of water alongside the dragon. The canal floor, which he had expected to be a foul mire of refuse and waste, was instead a smooth, tended expanse. The dragon maintained its sandy clearing with fastidious care. Sitting cross-legged, Quentin realized they were alone. Poppy had not been brought along. A slight buoyancy threatened to lift him, so he grabbed a heavy, round object beside him, perhaps an old shot from a cannon, and placed it in his lap as an anchor. He allowed a moment of silence, but the dragon remained still. Very well, the game was afoot. "Hello," Quentin said. His own voice sounded ordinary, yet distant, as if he were overhearing a conversation in another room. "Thank you for agreeing to meet with me." The immense skeletal face did not stir its expression as inscrutable as bone, yet its eyes flashed once more in the gloom. "You likely know why I'm here. I need to discuss the button you purchased from my friend Josh." He felt absurd, like a child timidly confronting the schoolyard bully. Squaring his shoulders, he continued, "The issue is, it wasn't entirely his to sell. It belonged to me and others as well. We require it. I need it to return to my home, and so does my friend Julia." "I'm aware." The dragon's voice resonated like some colossal stringed instrument, pitched far below a double bass. An octuple bass, perhaps holding a deep, vibrating chord. Quentin felt the sound in his ribs and deep in his gut. "Then will you help us?" he pressed. "Will you return the button, or sell it back to us?" The surrounding canal was a sheer wall of darkness. A distant rumble made Quentin glance upward. A late-night barge was passing overhead, its thunder muted by the water. The chill in the water seemed to deepen, or perhaps his own adrenaline was fading. He shifted slightly closer to the dragon, drawn by the warmth it radiated. If it intended to eat him, so be it. At least he would be warm. "No," came the reply. The dragon's eyes slowly closed and opened. Quentin felt a door closing the door back to Fillory, to the life he was meant to be living. That world was receding, or he was drifting from it, as if the moorings had been severed and the tide was pulling him out to sea. They never should have ventured to After Island. They never should have departed the safety of Castle Whitespire. Could you perhaps loan it to us? He fought to keep desperation from his voice. "Just for a single journey. If there is anything I possess that you desire, it is yours. I am a king in Fillory at least. I have considerable resources there." "I did not bring you here to endure your boasting. I wasn't. For 10 centuries I have dwelled in this canal. Everything that enters it becomes mine. I possess swords and crowns. I hold popes and saints, kings and queens. I have brides from their wedding days and children on Christmas mornings. I keep the holy lance and the noose that hanged Judas. I hold every lost thing, point taken." Quentin briefly wondered if the poet Byron had ever visited this place, and if so, what witty remark he might have conjured. "All right, I understand, but then why bring me here if you have no intention of returning the button?" The dragon's pupils dilated until they were nearly a foot across. It seemed to rouse itself, truly focusing on him for the first time, its great head lifting from its coiled tail. Quentin was so close the creature had to adjust its gaze slightly to focus. As his eyes adapted, he could now discern the massive scales along its back, each as thick as a volume of an encyclopedia. Several bore intricate carvings, sigils and pictograms he did not recognize. "You will not speak again, human, except to express your gratitude." The dragon intoned. "You aspire to heroism, yet you do not comprehend what a hero is. You believe a hero is one who triumphs, but a true hero must be prepared to lose, Quentin." Are you prepared to lose everything?" "I've already lost everything," he replied, a flicker of defiance in his tone. "Oh, no," the dragon murmured, its voice dropping to a subterranean whisper. "You have so very much more left to lose." The dragon was proving far more prone to lecturing and annoyingly enigmatic than he had anticipated. Deep down, a childish part of him had nursed a faint hope that the dragon could become an ally, a partner for soaring across the globe to untangle its enigmas. That particular fantasy now seemed laughably remote. He remained still, hoping the creature might yet offer some practical tool for survival. "The ancient powers are awakening to reclaim their dominion. I shall fulfill my role. You would be wise to ready yourself for yours. Preparing sounds reasonable, but what does that actually? You will be silent. The button holds no power for you. The passage to the Neitherlands is sealed, yet the first door remains accessible. It has never been closed. A sudden stiffness seized Quentin's knees from his cramped position. He longed to clear the briny taste from his mouth, but there was only more salt water to expel it into. With a powerful lash of its tail, the dragon stirred a thick cloud of sediment from the canal floor, vanishing back into the murk. You may express your gratitude now. Gratitude for what? Quentin's mouth opened to utter the polite thanks expected of him, to demand clarification, or to curse the beast for its infuriating vagueness. The intention died in his throat as he choked, the protective spell dissolving instantly. Icy, foul water flooded his lungs. He was drowning, abandoning his last shoe to the mud. He fought with frantic, desperate kicks toward the distant surface. Chapter 15. Behold the prodigal daughter's return. The sheer disbelieving joy that greeted Julia as she stumbled back into the family embrace. Her parents' faces, blurred by tears and relief, shone like rain-drenched headlights fixed upon her, a wayward soul professing reform. She had failed them so repeatedly, in such varied and spectacular fashion, that they had armored their hearts against expectation. They had cycled through the stages of grief until the count lost all meaning. And now here she was, spirit-broken by her time in Chesterton, meekly asking to belong again. Astonishingly, they allowed it. With a generosity that felt utterly foreign to her own nature, they took her back, though she deserved it least of all. The wreckage of the good ship Julia out of Brooklyn, its precious cargo of their love battered upon the reef of life, was to be towed to safety, repaired and relaunched. And they did it without a single word of blame. Now it was Julia's turn to grieve, and they granted her that space, which was another profound kindness. She mourned the life she had lost and held a funeral for the magician she would never become, burying that mighty sorceress with full, solemn honors, and mingled with the grief, arriving uninvited, came its pale, golden relative, relief. The exhausting years-long struggle to force the world to accept what she was meant to be was finally over. The world had won. She surrendered to her family's hugs, and she was genuinely thankful. What, in the end, was so spectacular about magic when stacked against this? Oh, the cautious, heartfelt overtures from her sister, the budding humanist. Now a high school senior herself, she was buried in college applications. Julia resurrected her own dormant files, and they worked side by side at the kitchen table, a team again. They traded advice, her sister helping to polish an essay, Julia gruntingly tutoring her through the fundamentals of calculus. Julia had forgotten the simple, solid comfort of being part of a unit, how deeply she needed it and how good it could feel, of her fabled 7 university acceptances. Only Stanford's offer remained viable, but it was enough. Sure, her resume had a gap or 3, but with a little creative squinting, her obsessive magical research could be framed as a rigorous independent study, so sunny California it would be, exactly the mindless distraction she needed. Fun in the sun to put some color in her cheeks. She would work for a year, save money, and matriculate the following fall. It was all settled because Julia had surrendered. She was throwing in the towel. She washed her hands of the invisible realms that had so decisively washed their hands of her. Julia decided to borrow a lesson from the very utopian socialists she'd once researched for Mr. Karras. Those idealists whose communities crumbled under the weight of their own hypocrisy. When your perfect world falls apart, you grit your teeth and sell the silver. She also took a page from Jack Dunn's book. At the close of that poem, hadn't he sprinted toward the goat, the constellation Capricorn, a helpful footnote explained, chasing after new love? Or was it just lust? Or maybe, in the end, he'd simply run out of time. Honestly, that poem was a glorious mess, nearly impossible to decipher. Still, it somehow reached a happy ending. More or less, she had her bad days, of course. No denying that. On those mornings, the black dog of depression would track her down, plant its heavy paws on her chest, and exhale its stale, sour breath right into her face. Those were the days she'd phone the IT shop and call in sick. The same shop where, on better days, she untangled snarled networks for what felt like pennies. She'd draw the blinds and disappear into the dark for 12 hours, sometimes 24, once even 72, waiting for that gloomy hound to finally trot back to its shadowy master. Going back wasn't an option. She understood that now the Magic Kingdom had shut its gates to her for good, yet some afternoons she couldn't glimpse a path forward either. She always managed to pull herself upright again, thanks to her sharp-eyed new therapist, a woman this time, along with her dependable daily cocktail of 450 milligrams of Wellbutrin and 30 milligrams of Lexapro, and her surprisingly terrific online support group for the chronically depressed. Actually, the group wasn't just good. It was something extraordinary. Founded by a woman who'd blazed a trail through Apple, then Microsoft, then Google, shining brilliantly at each stop for 4 or 5 years and stacking up stock options until her neurochemistry crapped out and a brutal bout of depression shot her from the sky. By the time Google showed her the door, she was 44 and had her screw-you money safely banked. So she retired early and launched Free Trader Beowulf instead. You had to be at least 40 and a recovered tabletop role player to catch the reference, but it fit. Look it up. Free Trader Beowulf was an online haven for depressed people, but not your everyday garden variety sad sacks. Oh no, to even knock on the door, you first had to flash your prescriptions. This crowd wanted credentials, real hard proof. A bunch of nerds like this had zero patience for whining. They didn't want to read your poetry, sorry Jack, or admire your gloomy watercolors. This wasn't some soft-core support circle. If you were depressed, they demanded the hard evidence, a formal diagnosis from a psychiatrist and proof of serious chemical intervention. If you were rocking double neurochemical penetration like Julia was, all the better. If you cleared that hurdle, they'd send you a video invitation. On the surface, it was meaningless, a red herring full of New Age platitudes delivered by a kindly, hippie-ish actor. But hidden inside, for those who knew to look, was a single frame of what seemed like visual static. That static was actually hard data, black and white pixels representing ones and zeros that, when strung together, formed an audio file. The recording contained a spoken phone number for an old-school dial-up BBS. Calling it led you through a grueling series of pure math puzzles. Solving them in under 6 hours yielded a sequence of ULAM numbers, ULAM being the password to a website at an IP address you'd earn if you passed the test. There, a flash game awaited that made no sense unless you could think in 4 spatial dimensions. Succeed, and you received GPS coordinates in South Dakota, pointing to a geocache containing an absurdly intricate wooden puzzle. Inside that puzzle was, well, you get the idea. All good, He was everything a king of Fillory should be. All good, clean, all-American fun, Julia, a 44-year-old retiree with no children, a genius-level intellect, and a bank account most could only dream of, found herself drowning in empty hours, a reality made all the more stark by a persistent clinical depression. The sheer amount of time she possessed was almost offensive, but it was hers to fill, and she had plenty of it. Over 3 grueling weeks she navigated a labyrinthine intellectual challenge, a test she privately thought would have reduced the brilliant Quentin to tears, and her persistence paid off. From a dusty, forgotten claw machine in a Jersey Shore arcade, fueled by a small fortune in quarters, she finally retrieved a plastic prize bubble. Inside was a flash drive, and on that drive was a genuine, no-strings-attached invitation. She was accepted. Free Trader Beowulf, a collective of 14, welcomed her as its 15th member. Though it was technically just an online forum to Julia, it felt like a homecoming, the first real sense of belonging she'd known since her brief, life-altering visit to Breakbills years prior. Here, among the free traders, she was instantly understood. There was no need for tedious self-explanation. They spoke her language, fluently decoding her dark humor, her esoteric Godel, Escher, Bach allusions, her fiery outbursts, and her prolonged withdrawals. She, in turn, quickly mastered their layers of inside jokes and recurring gags. For her entire life, she had felt like a solitary survivor of a vanished civilization, speaking a dead dialect to an empty world. FTB was her rediscovered tribe. They were a collection of reclusive, deeply educated, and often melancholic individuals. But to Julia, they felt profoundly real, or perhaps not human in the conventional sense, but whatever she was, they were that too. The forum operated under an unspoken rule. Real life was kept firmly at bay. Real names were never used, and personal details like location, profession, or marital status remained vague, mysterious, sometimes even ambiguous in terms of gender. As far as Julia knew, they never met in person. FTB existed purely in the digital ether, a sanctuary from the so-called meat space. Revealing another member's offline identity was the ultimate taboo, a crime punishable by exile, a theoretical penalty since it never actually happened. It was, as she wryly thought of it, faceless book, the ultimate antisocial network. That spring blossomed into the happiest period Julia had experienced since her old life shattered. In constant communication with the free traders, her days filled with their digital chatter. An invisible crowd of companions surrounded her, offering banter and commentary on her projects. She typed messages while eating breakfast and while walking down the street. The last glow she saw before sleep was the FTB app on her smartphone beside her pillow, and its screen was the first thing her eyes sought upon waking. With them, she let down every guard, communicating with a raw, unfiltered honesty, free of irony or apology. She poured out the contents of her shattered heart, and the free traders received it, tenderly cleaned the pieces, reassembled them, and handed it back to her, still bruised and beating, but whole again. She never breathed a word about break bills that would have crossed a line even in this sanctuary, yet to her relief she found the specifics weren't necessary. They simply understood that a colossal piece was missing from her world, because each of them was missing a piece too. The exact shape of the void didn't matter. It wouldn't have shocked her to discover a few fellow breakbills rejects among their ranks, but she never asked while she cherished the entire group. Deeper connections naturally formed with a select few, a tight inner circle comprising herself and 3 others. Failstaff, whose gentle posts and cultural references suggested a man several decades her senior pouncy silver kitten, wielded a sarcasm so sharp it could draw blood, yet his targets were chosen with a strange, merciful precision. Then there was Asmodeus, who grasped Julia's emotional landscape with an almost psychic clarity, and whose mastery of theoretical physics was so profound it seemed to originate from another dimension. Julia posted under the name Vicious Circe. They had been a trio before her arrival, but they welcomed her seamlessly, expanding their endless, intricate conversations to a perfect quartet. On the Free Trader Bulletin, it was perfectly fine to take a conversation private if everyone involved agreed. Occasionally she, Asmodeus, Pouncy, and Failstaff would retreat into their own intensely abstract bubble. In those secluded threads, they'd inch slightly closer to sharing real details about their lives, though dropping any actual location information was still seen as tacky. That obscurity became part of the fun, a game of keeping their real selves hidden. Another layer of the game involved inventing wildly elaborate fake backstories and professional histories for one another. Julia once crafted detailed FBI serial killer profiles for the other 3, complete with composite sketches. Another favorite pastime was called series. The rules were straightforward. Someone would offer 3 items, words, numbers, names, chemical compounds, shapes, anything. Those were the first 3 entries. The challenge was to deduce the next item in the sequence and identify the single logical rule that generated it. The goal was to make your series fiendishly hard yet ultimately solvable, ensuring only one coherent principle linked the examples. Once someone cracked the code, a secondary prize went to the first person who could successfully extend the series 10 more steps. FTB consumed her life, and she welcomed it, sometimes even offline. It felt like the forum was running autonomously in her mind. Her brain had spent so much time with these invisible personalities that they'd spawned little mental clones of themselves, like pirated software versions of Asmo, Pouncy, Failstaff, and the rest, all operating on Julia's own neural hardware. She wasn't losing her mind, really, she wasn't. It was just a private game, a little unhinged perhaps, but whatever helps you cope, right? And honestly, everything else was improving. She'd put on some healthy weight, stopped the nervous scratching, and hardly ever bit her cuticles now. She hadn't performed the rainbow spell in what felt like forever. She recognized the obsession, but it turned out she was the type of person who needed a deep fixation, and this was far from the worst one she could have chosen. Heaven knows she'd had worse. Her plan was to let the fever burn itself out. It would break eventually, and she'd wake up sweaty but lucid, the strange dreams fading away. She'd be off to Stanford in the fall, start a new life, make some tangible in-person friends. She'd wipe the slate clean. But for now, she'd give the obsession its head, let it run free for a while. That's how Julia ended up on a cool March weekend afternoon, meandering from Prospect Heights toward Bedford-Stuyvesant. Lately, she'd become an avid walker. She needed the exercise, and the sunlight genuinely lifted her spirits. Plus, she could bring the free traders along, not just as phantom voices in her head, but as literal presences on her smartphone, thanks to a nifty little app Failstaff had whipped up. iPhones were verboten, naturally, Android only. The free traders were notorious open-source purists. She moved through the world wrapped in the invisible armor of their digital company. Julia typed as she walked, a skill she'd mastered using her peripheral vision to navigate around fire hydrants, patches of dog waste, and oblivious pedestrians. A crucial part of being Julia, it seemed, was not caring one bit if you looked a little odd. Today, she listened with half an ear via the app's text-to-speech function as Pouncey and Asmodeus debated the merits of Hofstadter's strange loop theory of consciousness derived from Gödel numbering or something equally dense. The other half of her attention, Hofstadter approved or not, was fixed on the front doors of the brownstones she passed. She was studying the specific way they were segmented into varying squares and rectangles. Most doors were designed that way. On the surface, this wasn't a riveting activity. In fact, she would have struggled to explain to anyone why she was doing it. Her focus was broken once by a stray cat that darted from a porch, a momentary distraction that made her smile before she returned to her silent geometric survey. The doors had started to feel like a puzzle from that game of series they'd played recently. Pouncey had presented a geometric challenge meticulously crafted from ASCII characters, showing simple square patterns on a small grid. It turned out, and Failstaff figured it out first, that these patterns were actually successive states of a very basic cellular automaton, so straightforward they could work out the rules in their heads once they caught on, or at least Failstaff could. The odd part was, as Julia walked, she began to see sequences from that game reflected in the various door arrangements she passed. It felt like if she just kept moving, she'd always stumble upon the next step in the pattern. A silly mental diversion. Sometimes the design appeared in wood grain, other times in glass panes, or the scrollwork of a wrought iron gate. Once she spotted it in the cinder blocks of a sealed-up window, which felt like cheating, but it was strange how consistently she found it. She began imposing her own rules. She'd stop if it took more than a block to find the next term. Then it had to be within a block and on the same side of the street. Yet the correct pattern always appeared just in time. She didn't know if this meant anything, but she felt driven to see how long she could sustain the game. She could practically hear the dripping, acidic sarcasm Pouncey would heap on her if she ever admitted this to the group. It would be pure, undiluted mockery. Strangely, it was all fitting together perfectly. The only real difference between her walk and Pouncey's automaton was that hers was running in reverse, the rules applied backward, winding everything down to its original state. That was another reason to continue. The series had an end. It would be over soon, no matter what. She got briefly lost for a block, but then realized she'd messed up the transformation. Once she corrected it, there it was, an old wooden door with inset panels, 3 of them slightly lighter, marking the exact configuration she needed. It was a flickering lure, drawing her deeper into the uncertain terrain of Bed-Stuy, further into a half-awake, trance-like state. A small, alert part of Julia's mind was not thrilled about how deep into Bed-Stuy she had wandered. Row houses were fading into vacant lots, auto repair shops, and half-finished apartment buildings the recession had abandoned. She had maybe an hour before dark, and she could no longer pretend those boarded-up houses were just ambitious renovations. They were clearly something else entirely. But it wouldn't be long now before she found the door matching Pouncey's starting pattern, and then the series would conclude, or rather begin, and she could turn back toward Park Slope. And sure enough, just past Throop Avenue, there it stood. It wasn't a beautiful house, but it wasn't a den of trouble either. It was a 2-story lime-green clapboard house with an old rabbit-ears antenna on the roof and a cluster of dented aluminum trash cans in the cracked concrete yard. The front door had 8 glass panes. One pane, the top left, was punched out and covered in plastic, completing the sequence. And that was it, finished. Seeing that final initial pattern broke the spell. The dream logic had exhausted itself. She looked around like someone waking from a deep sleep, suddenly aware of exactly where she was and exactly how far she had come. A computer-generated voice was still droning in her ear about Hofstadter. A wave of exhaustion crashed over her. She must have walked for miles, and the sun was dipping low. She sank onto the stoop. She needed a ride home. A car service would cost a lot, but getting mugged or worse would cost a whole lot more. She felt as if her legs might give out completely, as though taking one more step would send her collapsing right there on the pavement. Julia closed the FTB app, pulled out her earbuds, and the digital chatter vanished into silence. Just the real world now. A door creaked open behind her. She pushed herself up, raising a hand in weary surrender. All right. She was leaving. She doubted a frantic explanation about cellular automata would cut it as a trespassing excuse with whoever lived in this random, aggressively lime-green eyesore on Throop Avenue. But the man in the doorway wasn't waving her off. He was a white guy, maybe in his 30s, with a studious, owlish face, dressed in a vintage blazer jeans, and an instantly irritating pork-pie hat. He simply watched her, sizing her up. Behind him she could make out other figures inside, some sitting, some standing, talking quietly or looking lost, their hands moving through empty air. Then a bizarre acid-green flash pulsed from somewhere unseen in the house, brief and sharp like a welding arc. Someone let out a sarcastic whoop. The air itself was thick, practically suffocating, with the unmistakable reek of raw magic. Julia sank down onto her heels on the sidewalk, childlike, and buried her face in her hands. A wild, hysterical mix of laughter and sobs shook her. She felt dizzy, nauseous, on the very edge of sanity. She had tried so hard to walk away from the catastrophe, to run from it. She'd broken her staff, drowned her books, sworn off magic for good. She'd moved on and left no trail. But it wasn't enough. Magic had come hunting. She hadn't run far or fast enough, hadn't hidden well enough, and the disaster had tracked her down. It had found her, it wasn't letting go. All about to begin again, Chapter 16. In the chaotic aftermath, as Quentin narrowly avoided being flattened by a vaporetto while swimming to shore as he hauled himself up ancient stone steps from the water, the Grand Canal was conveniently equipped with exits for the unfortunate or the suicidal, and trudged back alone to Josh's palazzo, his mind blazed with the one useful scrap the dragon had offered. There was still a way back to Fillory. Josh had been busy keeping Poppy from the carabinieri, who arrived just after Quentin went under, so the solitary walk back was a gift of sorts. They weren't getting the button, but that was fine. Now there was another path. If only they could decipher what the beast meant. He turned it over in his head during a blistering half-hour shower, scrubbing away salt, grime, and worse, washing his hair 3 times before finally tossing his ruined, beloved Fillorian royal garments into the trash. He fell into bed, the phrase echoing, "The first door, the first door, the first door." What could it possibly mean? Sure, the dragon had said other things, the old gods returning, something about being a hero, all vitally important, but the first door that was the tangible clue, that was the mission. He had the scent now, he would follow it, he would get them all home, he would be a hero, damn everything else the dragon implied. He'd sacrifice whatever was necessary to win. Poppy woke him at 7 the next morning, vibrating with a Christmas Day level of excitement. She'd waited as long as she could, fueled by 3 cappuccinos already. one of which she'd brought for him. Australians, he half expected her to start bouncing on the mattress. Over breakfast, they all puzzled through the possibilities together. The first door, Josh mused. So it's some primal, archetypal door like Stonehenge. Stonehenge is a calendar, Poppy corrected, ever practical. It's not a door at all, Poppy observed, having been casually filled in on the whole Fillory situation during her general briefing. Annoyingly, she took the news in stride, just as she did everything else. She approached it with intellectual curiosity, absorbing the facts without the kind of fiery wonder that had consumed Quentin. Perhaps it's more like a time lock, she suggested, the kind you'd find on a bank vault. Dude, forget Stonehenge, Quentin exclaimed. It has to be something in Venice, a sea gate, maybe. Venice is a port, Poppy countered. That's a portal, a kind of door. The entire city is one. Sure, but the first one. Or it's metaphorical, Poppy said, like in the Bible, or one of those Dan Brown novels. Josh chimed in. You know, I'm putting my money on the pyramids, the Chatwin's house, Julia stated, and the chatter halted. Poppy looked at her. What do you mean, their aunt's place in Cornwall? Where they first found Fillory, that was the original door. It was satisfying for once to see Poppy not be the first to figure something out. But how can you be sure? Poppy pressed. I just know, Julia said, Quentin had a sinking feeling about what was coming next, and he was right. I can feel it? Feel it? What does that mean? Poppy asked. Why do you care? Julia shot back. Because I'm curious. Quentin stepped in. Julia had taken an immediate, bristling dislike to Poppy. It makes logical sense. What was the initial entry point to Fillory, the Chatwin's house, that clock in the back hallway? I don't know, Josh said, rubbing his round, stubbled chin. I thought you could never use the same entrance twice, and anyway, Martin Chatwin was a little kid. That's fine for him, but there's no way I could squeeze through a grandfather clock door. Not even you could. Okay, sure, Quentin conceded. But, plus, Josh continued, it was supposed to be a personal invitation, specific to the Chatwins, like those kids were uniquely special in some way, so Ember called them to fix things in Fillory. We have special qualities, Quentin insisted, a defensive edge in his voice. I think we should go. It's our strongest lead. I'm going, Julia said flatly. Road trip, Josh declared, doing a complete 180. All right, then? It felt good to be deciding something, to be in motion again, regardless of how solid their reasoning was. We leave tomorrow morning, unless anyone has a better idea before then. It was becoming impossible to ignore that Poppy was now shaking with helpless laughter. I'm sorry, she gasped, wiping at her eyes. I really am. It's just I know it's real, or I suppose it is. But do you all realize this is a children's story, Fillory? It's like you're strategizing how to get to Candyland. Or I don't know, Smurf Village. Julia stood up and left without a word. She didn't even bother to get angry. She took Fillory with utter seriousness and had zero tolerance for anyone who didn't. Quentin hadn't fully appreciated it until now, but Julia could be remarkably cold when she chose to be. You think Candyland is real? Josh asked Poppy, utterly serious. 'Cause I would abandon Fillory in a heartbeat for that, chocolate swamp and all. And have you seen Princess Frostine? Maybe it isn't real to you, Quentin said, his tone growing formal and a little hurt. But it's very real to us. To me, anyway. It's where I live. It's my home. I know, I'm sorry, truly. Poppy composed herself. Maybe you just have to see it to understand. Maybe you do, Quentin replied quietly. But he thought to himself, you probably never will. The next day, they all set off for Cornwall. That was where the Chatwin house stood, the place where in 1917 the Chatwin children had stayed with their Aunt Maud, met Christopher Plover, and stumbled into Fillory, setting the entire glorious tragic saga into motion. It was astonishing that the house still existed, had been sitting there all this time, and that you could simply visit it. In a way, it was even more astonishing that he hadn't gone there already. The Chatwin house wasn't a public museum, but its general location wasn't exactly a secret. The historical record, as verified by any encyclopedia, was clear. The structure still stood. The only potential obstacles were the current property owners and the local police. Quentin felt it was long past time for a visit, if only to stand at the sacred ground where the entire Fillorian legend had effectively been born. Regarding transportation, Josh insisted he'd made significant breakthroughs in portal magic lately and was confident he could open one directly to Cornwall. Quentin first asked Josh to pinpoint Cornwall's location, then amended his question, offering $100 if Josh could correctly identify it as part of England, Ireland, or Scotland. Suspecting a trap, Josh bypassed logic entirely and guessed Canada. But when Quentin finally pointed to the map showing that sliver of land at England's southwestern extremity, Josh's confidence surged. That's practically next door. It's in Europe. And he launched into a detailed, technically dense explanation involving magnetic ley lines and dimensional pleating. Quentin realized not for the first time that he needed to stop selling Josh short. Poppy announced she wanted to join them. "I've never seen Cornwall," she stated. "I've always wanted to hear the language spoken by someone who actually knows it." "You mean English?" Josh said, grinning. "Because, I could probably arrange that." "Cornish, you idiot," Poppy replied, rolling her eyes. "It's a Brythonic language native to Britain, like Welsh or Breton. It holds a lot of ancient power. It went dormant for centuries, but there's a major revival movement now, so where exactly are we headed?" They were still gathered around the breakfast table, which had long since become the lunch table. Espresso cups and precarious stacks of plates had been relocated to the floor to make space for a massive atlas Josh had hauled from the library alongside the Fillory novels and a biography of Christopher Plover. "The town is called Fowey," Quentin said, tracing the coast with his finger on the southern shore. "Interesting," Poppy murmured, placing her fingertip on the map. We could arrive near Penzance. It's only a couple hours' drive from there, maximum." "Penzance?" Josh exclaimed. "Like the pirates? That's a real place?" "Okay, I need to say something about this," Poppy said, pushing the atlas aside and leaning back in her chair. "If I may have everyone's attention for a second, yes, Penzance is a real town. It is in Cornwall. It exists right here on Earth. You're all so fixated on other worlds, so convinced this one is worthless and everywhere else is magical, that you've never even learned what's right in front of you. I mean, forget Penzance. Tintagel is real." "Isn't that where King Arthur was from?" Quentin asked, his voice tentative. "King Arthur ruled from Camelot, but legend says he was conceived at Tintagel," Poppy explained. "It's an actual castle ruin in Cornwall." "You know what? Screw it," Josh declared. "Poppy's right. Let's go there too." It was genuinely baffling. Quentin had never encountered a magician quite like Poppy. How could someone so stubbornly grounded, so defiantly focused on the mundane, possibly practice magic? "But here's the thing," he said, a hint of weary sarcasm creeping into his tone. "The real King Arthur probably conceived at Tintagel, because the real King Arthur probably never existed. Or if he did, he was most likely some grim, petty warlord who spent his days executing peasants and terrorizing villages. He probably died young from dysentery in a muddy field. That Poppy is my fundamental issue with this world. When you say something here is real, you don't mean the glorious, noble version from the stories. You mean the depressing, historical footnote. Meanwhile, in Fillory, and you can laugh all you want, but it's true, there are actual kings who aren't complete fabrications, and I was one of them. There are also unicorns and pegasi and talking animals and forests that remember your name." He didn't add the obvious corollary, that some truly terrible things were also real in Fillory, horrors that had no counterpart here. Julia dismissed the idea with a wave of her hand. "Elves aren't real. That's not what matters here. I could act like I'm stuck, spend my whole life here, or even move to Tintagel. But I'm not stuck. I get one life, and if nobody minds, I plan to spend mine in Fillory, in my own castle, relaxing with dwarves and resting on Pegasus' feathers. Because it's simpler," Poppy remarked, "and why not choose the simplest path? Isn't that usually the best option?" "Exactly. Why not?" Julia agreed. Quentin couldn't pinpoint why Poppy irritated him so thoroughly and with such pinpoint accuracy. He also didn't understand why he suddenly sounded so much like Benedict. "All right, enough," Josh interjected. "Stop. You live here. You live in Fillory. Everyone's happy." "Sure," Poppy said brightly. Quentin thought to himself, it was like dealing with Janet all over again, They gathered 2 hours later in the narrow lane behind the palazzo. The building's wards were too strong to open a portal inside. "I figured we could try down there," Josh said, peering uncertainly down the street. "There's one of those tiny Venetian passages. Nobody ever goes there." No one had a superior idea. Quentin felt uneasy. It reminded him of searching for a secluded spot for something illicit, like using drugs or having an outdoor tryst. Josh led them 20 yards down the street, which was barely more than an alley itself, then turned left into a narrow gap between buildings. There was scarcely room for two people to walk side by side. At the end of the passage was a bright sliver of water and sunlight, the Grand Canal. The spot was deserted, though Josh hadn't been entirely correct about it never being used. Someone had clearly relieved themselves there recently. It brought back memories for Quentin of catching portals back to Brakebills at summer's end, often being directed down some random local alley with the portal waiting at the end. The recollection sparked a warm, nostalgic ache in his chest for a time when he was less jaded. Let me just see how much of this I remember. Josh pulled a crumpled paper from his pocket, covered in neat columns of coordinates and vectors. Poppy, who was taller, looked over his shoulder. "See, it's not a direct route," he explained, "but there's a junction you can use out in the English Channel somewhere. Why not route through Belfast?" Poppy suggested. "Everyone does. Then you loop back south. It's actually shorter in astral geometry terms." Nah, Josh squinted at his notes. "This way is much more elegant, you'll see. I'm just saying, if you miss the junction and we end up in the water, it's a long swim to Guernsey." Josh stuffed the paper back into his pocket and settled into his spell-casting stance. He spoke the incantation quietly and clearly without rushing. Far more confidence than Quentin ever recalled him having. Josh made a series of symmetrical arm movements, his fingers rapidly shifting through precise positions. Then he squared his shoulders, bent his knees, and hooked his fingers firmly underhand into the air as if preparing to lift a stubborn garage door. Sparks erupted. Poppy yelped in surprise and hastily stepped back. Josh straightened his back and heaved upward. Reality fractured, and the fissure slowly widened, revealing behind it a vista of green grass and brighter, whiter sunlight. When the portal was halfway open, Josh paused to shake out his smoking hands. He traced the top of the doorway with his fingers, then the sides. One side wasn't perfectly straight, and he accidentally sheared off a bit of the alley wall. Then he got under it again and pushed and pulled it open the rest of the way. Throughout the process, Quentin kept glancing toward the alley's entrance. He heard distant voices, but no one appeared. Josh stopped to inspect his handiwork in the heart of a brilliant Venetian day. A rectangle of cooler, sharper English daylight now stood. Josh gathered his sleeve in his fist and polished away a final smear of Venice. "How's that?" he asked. "Not bad, right?" His trousers were peppered with tiny spark burns. The group had to concede it looked impressive. They stepped through cautiously, one after another. The doorway's base wasn't perfectly level with the cobbles, creating a lip that could easily catch an unwary toe. Yet the transition itself was seamless, a flawless passage. This was craftsmanship on an entirely different plane. Quentin noted with pride, far superior to the rough-hewn portals used between their previous hideouts. They had bypassed Penzance and Belfast entirely. Josh's calculations deposited them in a public park near the heart of Fowey. Achieving such pinpoint accuracy over such a distance would have been unthinkable just a few years prior. But the advent of detailed digital mapping had revolutionized the art of crafting long-range portals. Josh followed last, erasing the gateway behind them. To Quentin, Fowey appeared the very picture of an English or perhaps Cornish. He wasn't entirely sure of the distinction. Postcard town. Poppy would know. It was a quaint settlement nestled where the River Fowey met the sea, a scene straight from a storybook illustration. The air was crisp and clean, a welcome relief from Venice's humid summer blanket. The lanes were narrow, twisting, and punishingly steep. Overhead, a profusion of flower-filled window boxes nearly blotted out the sky. At the modest tourist office, they learned the town's name was pronounced Foy, and that it was a notorious nexus for fictional locales beyond just Christopher Plover's legacy. The legendary Manderley from Rebecca was said to be close by, as was Toad Hall from The Wind in the Willows. Plover's own estate lay a few miles outside town, now a massive national trust property with limited public access. The Chatwin house remained in private hands, absent from any guide, but lore and every biography insisted it sat directly adjacent to Plover's land. They waited on a bench, basking in the thin, golden English sunlight, while Poppy went to secure a rental car. She alone possessed a complete set of legitimate identification and credit cards. When Julia remarked that forging such documents would have been simple, Poppy fixed her with a silent, appalled stare. She returned at the wheel of a spirited silver Jaguar, who knew you could even find one out here in the boonies. A quick pub meal later, they were on their way. This was Quentin's inaugural visit to England, and it astonished him once they climbed the coastal rise and left the town behind, entering a landscape of rolling sheep-dotted pastures hemmed by thick, dark hedgerows. The resemblance to Fillory was more profound than he ever imagined possible for Earth, more so than Venice had been. Why had no one made this clear? Of course they had tried, and he simply hadn't listened. Catching his eye in the rear-view mirror, Poppy shot him a knowing grin that seemed to say, "I told you so." Perhaps she was right. Maybe he had chronically underestimated this world, cruising along Cornwall's narrow highways and dappled country lanes. The four of them could almost pass for ordinary people, mere civilians, and would they have been any less content? Even stripped of magic, they had this emerald grass, this precious rural quiet, the sun winking through the branches, and the comfort of a luxury car someone else was footing the bill for. What kind of jerk wouldn't find that satisfying? For the very first time, Quentin earnestly entertained the notion that he could find genuine happiness without Fillory, not mere acceptance, but real joy. They were arguably as close to Fillory as one could get on this planet. They were nearing the Chatwin house. Even the local names, Tyward Wreath, Castle Door, Lostwithiel, sounded like they belonged in a Fillorian tale. The green hills of Fillory felt tantalizingly close here, as if this corner of Cornwall were a sheer curtain veiling another world. The trip was doing Julia good. She seemed almost animated. As the only one who could read in a moving car without feeling ill, she spent the drive poring over the Fillory novels, marking pages with sticky notes and reading key passages aloud. She was assembling a traveler's guide, a catalogue of every method the Chatwin children had used to cross over. In the world, in the walls, Martin and Fiona enter through the grandfather clock, she recited. In the second book, Rupert gets in from his school, which isn't helpful, and I think Helen does too, but I can't find the exact page. In the Flying Forest, they climb a tree. That might be our best option. We wouldn't need to break into the house, Quentin pointed out, and it could fit all of us. Exactly. Then, in the Secret Sea, they use a magic bicycle, so we should watch for something like that. Maybe there's an old shed or garage around here. You know, fanatics have probably scoured this place for years, Josh remarked. We can't be the first to try this. In the Wandering Dune, Julia continued, ignoring him, Helen and Jane are painting in a meadow nearby. That's a long shot, but if we're desperate, we could go back to Fowey for art supplies, and that's the complete list. Not quite complete. Quentin couldn't help it. Nobody outdid him on Fillory lore, not even Julia. Martin gets back in at the end of the Flying Forest, though Plover never explains how. And you're missing a book, The Magicians. Jane's own account of returning to Fillory to search for Martin, she used magic buttons from the well, where Helen had tossed a whole box of them. Jane only needed one to return, so others might still be there. Julia twisted in her seat to stare at him. How do you know that? I met her, Jane Chatwin, in Fillory while I was recovering after our fight with Martin, after Alice died. Silence settled in the car, broken only by the rhythmic click of the turn signal as Poppy took a fork in the road. Julia studied him with her unsettling, opaque gaze. Sometimes I forget everything you've lived through, she said at last, and turned back around. It took only 45 minutes to locate Plover's estate, Darras House, once a remote countryside retreat, now accessible by a smooth two-lane road. Poppy parked across the street where there was no shoulder, leaving the Jaguar tilted at a precarious angle. All four of them piled out and wandered across the empty road. It was mid-afternoon, around 3:30. The property was enclosed by a formidable stone wall, and through the gate they could see a stately Georgian manor set far back on manicured grounds. Darrah's house was one of those rigid gray stone English rectangles, probably built to satisfy some obsessive 18th century theory of perfect symmetry and ideal proportions. Quentin knew, Luke, Quentin, Luke, Quentin knew. Wow. On Absolutely, Josh said with a grin. A sign on the gate read Dara's House, Plover Farm, listing visiting hours, tour times, and admission fees. A blue plaque offered a brief biography of Plover. It was a Thursday, and the house was open. From the underbrush, a large blackbird let out a harsh, grating cry. "So," Poppy asked, "are we going in?" He had hoped they might, just on the slim possibility of finding a clue, and so they could at least claim they tried. But standing here now, the spot felt hollow. Nothing resonated with Quentin. Plover had never actually journeyed to Fillory. He was just an author. The real enchantment was elsewhere. "No," he said, "I don't think there's anything for us here." No one argued. They could always return tomorrow, assuming they were still on Earth. They walked back across the road and unfolded the map on the car's hood. Pinpointing the exact Chatwin house near Fowey required some deduction. But it wasn't a shot in the dark. The possibilities were limited. Plover's writing was filled with charming accounts of the Chatwin children, alone or together, running, skipping, and biking from their Aunt Maud's place to visit their dear Uncle Christopher. He'd even famously installed a small child-sized gate in the dividing wall for them. They had brought 2 biographies, one a glowing, family-approved portrait from the 1950s, and the other a tough, psychoanalytic takedown from the early 90s that dissected Plover's complicated and problematic sexuality as reflected in the Fillory novels. They relied on the latter. Its geographical details were sharper. They knew the Chatwin house was on a road called Darrowby Lane, which narrowed things down, though Cornish road signs were even scarcer than those in Venice. Luck, 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 They finally zeroed in on a likely property on a narrow road that very well could have been Darrowby and almost certainly bordered Plover's vast estate. There was no wall or gate, just a gravel drive winding back through the late summer trees. A square stone post bore a weathered "No Trespassing" sign. The house itself wasn't visible from the road. Quietly, Julia recited the pertinent passage from The World in the Walls. The house was very grand, 3 stories tall, with a facade of brick and stone, enormous windows and countless fireplaces, window seats and twisting back staircases, all luxuries. Their London home sorely lacked. The sprawling grounds featured long, straight alleys, white gravel paths, and deep pools of emerald grass. There was a time Quentin could have recited it from memory. Now, sitting in the car and peering across the road, he saw little evidence of such grandeur. The place didn't exactly whisper gateway to a magical realm, either. He tried to picture the Chatwins arriving for the first time, all 5 kids stuffed into the back of some chugging black early automobile, more horseless carriage than car, with a hint of locomotive in its design, their luggage secured to the boot with twine and stiff leather straps. They would have been solemnly quiet, resigned to their exile from the city. Little Jane, only 5 and future watcherwoman, would have been draped across an older sister's lap like on a sofa, lost in a haze of missing her parents, one off fighting in the Great War, the other confined to an upscale sanatorium. And Martin, who would grow into a monster responsible for Alice's death, would be putting on a brave face for his siblings, his soft, boyish jaw clenched with grim, preteen resolve. They were so young and full of hope back then, and they discovered something more incredible than they ever imagined, only to have it tear them apart. "What's your take?" he asked. "Julia? This is definitely the spot." "Okay, I'm heading inside to check it out." "I'll go with you," Poppy said. "No," Quentin replied. "I need to do this alone." To his surprise, she actually listened and stayed behind. The idea of turning invisible sounded straightforward, but pulling it off was far trickier than people assumed. It had been achieved before, but it demanded years of careful self-effacement, and once you managed it, reversing the process was nearly impossible. You could never be certain you'd pieced your visible self back together perfectly. You'd end up looking like a rough sketch of who you once were. The most practical method, Quentin knew, was more about blending in, like an animal using camouflage. Stand in front of foliage, and you took on a muted, leafy appearance. Stay still, avoid sudden movements, and a casual glance might just slide right past you. Usually, that is, if the lighting cooperated. The car door thudded shut in the quiet evening. He could feel the others watching him as he crossed the road. He gathered a leathery oak leaf, broke off a piece of bark from a nearby tree, plucked a single blade of the sparse grass, and picked up a small granite pebble from the roadside. Muttering a short rhyme in French over them, he spat on the items and, the glamorous life of a modern magician, tucked them into his pocket, onward and inward. He avoided the gravel drive and wove through the trees for about 5 minutes until the woods opened up, revealing Aunt Maud Chatwin's house. It felt like stepping through a window into the past. That unassuming driveway had been a clever ruse. The house was genuinely grand. It might even have felt magnificent if they hadn't just come from Plover's estate. As Quentin drew closer, the gravel path smoothed into a proper driveway, splitting to form a circular turnaround with a modest yet elegant fountain at its heart. 3 stories of tall windows lined the front, and the gray slate roof was adorned with an array of chimneys and gables. Quentin hadn't known what to expect. Maybe a crumbling ruin or some awful modern renovation. Instead, the Chatwin house appeared impeccably maintained and restored, the lawns looking freshly mowed that very morning. It was everything he'd hoped for, except for one glaring detail. It wasn't empty. That pristine lawn was dotted with cars, sleek models that made their rental Jaguar seem downright shabby. Warm yellow light spilled from the lower windows into the softening dusk, accompanied by the tasteful, not too loud strains of early Rolling Stones. Whoever owned the place now was clearly throwing a party. Quentin stood outside, looking in, as a small cloud of evening gnats began to swirl above his head. It felt almost blasphemous. He had the urge to storm in and clear everyone out, like some modern-day version of Jesus driving the moneylenders from the temple. This was the sacred ground where the primal fantasy of the 20th century was born, where Earth and Fillory first brushed against each other like celestial spheres over the chatter. A roar of laughter erupted, followed by a woman's shriek that melted into uncontrollable giggles. But on the bright side, the party offered a tactical advantage. It was large enough that they could blend right in, especially the girls. They wouldn't need to sneak. They could simply walk through the front door and brazen it out. Once any suspicions had faded, they could slip upstairs and see what secrets the house still held. Quentin returned to the vehicle to collect his companions. They parked on the expansive lawn, a decision that did little to make their group appear as natural party attendees. Thanks to Josh's seemingly limitless credit line, Quentin had acquired some respectable attire back in Venice. "If anyone questions us, just say John invited you," he suggested. "Solid plan." "But man, are you going to?" Josh motioned vaguely at Quentin's overall disheveled state. Right, arriving looking like he'd been dragged through a garden probably wasn't ideal. Quentin dissolved the camouflage enchantment. Pausing at the entrance, he shut his eyes briefly, a silent hope flickering within him. Somewhere out there, Jane Chatwin was still alive and free. Perhaps she'd even be among the guests tonight. Josh beelined for the bar the moment they were inside. "Hey," Quentin whispered sharply, "remember why we're here." "This is deep cover," Josh retorted. "I'm method acting." Despite being hosted at the historic Chatwin estate, the gathering felt like any other party. Attractive and ordinary guests mingled, levels of intoxication varied, and the usual social spectrums were on full display, from the confidently loud to the painfully shy. Josh, despite the covert nature of their mission, immediately outed himself as an American by requesting a beer from the bartender. He ultimately accepted a Pim's cup, sipping it with a look of profound confusion and mild betrayal, yet both he and Poppy navigated the crowd with a social grace that left Quentin genuinely impressed. People who could conjure effortless conversation from thin air were a perpetual marvel to him. It was a skill he'd never mastered. As a solo American man adrift in a sea of English strangers, Quentin felt conspicuously out of place. He attempted to attach himself to the edges of small groups, offering polite nods to conversations that weren't really meant for him. Julia had already found a wall to lean against, her slender frame and enigmatic expression serving as a perfect deterrent. Only one brave soul, a tall academic type with scruffy facial hair, dared approach her. She dismissed him with such cool, ambiguous finality that he was left to nurse his pride with a cucumber sandwich. After about 30 minutes of this awkward mingling, Quentin began a slow, casual migration toward the rear of the house. His target was not the grand, sweeping staircase in the foyer, but a more modest, functional set of stairs tucked away. Catching the eyes of each of his friends in turn, he gave a slight, meaningful nod. "We're just looking for the restroom." "All of us?" A weak alibi, the lack of any drug-related pretext, felt like a missed opportunity for a more believable excuse. The narrow staircase twisted sharply up to the second floor, opening into a dim, quiet labyrinth of white walls and parquet flooring. The noise of the party below persisted, but now it was a muffled rumble, like waves breaking on a far-off shore. A handful of children raced through the hallways, their laughter a bit too shrill, playing an incomprehensible game and collapsing in giggling heaps on piles of coats when they tired the transient makeshift tribes that always form at the periphery of adult gatherings. The world in the walls was frustratingly unspecific, more a narrative than a guidebook. Regarding the legendary clock's location, Plover had only offered the uselessly vague clue. One of the back corridors of one of the upper floors. Splitting up might have been more efficient, but it would have broken the cardinal rule of every adventure film Quentin had ever seen. He had a nagging fear that if they separated, the others might stumble into Fillory without him, leaving him stranded in this dull reality like the last player found in a game of hide-and-seek. The top floor, it became clear, was untouched by the current residents, left in a state of benign neglect, another small stroke of luck. The floors were worn, their varnish long gone, and the walls showed layers of peeling wallpaper from different eras. The ceilings felt oppressively low, and the rooms were crowded with sheet-draped shapes of mismatched, broken furniture. In the deepening quiet, the imagined reality of Fillory began to feel palpably, tantalizingly close. It lurked in the shadows, beneath beds, behind the peeling wallpaper, always just at the edge of his vision. In 10 minutes they could be back on the Muntjac. This was the spot. This was where the children had played, where Martin disappeared, where Jane observed, where the entire awful fantasy first took root. And there in the back hallway, just as the stories described, just as the old prophecy predicted, stood a grandfather clock. A monstrous piece with a large, heavy brass face, encircled by 4 smaller dials that charted the months, the moon's phases, the signs of the zodiac, and who knows what else, all set in simple, unadorned dark wood. Its inner workings must have been fiendishly intricate, an 18th century version of a supercomputer. According to the book, the wood came from a Fillorian sunset tree which shed its blazing orange leaves each evening, weathered a bare winter through the night, and sprouted fresh green ones at dawn. Quentin, Julia, Josh, and Poppy gathered around it. It felt less like reenacting a Fillory book and more like they were inside a new one, writing it together as they went. The pendulum was still. Quentin wondered if the connection was still active, or if it had broken after the children passed through. He couldn't sense anything, but it had to work. He would force it to work. He was returning to Fillory even if he had to squeeze himself into every last piece of furniture in this damned house. It was going to be a tight squeeze, though. Maybe if he exhaled completely and shimmied through sideways. Not exactly the triumphant return to Fillory he'd imagined, but at this point he'd take whatever got him there. "Quentin," Josh said. "Yeah, Quentin, look at me." He had to wrench his gaze from the clock. When he did, he found Josh watching him with a seriousness that felt unfamiliar, a new, sober gravity. "You know, I'm not going right." He did know. He'd just allowed himself to forget amid the thrill. Things were different now. They weren't kids anymore. Josh belonged to a different story. Yeah, Quentin said, "I guess I do know. Thanks for coming this far. What about you, Poppy? Chance of a lifetime." "Thank you for asking," she replied, seeming to genuinely appreciate the offer. She placed a hand over her heart. "But my whole life is here. I can't go to Fillory." Quentin looked at Julia, who had removed her sunglasses in the dim light of the top floor. "Just you and me, kid." Together they stepped forward. Quentin knelt on one knee. The roar of their imminent escape pounded in his ears, but as soon as he got close, he could see it wasn't going to work. The clock wasn't ticking, and more than that, it simply looked too solid, too ordinary, nothing but brute, mundane wood and metal. He turned the small knob, opened the glass case, and peered inside at the motionless pendulum and silent chimes, all that brass hardware hanging uselessly. His heart sank. It was dark in there. He reached in and knocked on the back of the case with his knuckles. Nothing. He closed his eyes. "God damn it," he muttered. "Forget it. This wasn't the end." They could always try climbing trees again, though at that moment he felt less inclined to climb a tree than he had ever felt about anything in his life. "You're doing it wrong, you know." Their heads turned in unison. It was a little boy's voice. He stood at the end of the corridor in his pajamas, watching them. He looked about 8 years old. "What am I doing wrong?" Quentin asked. "You have to set it going first," the boy said. "It says so in the book, but it doesn't work anymore. I tried it." The boy had messy brown hair and blue eyes. A more classic English moppet would be hard to find, right down to his slight trouble pronouncing his L's and R's. He could have been cloned from Christopher Robin's toenail clippings. Mummy says she'll send it to the shop, but she never does. I climbed the trees too. Thomas had been busy with a brush. "I made a painting. Actually, I made a whole bunch of them. Would you like to see?" They simply looked at him. Taking the silence as permission, he padded over on bare feet. He had that peculiarly English brand of cheerful melancholy some children possess, a buoyant solemnity that was an immediate demand for engagement. You looked at him and knew a game was imminent. "I even got Mum to pull me around in this old wagon we dug out of the garage." He pronounced it Gar Ridge. "It's not exactly a bicycle, but I had to give it a go." "I can imagine," Quentin replied. "I can absolutely see why that would be necessary, but we can still keep looking, right?" the boy said brightly. "I like looking. I'm Thomas." He actually extended his small hand for a shake, like a miniature diplomat from a friendly planet. The poor kid, it wasn't his fault. Clearly so starved for adult interaction that he'd resorted to conscripting random partygoers. He reminded Quentin painfully of Eleanor, the little girl from the outer island. The truly terrible part was that Quentin was going to play along, and for all the wrong reasons. He took the offered hand. It wasn't pity for Thomas, though he did feel that. It was strategy. Adults never found their way into Fillory alone, not without a magical shortcut. It was always through the children. What he needed, Quentin realized, was a local scout to serve as live bait. If he let young Thomas range ahead of him, like a beagle on a scent, he might just scare up a hidden doorway. Thomas was going to be his chum in the water. "Just keep a drink coming for me," Quentin said to Josh as Thomas began to tow him away. As they passed Poppy, Quentin decisively took her hand. The Misery Express was departing, and he wasn't riding solo. Almost no encouragement from Quentin or Poppy. Thomas's story spilled out. His parents had purchased the Chatwin house a few years prior from Fiona Chatwin's descendants. Through some convoluted family tangle, Quentin couldn't quite follow. They were also distantly connected to Plover himself. Perhaps that explained the family fortune. Thomas had been utterly beside himself with excitement when he heard the news. Weren't all his school friends green with envy? Of course, he had all new friends now because they'd moved from London to Cornwall, but his Cornish friends were much nicer, and he only missed London when he remembered the rainforest life exhibit at the zoo. Had Quentin ever been to the London Zoo? If he could choose, would he rather be an Asian lion or a Sumatran tiger? And did he know there was a monkey called a red titi monkey? It wasn't a rude word. You could say it because it was a real animal. And, shifting gears with the unsettling logic of a child, didn't Quentin agree that in some really extreme situations it might be totally okay for children to be killed? It was a jarring, dark little question dropped into the conversation like a stone propelled by Thomas, the human locomotive. They inspected the grounds. As a trio, they performed a thorough excavation of the top floor, poking into every closet and dusty attic corner. They made multiple loops of the vast lawn behind the house, paying close attention to rabbit holes, ominous-looking trees, and thickets large enough to conceal a person. All the while, Josh maintained a stealthy supply line of gin and tonics, passing them off to Quentin whenever their paths crossed, like a pit crew handing water to a racer. It could have been more tedious. The view from the rear terrace was, if anything, more impressive than the front. A manicured English garden had been wrested from the wild Cornish landscape, complete with a placid rectangular swimming pool that, through some landscaping sleight of hand, managed not to look entirely out of place. Beyond it, a picture-perfect scene of green hills, fallow fields, and tiny villages rolled into the distance, all softening in the thick, honeyed light of the setting sun. Thomas basked in the focused attention, and Poppy, he had to give her credit, was a champion. She had no real dog in this fight, but she dove in without complaint. She was nothing if not a team player. She had more experience in this arena than he did, seasoned by countless hours in the babysitting trenches. As expected, the evening wound up in Thomas's bedroom by 10:30. Not even Thomas, with his seemingly boundless, cheerful energy, could be persuaded into another round of find Fillory. They were all scattered across the rainbow-hued wool rug in Thomas's expansive room, a private domain that felt like a small kingdom. It even featured an extra bed shaped like a rocket ship, a pointed reminder of Thomas's status as an only child and the imaginary sleepovers he never hosted. Josh and Julia eventually joined them there. Downstairs, the party had devolved from a polite cocktail gathering into a full-blown, raucous affair that showed no signs of stopping. They really ought to leave. By now, Thomas had shifted from being the pest to the pestered. Maybe Josh had a point. Perhaps Stonehenge was next on the list, but not before they saw this night through to its bitter end. They moved on to other games, grinding through rounds of Animal Snap, Rummy, and Connect 4. They broke out board games like Clue, Monopoly, and Mousetrap until Thomas grew too sleepy, and they were too tipsy to remember the rules. Delving deeper into Thomas's toy closet felt like traveling further back into his childhood, unearthing games so straightforward they barely qualified as games at all, lacking any real strategy. War, Chutes, and Ladders, hi-ho, cheerio. And finally, High Seas, a laughably simple alphabet game where the real challenge seemed to be winning the pregame argument over who got to be the dolphin. After that, it was all random chance on cartoon sea creatures. Quentin took a swig of flat, lukewarm gin and tonic. It tasted like surrender. This was how the fantasy fizzled out amid a clutter of bright plastic game pieces stuck upstairs at a mediocre party. They would keep searching, of course, knocking on every conceivable door, but for the first time, stretched out on the spare bed with his back against the rocket ship headboard, Quentin seriously entertained the idea that he might never return. Centuries had likely passed in Fillory by now. The ruins of Whitespire were probably crumbling in the rain, pale stones melting like sugar cubes under a blanket of moss beside some forgotten bay. The tombs of King Eliot and Queen Janet would be tangled in ivy with twin clock trees rising from their graves. Maybe he was remembered as a legend, King Quentin the Missing. The once and future king like Arthur, except unlike Arthur, he wasn't coming back from Avalon, just the once king. Ironic really to end things here in the Chatwin's house where it all began, the very first door. And here's the truly absurd part. Even at rock bottom, he couldn't honestly say it was all that terrible. He had his friends, most of them anyway. They had Josh's money, they still had magic and booze and sex and good food. They had everything. He pictured Venice and the lush green Cornish countryside they'd driven through earlier. This world held so much more than he'd ever given it credit for. What exactly did he have to complain about? Absolutely nothing. One day he'd own a house like this and have a kid like Thomas, who was now sound asleep with the lights on, arms flung over his head like a marathon runner breaking the tape in a dream. He'd marry some wonderful, talented woman. Poppy, perhaps, and Fillory would fade like the dream it always was. So he wasn't a king. It had been beautiful while it lasted, but here was real life, and he'd embrace it like everyone else. What kind of hero couldn't manage that? Julia nudged his foot with hers. Through silent, stubborn agreement, they were all committed to finishing this interminable game of high seas. It was his turn. He flicked the spinner and moved his piece forward 2 waves. Josh, embodying the whale, held a formidable lead in their game, though Julia, as the squid, was mounting a fierce comeback. Poppy the fish and Quentin the jellyfish were left scrapping for a distant third. Josh gave the spinner a whirl, landing on a charade space. "Caw," he announced, repeating the harsh cry. "Caw, caw." Seagull. The group chorused a moment of unity that briefly echoed their earlier goose impressions. Josh spun once more. Julia let out an unexpected belch, while Quentin slumped against Poppy's warm back, sinking into pillows that smelled infinitely sweet. From this slumped angle, he noticed Poppy was wearing a thong. The bed itself felt unsteady, and the drinks were beginning to assert their influence. Quentin couldn't tell if the spinning sensation would fade away or gather a furious momentum, exacting some terrible payback for all his past mistakes. Only time would decide. "Caw," Josh insisted. "We get it," Quentin muttered, his voice thick. "Caw, caw. It's a seagull. I already said seagull." The light in Thomas's room was painfully bright, stinging his eyes. That was a clear sign he'd had enough for one night. Quentin pushed himself upright. "I heard you, man," Josh said, though he didn't sound entirely convinced. "Caw." The cawing persisted, and so did the spinning feeling, except now the bed itself seemed to be moving, not spinning so much as rocking with a gentle, undeniable rhythm. Everyone went still. Poppy was the first to break the silence. "You have got to be kidding me." She launched herself off the mattress and landed with a splash in cold water. Damn it, no freaking way. The sun beat down hot from above. A curious albatross circled overhead, as if politely asking what on earth was going on. Quentin scrambled to his feet on the bed. "Oh my God, we actually did it! We made it!" They had broken through. This wasn't an ending. It was a brand new beginning. He threw his arms wide, letting the blazing sun pour directly onto his upturned face. He felt utterly reborn. Nearby, Julia was sobbing, her heart breaking with the sheer overwhelm of it all. They were back. The dream was real again, and they were adrift on the vast open seas of Fillory.